Hello and welcome, and it's a beautiful day here in the Isle of Man at the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, and we are here. It is the finale. This is the moment the players have been all playing for, and the stakes have never been higher. In the open section, there are 3 players vying for that first place. But there are 6 players all playing for those candidate spots that will happen in Toronto 2024. In the women's section, there is a clear outright leader in Vaishali. She leads with 8 points out of 11, and she has secured a spot to the candidates. But guess what? There are 9 players who are all vying to join her in Toronto next year. What will happen today? Well, that is up to the players. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's a great pleasure. And I'm actually quite sad because this is my last time here in the Isle of Man, sitting alongside you, the man who makes chess look easy, Grandmaster David Howell.
Thank you, Jovanka. It's going to be emotional. I think we can guarantee that, both here on the last day, but also out there in the playing hall. Like you said, the stakes are incredibly high. It's all been building up to this. We've had 10 long days, 10 long rounds of action, 7 hours each on most days, and the players, they need to find that final ounce of energy and pour it in because they need those candidate spots. We need to decide those prizes.
Yes.
I can't wait.
4 candidate spots up for grabs, 2 in the open, 2 in the women. We know that Vaishali has already grabbed one, but anything can happen. There's massive prizes. Whew. I can't wait for today.
Yeah, it's going to be dramatic. It's pretty much guaranteed with the way things are set up. And maybe we need to recap to show the outline of what to expect today.
Yes, let's go there. And yesterday was a really dramatic day. So many decisive rounds. And here we can see in the women's sections, important victory there by Vaishali, beating Zhongyi, moving her ever closer to the 2500 rating mark so that she can become a grandmaster. But even more importantly, seizing a spot to the women's candidates in Toronto. Muzychuk also winning, so that she is remaining toe-to-toe, just a half point behind Vaishali.
Yes, and meanwhile, slightly lower down on the boards, we saw some dramatic games, especially the win from Munguntul. We'll be talking more about her shortly. And also by Pia Cramling down on board 6, who suddenly has a chance, if results go her way, at the candidates as well. So let's check out those standings.
Let's go there, and you can see at the top of the table, Vaishali leads with 8 points, but half a point behind Muzychuk, and this is where it gets complicated because we have Munguntul can clear 3rd place with 7 points, but there are 4 players with 6.5 points trailing. Now, even those players with 6.5 points, if they win and the results go their way, well, they could be joining Vaishali in Toronto. But one person who can also relax is Muzychuk. She's already grabbed her spot there already.
Yep, so Vaishali, she's playing for tournament victory. She's playing for the Grandmaster title if she wins, and she's already wrapped up the candidates. But anyone, even down to 11th place, even down to Mainava, on 6 points right now, has a chance at the candidates. Due to those tie breaks, we see the TB1, and due to Munguntul's tie break not being the highest, 2440 average opponents, -1, minus the lower rated opposition. Yeah, anyone has a chance. There's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, and that means that we are going to keep our eye on the top 8 boards of the women's section. And here we go, the final pairings. And Munguntul faces off against, well, she's probably been in the form of her life, Vaishali. She recently got her 3rd Grandmaster norm, and now she is going to Toronto. Well, we'll see how that one happens. And then we have Pia Cramling against Muzychuk, and Zhongyi, Mammadzaa, and Tsolakidou against Antoinette Stefanova. And wow, this is still fantastic.
It's still fantastic. And we should mention on top board, Munguntul needs to win for a Grandmaster norm. She needs to win to guarantee her spot in the candidates. Meanwhile, Vaishali as black just needs a draw to confirm her status as the winner of the Women's Grand Prix.
Yes, and well, that is going to be a very interesting matchup. And well, when we take a look at the standings and the results from yesterday in the open section. And talking about decisive day, I mean, that's the understatement of the day, to be honest with you. I mean, check out that. 7 decisive results on the top 7 boards. That's like probably unheard of in a big Swiss and such a strong Swiss event like this one. Hikaru Nakamura simply outclassing Fabiano Caruana, playing a perfect game. Vidit just being superior in the tactics against Bogdan Daniel Deak, and Andrey Esipenko overpowering Parham Magsoudlou.
Yeah, and those will be our 3 leaders heading into this final round. We also saw wins from Vincent Keymer, Arjun Erigaisi and Alexander Predke. Those 3 also have a shot at the candidates, and also a win from Anish Giri, who has the role of spoiler. And here we do see what we're left with right now with 1 round to go. 3 outright leaders chased by 3 opponents. And Esipenko with the superior tiebreak right now. So he has the best chances on paper of qualifying for the candidates. With a win, he'll bank it. With a draw, most likely. Nakamura and Vidit also up there. Vidit, he's so unfortunate after such a fantastic tournament. His fate is actually out of his own hands. He's relying on other results due to his slightly inferior tiebreak there. But Predke, Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer in must-win situations if they want any chance.
Yes, absolutely. I think Vincent Keymer is certainly in a must-win situation and also has the hope that all the other results go his way. But whereas Esipenko and Hikaru Nakamura, a win, they are through.
Yeah, and let's check out the pairings. What do we have to look forward to here? It's big clashes. The score group on 7.5, the leaders, they've all actually played each other already. So we do get the excitement of the downfloats, meaning players in must-win situations. Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit Gujarati against Alexander Predke. And those are 7.5 versus 7 points. Anish Giri, meanwhile, he's upfloated to Andrey Esipenko. Tough pairing for both. And Esipenko with more at stake in that one.
Yeah, and then we have Fabiano Caruana facing off against Vincent Keymer, and Parham Magsoudlou playing Nikita Vityugov. These 2 are on 6.5 points and are out of the running for the candidate spots. But, the game's also starting half an hour earlier. Do you think that's going to impact?
It's guaranteed to impact the players, impact something at least. We saw it when the game started 3 hours early, just a couple of days ago. The players, some of them were put off their stride. We'll be focusing very much on the top 8 boards in the women and the top 4 boards in the open section. That's where the stakes are. But this is board 1 for the women. Munguntul is the first to arrive. She's awaiting Vaishali. What are your predictions today, Jovanka, or is that just a moot question?
That is definitely a very hypothetical question. But when it comes to this particular matchup, Munguntul needs to win, whereas Vaishali can kind of keep it solid. But then again, a draw is not going to be great for Vaishali. Because Munguntul with a relatively low FIDE rating, 2366. Well, Vaishali's not going to actually win any points, and she needs to pass the 2500 rating mark if she wants to achieve her childhood dream of becoming a grandmaster.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, both players need to win for various reasons. Vaishali would love that grandmaster title, and Munguntul would love the grandmaster norm and the candidate spot. Meanwhile, in the open, here we see the media mass just waiting the players. We still have 4 minutes till the games kick off. Due to the earlier start, it feels like players leaving it more last minute than ever as they go for their last minute preparations.
Yes.
But soon arriving, soon kicking off.
Yes. And while the players are arriving to their boards, maybe we can take a look at the prizes, because the prizes are fabulous in this event. Huge money up for grabs. And let's take a look at the open. First place will nab $80,000. Second place, $60,000. There's even prize for someone who finishes in 46th place.
Yeah, so plenty to play for all the way down the standings. And of course, top 2, whether that's on tiebreak or outright score, will qualify for the candidates as well. Let's check out the the prizes in the women's section where, again, 23 prizes at stake for 50 players. Not too bad at all. And, of course, first place, $25,000. Second, $17,500. Those would be accompanied by candidate spots as well.
Yep. And Vaishali, if she wins, she secures herself first place, $25,000 outright. And also, she's already secured herself that place in the candidates. And also draw, as you mentioned, would also secure her first prize, guaranteed.
Yeah, she has the superior tiebreak, Vaishali. So a draw would be enough if she just wants tournament victory. The Grandmaster title might have to wait though a bit longer. And okay, where is Vaishali? Not yet at the board. We still have a couple of minutes left. And meanwhile, on board 2, I'm looking forward to this one. A juicy game ahead of us here. Pia Cramling against Anna Muzychuk. Pia could, if she wins, qualify for the candidates.
I know. I mean, things have to go her way. But absolutely, it would be fantastic to see Pia. She's one of the oldest participants in this event.
I think the oldest.
The actual oldest in both events?
Definitely in the women's.
Definitely in the women's, yeah, absolutely.
Possibly in the Open, I'm not sure. But either way, that would be a fantastic result for her. She's on a winning streak as well. She's won a few games on the bounce, Pia Cramling. Meanwhile, we do see the top board clash now between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura, both with massive followings, of course, both with a lot of fans out there. Arjun needing to win. I think a draw, he will not have any chance of qualifying for the candidates. And Hikaru, meanwhile, he's got a few paths. He'll probably be in the candidates either way, by rating or by spot here in the Grand Swiss. But of course, he wants tournament victory. And this is board 2 between Vidit and Predke. Yep. Vidit, of the leaders, he's the only one with white. Do you think that will give him an advantage in the last round, Jovanka?
Yeah, it certainly does. But to be honest with you, I think this is the round where nerves matter. I mean, Vidit just has to control any impatience that he might be feeling, any excitement, any emotion. And we can see Vidit there looking around. For Predke, I mean, I guess the results is kind of out of his hand, you know, whether he actually gets to the candidates or not. So he does have that freedom, but Predke, he's a very ambitious player, plays in a very sharp style. Do you think that this pairing will actually suit Vidit?
It might do, at least in terms of being able to get a full-blooded fight, to get a proper game. I don't think Predke will. I don't think he knows how to shut things down kind of risk-free, but I definitely don't think he'll try and force a draw or anything. Head-to-head, we see that they've never played each other actually in classical chess, and that means that it might be a bit of an unknown quantity in the game, and these are their paths to the top. Of course, Vidit, the reason his tiebreak is slightly lower is because he lost round 1. But what a bounce back it's been ever since, as we see him now meditate before the start of the game.
Yep.
We're used to seeing this common occurrence at this point in the
yes.
tournament.
Absolutely. So Vidit there with his pre-game ritual. I actually asked him about this yesterday, but he didn't want to reveal what he was doing, you know, whether he was visualizing. He said some things are best kept a mystery. And in the background, we also see Saga Shah and our reporter, John Saunders, who's been producing great reports on the Isle of Man.
Yeah. Go check those out on the Isle of Man website. But in the meantime, it looks like Predke is pretty much mirroring Vidit here. It looks like he's doing some meditation of his own. Both players trying to get in the zone now. And
Arjun Erigaisi also looking like he... And they are off. And we see Arjun Erigaisi open up with the e-pawn, and Hikaru, well, he means business. It's a Sicilian from him.
Okay, so we will get a fight in this game. Hikaru has been dabbling in the Sicilian recently, after playing e5 as black for most of the last decade or two. And knight c6, we get an open Sicilian. This is going to be exciting stuff. We'll keep you up to date, of course, with all of the openings. We've just had liftoff everywhere. Most games are not beyond move 1, move 2 at this point. But Jovanka, an open Sicilian, is this a surprise?
It is a surprise. And, you know, Hikaru, when he wants to, he can really lock down the game. But for him to actively take this style, you know, and this approach, because Erigaisi is known as a dynamic player, but this opening Hikaru used to successfully defeat quite a few players, I think Wesley So in the American Cup.
Yeah, he's been using it with success recently. This can, what's this exactly called? E5 first.
Is it not the Kalashnikov?
Kalashnikov, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can transpose to other branches like the Sveshnikov. But here black has stayed very flexible with no knight on f6 yet, meaning that white's bishop cannot come out to g5 to pin anything. And very often white's knight just gets kicked back, and it becomes very positional, actually, much more so than most open Sicilians, where it's just about kind of mutual attacks on opposite flanks.
Yeah. And, well, this shouldn't come as a surprise to Arjun Erigaisi, because I remember Hikaru using this at the American Cup with great success. And also he's played this many times online.
Yeah. And Erigaisi, normally he's one to play instantly, blitz out all of his moves as long as he's prepared. And therefore he plays a very quick knight to a3. This looks a bit unorthodox, but the c3 square is being reserved for white's other knight. And he's hoping now for a transposition into the Sveshnikov main line, where black would, for example, play a move such as a6. Let's put that on the board. And maybe now knight f6, when things would transpose back towards more classical waters, b5, knight d5, or bishop takes knight first. And yeah, very well-known theoretical grounds there, as Giri photobombs in the background.
Yeah, he does. So, well, this game is going to be very exciting. But let's go down to board 2, where I know only one move has been played by each of them. But what made me draw attention to this game was that Predke paused.
Okay.
So usually we've seen Vidit, the clock is pressed and he spends about a minute or so just to adjust to the surroundings and get used and visualize things and just get himself in the right frame of mind. But this time Vidit played quite quickly d4, and it was Predke who hesitated, and now after 2 minutes thought played a d5.
Yeah, interesting mind games afoot here. Vidit in the last few rounds has been playing some e4 as white, so maybe switching it up there on move 1, already causing the first small surprise. But Predke eventually reacts with the Queen's Gambit accepted, taking this pawn on c4. A very solid choice. Now it's up to Vidit how he wants to react. Will he play the somewhat fiery e4? Will he go more classical grounds and play e3 either now or on the next move and just try to regain his pawn? It's not a real gambit though, the Queen's Gambit, at least in this fashion. And he plays knight f3 first, hinting that he will just play e3. More modest, but yeah, that is the main line after all.
And yeah, playing e3, he's trying to get a solid position and trying to invite the complications from Predke. Okay, well, we'll see how this game develops, and let's move down to Anish Giri against Andrey Esipenko.
Okay, and this one, the players showing far different body language to the other games, where they were more, they were more stoic in the other games. This one, Anish Giri leaning into the board. It is the Queen's Gambit declined this time. Let's just quickly go from the start, d4, d5. And okay, by transposition, the exchange variation, bishop f4. Black's been clever with a move order here, putting a bishop on e7, not allowing white's bishop to land on g5. And yeah, it's an argument, right, whether the white bishop's better on f4, better on g5. And Giri smiles as now he starts to meditate after this move, bishop f5. A bit of a rare one. I do believe that black usually just castles, but bishop f5, there's two downsides to this. Firstly, you are abandoning protection of b7, but this takes a lot of time. It's quite committal if white goes for that pawn immediately. Second of all, white does have some pawn pushes, h3, g4, quite quickly in this game to attack this loose bishop.
Yes, I think that's the main point, right? So you just expand as much as you can on the king's side, because queen b3, we got to show the way that black is going to defend the b7 points.
Yep.
He can do it by going knight to c6.
Yeah, and the idea is if queen takes pawn, the black knight will land on b4 and actually come in before white's finished development with a nasty fork. Also, white's queen suddenly lacking squares after moves like rook to b8. There's no retreat via a6, for example. So this one is a bit risky. Of course, the knight sitting on c6 isn't the best piece in the world. It often blocks its c-pawn, which wants to sit either on c6 or c5. But yeah, it's unclear whether, which side's benefited simply. Queen on b3, knight on c6, both misplaced. And Anish, maybe not having prepared for it, maybe that's what elicited the smile. And that would be good news for Andrey Esipenko with the superior tiebreak if he's landing the first surprise here. Maybe we can check out the head-to-head between these two players.
Yeah, let's go there. And we can see that Anish does have the advantage, having won 2 games and the rest being draws. Well, but we have to remember also Esipenko is quite young. So that you can see that he was born in 2002.
anyone born in the 2000s or later is young.
I know.
But,
well, yeah, in my book, they're like 15, but they're
They're all
not.
12. No, but of course, experienced Grandmaster at this level already. Esipenko, he had a very strong run in the Grand Swiss 2 years ago. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen in classical chess. He's done a lot in a short career.
Yeah.
And this one might be the most difficult test of all, holding his nerve with black against Giri. These are their runs to the top, where Esipenko's done it smooth and steady, fast start, whereas Giri has only really perked up in the last couple of rounds. He's now on a 2-game winning streak, having defeated Niemann in a close to 100-move game yesterday.
Yes, and well, very tense battle already. And let's go down to our fourth board. Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer. Now, Vincent is in a must-win situation. He probably has the biggest job of all, right? You know, because he has to defeat Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. And also, Fabiano will perhaps not be in a peaceful mood after yesterday's defeat at the hands of Hikaru.
Yeah, and maybe that's good news. That's the main good news for Vincent here as black. He's hoping that Fabiano lets him fight, lets him get a double-edged game. Already there's a pawn structure that could go either way, with white having very weak c-pawns, doubled c-pawns. But on the downside for black, white is quite quick to build a big pawn center here. Bishop takes c3, as far as I know, isn't the main move. It's an option. But in this position, it's far more typical for the top players these days to strike with d5, and it goes into more Queen's Gambit decline territory. But Vincent taking risks, you can tell early. He needs a win, and he needs every other result to go his way.
Do you think Fabiano opening with the d-pawn, especially when throughout this event he's been consistently opening with the e-pawn, he did the same in the US Championships, suddenly minor surprise for Vincent?
Yeah, of course he'll have studied this before, but yeah, minor surprise. Fabiano maybe just wanting to switch things up, maybe sick of e4 after losing against it yesterday. Often after a loss, you just want to completely refresh, reset. I think we were doing the calculations, and Vincent has a roughly 2% chance of qualifying. He needs to win, hope other results go his way. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. There are 2 spots up for grabs, though, so some chance.
But you know, David, I'll never forget the one time we did some commentary together, just you and me, and it was just like 2-horse race finish. But then there was one person, I think it was Gukash, who had like a 0.03% chance of winning.
With 5 rounds remaining, he needed to win all 5 and hope results went his way.
And he did.
He did. So things do happen, miracles do happen in chess. Bishop g2, I'm quite optimistic about this game being a real fight, actually. It looks like no piece wanted here by Fabiano. He's taking big risks. Black actually has two different setups here. You can play with c5 and or e5. You want to put pawns on dark squares, and then you want to blockade before surrounding and going for this c-pawn. Meanwhile, white needs to play very dynamically. We might even see e4, f4, 4-pawn attack from Fabiano. He's definitely not holding back himself in this one, despite his tournament victory chances having disappeared after yesterday.
And now that would be exciting to see 4 pawns attack on the board. Okay, so we're going to focus on the top 4 games in the open section and the top 8 games in the women's section. And let's go over to Munguntur against Vaishali, because Vaishali already declaring her intentions. She's feeling ambitious, placing the pawn to g5.
Wow, does she not realize she only needs a draw to win the tournament? Vaishali playing really ambitious chess here. Maybe she just, now she's qualified for the candidates, she just wants that Grandmaster title. She wants it done and dusted, and she knows her opponent needs to win as well. Let's go from the very start here. We see e4, e5, the Spanish, the Roy Lopez, and probably it's the Morphy defense, the Morphy variation, Jovanka. We've come to that conclusion. Every branch of the Spanish is the Morphy.
It is actually. I think it's a Morphy defense Anderson variation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Named after Adolf Anderson, I guess. But yeah, d6. I used to know this as the Steinitz deferred.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. How things change. d6, whatever it's called. This did happen in the game. Bishop d7, and look at this, castling very early. This is normal for white. White usually plays rook e1, d4. Black takes the early commitment of the white king, though, very literally, and says, okay, you've castled too soon, bang, g5. And Vaishali, she's done really well this tournament on the back of attacking chess. Looks like she's doing the same, Jovanka.
She absolutely is doing the same, and she's played a fantastic event, and she did exactly the same in the Qatar Masters Open. And here, just having a look at the theory. Only one game on my database where someone has played g7, g5. Everyone else has been playing a little bit more cautiously with knight e7, maybe bishop e7, and g5 on the board. And, well, white in that particular game responded with d4.
Yeah, we're normally taught if someone attacks you on the flanks, on the wings, then strike back in the center. And here, black's king is the one stuck in the center, so d4 would make a lot of sense. For Munguntul, it might be a bit scary being hit by this opening bomb, being hit with a surprise early on, being attacked so soon. But she should actually embrace it because a win for her is paramount. She needs to win for GM norm and to clinch the candidate spot. And it's nice that the opponent's fighting, not kind of curling up and being solid. We expect d4. I guess black will react with g4.
Yeah.
Trying to alleviate some pressure on the center indirectly, attacking this knight. And if the knight moves, then yeah, firstly a dilemma. Do you go to the side of the board where you look pretty dim on the rim, or do you retreat? She does play d4. The other option would be to release some tension on e5, but I have seen variations like this before where black's actually happy to sacrifice a pawn on f3 just to try and open up the white king, even if queens come off the board. Actually, I might even have studied this before years ago. Getting flashbacks, but it was a long time back. So either way, it's shaping up to be a really attacking fight, double-edged fight even after g4.
g4, well, d4 on the board, g4 played. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game continues. And let's move down to Pia Cramling against Anna Muzychuk. And Anna really isn't in a must-win situation, but obviously she would love to be the women's Grand Swiss winner. And now she's also been playing a sharp opening.
Yeah, very sharp opening. Let's quickly go from the start. We have 8 moves, but we did actually see move 1 begin with the Reti, and it soon transposed into a Slav defense with white playing c4. The Queen's Gambit was declined with the Slav, which is the move c6. And okay, this variation with queen to d3, which I have seen Pia employ before, I believe. Queen to d3, the idea is to hold the c4 pawn with the queen while playing as quickly as possible for this break in the center with e4. It follows one of the main lines by trading off a set of pawns. The white queen, the downside of bringing her out too early in any game is that she gets booted around, being the highest valued piece. Anytime she gets hit, she has to run. So queen d3, a third move with the white queen, but on the bright side, white gets the pawn center, and I believe there are a few moves here, but you can very quickly play for c5, I think with or without a bishop on b7 in this position. But Anna Muzychuk, it looks like she's been surprised, spending a bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, and you're right. The main move in the position is to go c5 immediately.
Yeah, you need to strike quickly normally once your opponent occupies the center. The longer you leave it, the more options you give your opponent. Black's a bit cramped, so why not strike out? But it's maybe a scary move to play if you're unfamiliar with the nuances.
And also, the queens might get traded off. So, for instance, after c5, white could just simply go pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
And after queen takes queen.
A position such as this one.
Exactly. And then Anna Muzychuk will be thinking, what are the winning chances here? It's a kind of a risk assessment, right?
Yeah, we should mention if Anna Muzychuk wants to win the tournament outright, then she needs to win. A draw and she will not win the tournament. She might get joint first in terms of prize money, but the title will go to Vaishali, who's got the superior tiebreak. So Anna Muzychuk also in a must-win situation. It's actually funny, nearly everyone's in a must-win situation in the women's event for various different reasons. Norms, title, money, candidate spots. So yeah, c5. She has been playing the Queen's Gambit accepted a lot recently, Anna Muzychuk. So c5 goes into a similar type of position to that. I'm wondering what else. b4 just actually helps black to helps white even to clamp down on c5, so I don't predict this one.
Bishop b7 is the other move, and I guess if she wants to avoid the trade of queens, maybe knight bd7.
Yeah, knight bd7, and yeah, I guess white has options such as e5, and it just depends whether you like this pawn structure, which is pretty much a French defense now. I don't believe that this is in Anna's repertoire. I don't think she'll be liking this cramped nature where the light squared bishop will be stuck behind the pawn chain forever. So I'm expecting c5, and the game will go on. There we go, on the board.
It is on the board.
And Pia Cramling, we should mention, she's fantastic in strategic positions, endgames. So most likely she will take the pawns off unless she's got a specific idea in mind. There we go.
Yeah. And Pia Cramling very much in her preparation, barely taking any time to think.
Yeah, and I love her style, Pia Cramling. I read this book recently, or a few years back, Chess for Life
Yeah, me
by
too.
Matthew Sadler and Natasha Reagan, and it had a chapter dedicated to Pia,
Yeah.
and her style and her the way she approaches chess now, kind of as a more experienced player, and
Yeah.
really enlightening.
Definitely, that book is well worth reading. I especially enjoyed the chapter on Keith Arco, and his favourite pawn structure, the Carlsbad. And well, if we move down to board 3, everyone being in a must-win situation, everyone is playing quite aggressive chess, because now the black's last move is h7, h5. Let me just see. Has this been tried before?
I believe it's a common idea in this type of position, at least in the last few years. It just stops white essentially from advancing easily on the king side. G4, G5 is white's main plan, and that's been cut out. But on the downside for black, castling king side seems less tempting now, less viable as an option, because you've kind of committed a weakness. Normally white just kind of gets on with it. Queen d2, castles queenside. Later white can slow play at g3, h3, then kind of play g4, g5.
And interesting enough, Tan Zhongyi playing e4.
Yeah,
that's already a small surprise on the first move, because, you know, whenever I've looked at her games, it's always like d4 and some kind of slow system there. But
this is true. Definitely feels like players are taking risks, just getting as aggressive positions as possible. Okay, knight d5. That's the other really fashionable move that's just kind of become popular in the last few years alone. Often just arguing that, okay, this pawn structure historically has been frowned upon. Bishop takes knight has been played. It was frowned upon for white for a long time, because black will very quickly get the move f5 in. Black can even play, I'm expecting the move g6 here. Black can even play bishop h6, trade off the dark squared bishops in some variations. But it has been discovered that white just has very good chances to fight for space on the queen side. White can even play what used to be called anti-positional moves like g4, g5, kick away the black knight. This is trendy stuff. Both players clearly well prepared as they blitz. It's now move 11.
Yep.
And I think Mammadzaa, due to her tie breaks, she's one of the players who cannot get a candidate spot, but she can certainly get a massive prize if she wins.
Yes.
Maybe even joint second, joint third.
Yeah, and talking about massive prize, you know, top prize for the women's section is $25,000 and then 17,000 and a half.
Okay,
7,500, that's the word.
A lot of money.
It is a lot of money. And there we can see the standings. Vaishali on 8 points, Anna Muzychuk 7.5, Munguntul 7, and there we also see Gunay Mammadzaa on 6 points.
Yeah, so she's now in 15th place due to her tie breaks not being great. So the most she can hope for is joint third by winning her game. But yeah, on tie breaks, deciding the candidate spots, it won't favour her. But Tan Zhongyi, definitely in the mix. With a win, she has fantastic chances. I think this has influenced her opening. She's getting ready to castle queenside.
Yep.
And this one, lots of open Sicilians. We like it. It means fighting chess.
It does mean fighting chess. And as we move down to board 4, Stavroula Tsolakidou against Antonetta Stefanova, and Stavroula having a great run. You know, she played great chess at the European Club Cup, and following through here as well.
Yeah, she's actually been unlucky in a few games. One game earlier in the tournament, she hung her rook in one move against Anna Muzychuk in a drawn position. There were a couple of times she had winning chances in games, and she let it slip. So she's been one of the more impressive players, just needing to finish off her chances. This game hasn't progressed too far. We won't go too deep, but it's the main line of the Spanish, probably the Morphy defense. At this point, everything's the Morphy here. But yeah, essentially Stefanova, she's had this position hundreds of times before in her career. I've seen her play bishop b7 before, I think. I've seen her play knight to a5 before, knight b8 before. This is where things branch, and she's already spent 15 minutes showing that the nerves are jangling already in such a high-stakes game. She needs to win as black. Both players need to win. Yeah. And yeah, this one we'll catch up later when it gets a bit more dramatic.
Okay, shall we move back to the open section?
Okay, let's jump back there. And where to begin?
Yeah, let's focus our efforts on the top 4. So let's revisit Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura. And we've had some progress there in the opening.
Yeah, we have. We've had 3 moves since we were last here. We left it after white playing slightly odd-looking knight to a3, but this is justified, as we see, by giving the other knight a retreat square, bishop e6, and yeah, Nakamura, he's very much steering clear of the Sveshnikov Sicilian that would have arisen from b5 or knight to f6. He's resisting both of those moves for now, just to avoid transpositions into other more forcing theory. Bishop e6, basically just leaving these pieces flexible, and arguing that actually b5 might be a bit of a threat soon to attack both of these knights. Whoops, if I can draw arrows. And knight c4 getting off the side of the board, normally a good sign. Now knight f6 and okay, a4. Bishop g5 I believe is the main move here with a lot of theory, but a4 and rook to c8.
Yeah.
Okay, what to make of this?
It's that ultimate battle, right? You know, white is going to go knight to e3. Well, first up, can you... Because normally you go knight e3, but you do it after you've gone bishop g5 and you traded the bishop for the knight on f6, and then you go knight e3, and it becomes a big strategical battle about, you know, whether white's control of the d5 square is enough to compensate for black's dynamic play with the bishop pair. And, yeah, but... Now, can you do bishop g5? Because there's a lot of pressure against the knight on c4. It's a loose piece.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, as you mentioned. Knight d4, I think, tends to be the main idea for black in these positions. And as far as I know, my limited knowledge, a4 tends to be not the most useful move here. It's more important to try and develop. The main line would have started with bishop g5, and after rook c8, as you mentioned, Jovanka, here you can, for example, take this knight, and black often actually takes with the pawn. If you take with the queen, the white knight actually has an even quicker route into this beautiful outpost on d5. You can play knight to b6, hit the rook, gain more time, and when the rook moves, then jump back, and you've kind of got a positional advantage here long term. It's hard to evict this knight from the dream outpost. But yeah, as far as I know as well, in this type of position, black even plays rook b8, sometimes just to avoid that knight b6 trick. But even positions like this, black's move would then be to play knight to d4. And now I really don't think Erigaisi would prioritize playing a4. It's not a threat at all to play b5, only loosening for black if anything. So definitely, just judging by the clock times as well, it feels like Erigaisi's the first one to be surprised. Yeah, a4 doesn't feel like the most useful move if he's going to go for this setup of the positional maneuver, exchanging the knight, then dropping his knight and bringing it into the center. I think Nakamura might have tricked him with the move order.
I think he has, and you're right. I mean, there have been games in this particular, and I can see actually white still has a high score, 50% wins and 20% draws, but very dynamic games because black does have a win rate of 30%.
Okay, so not too shabby for either side. Yeah, I'm expecting knight d4 here for Nakamura, just to put pressure on this knight. And once the knight retreats, black has various ways of playing. You could just kind of play it simply. Yeah, this knight looks hard to evict though now on d4. Yeah, looks like strong knight. White will need to at some point play knight d5 and then c3 to kick the knight out. But you can tell Nakamura, he's preparing. Normally when he looks to the heavens like this, off to one side, he's recalling something. And once he has remembered, he'll make his move. I'm expecting this one.
Yeah, no hesitation there from...
Knight b4.
Knight b4, okay.
Similar idea, just different square.
Yeah, that's not as played. And there, white's idea... Well, white plays knight e3 and black does exactly the same, bishop e7.
Yeah, so this one, knight b4, this is also, you talk about consequences, Jovanka. The consequence of white playing a4 is that there's no influence over b4, not yet at least, and this is also aimed at stopping white's knight from landing on d5. Now there's an extra piece. Controlling that square, extra pressure on c2 indirectly. Yeah, I quite like Nakamura's chances at this early stage.
Wow, I'm just looking at this knight b4 move, and the earliest game was played in 1965.
Wow, top players, they know their history.
They do know their history, and then, I mean, then for some reason the last game was in 2012.
Okay.
Not played at all.
When Erigaisi was like 3 years old.
Oh, please don't say that.
No, I'm joking. He wasn't. No, but either way, Nakamura, yeah, it's not something I've seen him delve into too often, so definitely the first one to launch a surprise, and we saw how that paid off against Fabiano yesterday. Okay, let's leave Erigaisi to think. Of course, there's nothing at all fundamentally wrong with white's position. White still has great control, great grip over the center, but at least psychologically, on the back foot.
Do you think also psychologically that Arjun will be recalling what happened to him in this last event that he played? You know, there he got a difficult opening, but he survived and he actually clung on so that it was a draw. And then at the final minute, he blundered a rook.
Too soon, Jovanka. Too soon. Of course, there's always going to be ghosts for chess players. We're always haunted by our losses. And that one, he would have won the tournament, right? Or would have at least come joint first and had a playoff had he drawn.
Yeah.
But maybe the more he's in these high-pressure last round situations, the more comfortable he'll start feeling. It can't go worse than that last round. I guess in Qatar recently.
Well, I do remember that Fiona asked him, and he was very kind of like, no, you know, that's in the past. He's worked a lot on being tough, but still, it's not that long ago.
Not that long ago. And okay, we'll leave Erigaisi to stew in this position. I'm slightly disappointed by what's happened on board 2 with Vidit and Predke, because it's a symmetrical position and the queens are off. Vidit has the worst of the tiebreaks amongst the leading score group, so for him, much more so than for Esipenko and Nakamura. A win would be priceless here. A draw might not be enough, and okay, he's gone for a very solid position. Still some venom here. Well, we should mention black cannot relax too soon, because black's king is actually vulnerable. There are sufficient pieces left. And white has ideas like putting the knight on c4, even coming knight to b3, hitting this bishop. But this is still well-known theory, and if black knows his stuff, I do believe bishop coming to b5 is the well-known antidote to white's setup. This could fizzle out.
Yeah, it could very well fizzle out. But on the other hand, you know, we know that Predke is an ambitious play. He thrives in tactical positions. Perhaps Vidit is just adapting his style, so he's like, okay, let's take it into a positional game, reduce the risk, and try to get Predke to create chaos.
Makes sense. No chaos to be seen in this one, and I don't think there will be any at all, but playing the man, maybe you have to play the tournament situation though sometimes. And he's done really well, Vidit. He's actually better, I feel, in really tense positions with lots of kind of rich possibilities and as much tension as possible. In simplified positions, I don't think he excels as much as some. So we'll see. Bishop to b5, just trading off the light squared bishops, is known as a way towards equality.
Yeah, and well, we see Predke plan that bishop maneuver, and I recall that there is some venom there. I remember Cramling was using this system a lot with the white pieces, and but then again, Cramling is Cramling, and he plays great positional chess.
Yep. So we'll see what Vidit has up his sleeve shortly. I'm also looking at the clock time. If you go into this type of quieter position, you really need to know exactly what setups you're going to use, how to pose problems to black. I think if you freestyle, then things will fizzle out very quickly. And you need to be accurate here to have any pressure at all.
Talking about freestyle, let's go over to board 3, because lo and behold, what is that? We see there, David. There's a rook on c5.
Wow. How did that get there? And how did white win a pawn? 2 questions that we need to answer. So after bishop to f5, when we were last here, we saw knight to e2. This is, again, kind of in this specific variation, aimed towards posing some issues to this black bishop. Castles, rook c1, and if black were to play quietly and just play a move like c6, then white could play knight to g3, coming into f5. Also could play h3, g4, launch a kingside attack. Now the center is closed, so c5 instantly, trying to open things while white's king sits in the center. Very logical play. And wow, winning a pawn simply, Anish Giri. This wasn't a blunder though from Esipenko. Surely he'd foreseen this.
I think he had foreseen it.
Knight takes d5, unleashing an attack against the bishop, and after the knight is captured, the bishop just drops back, defending the black knight, and knight c3. So Esipenko, feels like an odd time to think now. Maybe knight c3 wasn't the top computer suggestion for white. Normally the top players, they just look at what the computer says, they don't look too far beyond, but he could at the very least take this bishop and shatter the white pawn structure. Currently he's a pawn down. It's bishop pair for white. Makes sense to at least get something in return. Yeah, and
well, Esipenko thinking, and there's a weird, funny bit of information. It says on all 4 top boards, there's one player blitzing the moves, and the other one is thinking.
Yeah, on board 1, it's Nakamura who surprised his opponent and blitzed everything out. Board 2, it's Predke. Board 3, it's Esipenko until this moment. And he does have 14 minutes now more than Giri. But he needs to back it up. The onus is on black to justify the pawn sacrifice simply. On board 4 as well. Another case of one player blitzing Caruana with 1 hour 40 against Vincent Keymer, who's spent over 20 minutes.
Okay, and let's head over to that board. Because as we can see from the bird's eye view, well, it's looking sharp. You know, white has actually gone h3, g4. And to my eyes, that is a sign of ambitiousness from Fabiano.
Yeah, provocation. It feels like Vincent's saying, okay, I need to win as black. Please come at me and just leave weaknesses in your own position. Just 2 moves ago, it looked like a very standard type of position. Typical for an Imzo Indian where white has good space, good pieces, but bad pawns on the c-file, doubled pawns here. And h3, look at what Vincent says. Basically, Fabiano is saying, okay, I'm coming with g4 next. He's like, okay, do it. Do your worst. And bishop on e4. Actually, bishops on this diagonal are well known to neutralize the fianchettoed bishop.
That's true.
Quite like black's position, I've got to say. A lot of responsibility on Fabiano to create something. He's kind of committed now with his pawn structure with g4.
Yeah.
He cannot just play slowly anymore.
That is very true. But there are some issues, though, for black. Like, for instance, how are you going to untangle yourself from the pin? And
good question.
yeah, no, then okay, but I can understand the bishop on e4 is like mega annoying. But you can do some weird things. I've seen white go castles, put the rook on e1, and then and then go e3, and then go bishop f1, and then finally you're out of the bind.
Like 5 moves later?
Yeah, literally.
Once the bishops no longer stare at each other, you can play knight d2 and kick back.
And you can only get away with it because it is a closed position.
Yeah. I'm also slightly expecting Fabiano to play a move like bishop to h4. Not sure why. I just have a feeling it's nice to kind of hint at g5. Maybe not on this move, maybe a bit later, but also nice to kind of come around, sit on a square to put some pressure on black's center. But either way, Fabiano taking risks.
Yep, definitely taking risks. Fabiano meaning business, and after his loss yesterday to Hikaru Nakamura, he wants to end this tournament with a positive result. Vincent Keymer needing to win if he wants a shot at the candidates in Toronto. And there we can see the head-to-head scores between the players. And, well, just one win for Fabiano. And, whoa, there's already been a result in the women's section. We can see by the kings in the middle that it was a draw between Leia Garifalina and Leila Yavakishvili. That's interesting because Garifalina, with a victory, might have secured a spot in the candidates if results had gone her way.
Yeah, I'm speechless because a win and she would have had fantastic chances for the candidates. Maybe she was disappointed, Garifalina. We saw her yesterday on camera having blown a win, completely winning position against Stefanova. But yeah, with white in the final round, a win would have guaranteed a huge amount of money. It would have maybe got a spot in the candidates.
Interesting.
I don't really understand. She was half a point ahead of her opponent as well, Yavakishvili, who had very slim chances, if any. So, yeah, anticlimax on this board.
Yeah, and actually, can we pull up the standings of the women's? Because I just want to check out Garifalina's tie breaks. And there she's on 24.69, which is higher than Munguntu.
She has the highest tie breaks out of anyone in the top 7. So for Garifalina to agree a draw with white.
That still means there is a chance if results go her way.
Yeah, but she needs now Munguntul to lose. She needs Vaishali to win on board 1.
Yep.
She's very much putting her fate in someone else's hands. Surprise result, but it means we have fewer boards to focus on, to dedicate our time to.
Yep, okay. Let me write that down. Half a point. Surprising. But, okay. And shall we go back to... we've got to go to top board in the women's section because take a look at this. Chaos has ensued in this position. We see the black queen on h5. There's a rook on e4. The black king is open. First up is Vaishali to play.
Do you think Garifalina, she's so spot on with her evaluation that she's kind of seen Vaishali has an attacking position, seen Vaishali is doing very well, and therefore bailed out in her game with the draw, just predicting this result in advance. That would be incredible. But I mean, we have had a few moves, and like you said, it's crazy on the board right now. We saw g4 just a few turns ago attacking the white knight, and knight h4 is risky. There's a choice. You can take on e5, you can go back with the white knight even, but knight h4 does allow this trick, knight takes e4, unleashing an attack against the white knight, and that is captured. I mean, it looks so tempting right now to just not even calculate, just castle.
Yeah.
Just get out of dodge, get off the e-file.
And that is such a Vaishali type of move as well. You know, activity over everything.
Just looks strong, to be honest.
Yeah, castles queenside, and what is white going to do? I would be tempted just to develop.
Develop what?
The bishop.
Bishop to
f4.
Okay, well, there might be some tactics.
Yeah, there probably is some tactics, and then I was
something on the d-file.
Yeah, then I was kind of hoping to neutralize black's potential attack by going bishop to g3, but I see that after queen g5, there's and sure enough, castle's queenside has appeared on the board. The problem is, it's like if you do go pawn takes pawn, then you're literally opening up the whole position for the black pieces to attack.
This is slightly bizarre as well. This feels like a very last round type of game where the nerves are really playing a massive role in decision making, because it's just, you look at this position, it's wide open. Black's already somewhat ahead, got a head start with the attack here, and white's just fast asleep with her pieces on the queen side. Center opening kind of only favors one side here. Bishop takes knight, maybe she was relying upon, and something on the g4 square, but I mean, there's already tricks like d takes e5 here, and there's back rank checkmates all over the place. Black's not even sacrificed anything, yet she has an attack. She has the bishop pair, and she leads in development. Yeah. Vaishali, she could be on path to Grandmaster title today.
She could be, if she holds her nerve, as she is looking likely to do. I mean, just a fabulous position there for Vaishali. Okay, and earlier on in the tournament, the players and us were asked to name as many 2800 players, or people who had passed the 2800 mark, and have a look at what everyone said.
Vincent, congratulations. You just won a really nice attacking game against Fedosseyev. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, he's
I'm not following 2800 players. I don't care about them.
How many are there, Predke? Pro, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus.
Carlsen.
Magnus.
Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Veselin Topalov, Vladimir Kramling.
Oh my goodness, who else could there be? Vladimir Kramling, Mr. Topalov.
Karpov, was he? No.
Wesley, Nakamura, Kasparov.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think, was over 2,800 as well.
Vishy, Kramling.
Shakram Yarov. There are a few others. Why am I glitching?
Who else? Who was there?
Anand, Kasparov, Nakamura.
Famous. Fischer did not reach, so who else? Wesley also. Anish, maybe live. Anish. Yeah, he would kill me if I missed his name.
I don't know really who was there and who was not.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 11 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, and I'm joined now by CEO of FIDE himself and Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky. Welcome.
David, good to see you here.
And you've been in the Isle of Man now for a while. What do you make of how the tournament's gone so far?
Well, I think we're here and we see that interest for the final round proves the whole concept. I think it's a tremendous event, and it's as a qualifier, as a standalone event, as a way to discover new talents, as a way to make a way for opportunities for many players. And I'm excited. Yesterday was absolutely stunning round. I mean, so many decided games on the top boards. I think the first time ever, maybe, was like top 7 boards or something were decided.
It was incredible. So you're pleased with how everything's gone from the organization standpoint as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm let's say not surprised but pleased. If you remember the experience of playing an Isle of Man tournament when it was not related to FIDE was not new to me. I mean, we played together, and actually when the idea came up and I approached in 2018 Isai Schanberg, whom I want to thank here for the support for the tournament, and he supported to change the concept and to make it the event not just an open, but an open with so many participants who would be having an opportunity to compete for qualification. And ever since, it was very enjoyable journey together. And of course, I have to thank I want to thank the organizing team headed by Alan Ormsby, because for often we forget how much work actually stands behind running smoothly an event. And it's no wonder that there are very few big events of the kind, because let's say pulling a nice round robin event is nice, it's important, but it's much easier than to have an event with 164 players coming from 45 countries, taking care about the way how they revive the visas and all that, and the budget. I have to say the budget. That's the only event which provides for every single, only open event on the Swiss tournament, every single participant covering all their costs, including travel and hotels and meals and everything, plus $600,000 prize fund. That's very meaningful. But for me, once again, it's the most important thing that it provides opportunities for many players. And we see younger generation, we see those who could be called already middle-aged, because let's say you're 25, you're already becoming sort of middle-aged these days, right? You see older players, you see veterans like Pia Cramling. I mean, fantastic. She wouldn't have many tournaments like that, and she still proves to go very, very strongly. And it's exciting. It's for me, it was always a way to impact positively the chess world through the changes which FIDE undertakes.
And it's fantastic to see this all come to fruition, not for the first time now. It's such a popular event, the Grand Swiss. What's been the highlight of your time here in the Isle of Man, from watching the games or from behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think the games were exciting throughout the competition. I remember the early rounds. I was very excited by the win of Vaishali against Garifulina. Was it round 2 or 3? Great game. Exciting, absolutely. F6, E5. If you'd allow me, in my time when I played chess, I played something similar, and I sometimes I managed to, and actually I won in this very line against Boris Gelfand. The only game I managed to beat him. Classical.
Very much up your street.
Yeah,
this type of
it was chess. Very, very, and actually she strikes me as a very, let's say, unusual combination, because sometimes you have a brilliant tactical player, but she's not only a tactical player. She is versatile. She knows her openings. She can also handle endgames well. So I see a bright future. But once again, it's not only about Vaishali. She has been a story of these days, and deservedly so. But we see so many players who emerge here. Same Garifulina, who had a fantastic tournament. I don't know why she made an early draw today. It might be some sort of, maybe the disappointment yesterday was too difficult, and I know also she has a birthday today.
Wow!
So it is such a complex story, and she turned 19, and yesterday she could almost secure her candidate spot, and she was winning. I don't know I would let's say be very cautious to criticize her. We don't know the reasoning, and we don't know what were the calculations behind. But anyways, impressive. The same for Tool, who is playing board 1 with Vaishali today. strong Mongolian player who rarely had an opportunity to play these events, and suddenly she shines as. And let's not forget, here you have in the women's section not only qualification for candidates but also a qualification for Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And several players can qualify for the women's Grand Prix for the next cycle. So it's exciting, and the games have been exciting. Early rounds, Alexei Shirov played few remarkable games.
Yeah.
Fortunately, his play faded a bit towards the second half, but many excited games. And again, if we talk about seniors or veterans or so on, Alexei is what, like 51 now and 52, and he plays absolutely exciting chess.
Still,
and we often forget, because nowadays it's of course it's a zeitgeist. You would always praise the young guys and would applaud and would look for future world champion among all these talents, and you often forget that players who are 25, 30 or even 50 still exist, fight and deserve to have a chance. And I'm happy that this tournament provides this opportunity.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to sit here, watch the games up close, and maybe I could get some of your kind of thoughts on some of the games with so much at stake.
Well, yeah, thoughts of retired grandmaster.
I feel the same, don't worry.
Yeah.
Two retired grandmasters.
Well, I'm surprised why Arjun spends a lot of time on the opening, because the line is not like, I mean, it's rare, but it's not like something completely new. I remember this line was at the beginning when the Sveshnikov so-called was emerging. This line was played before Sveshnikov himself, is a funny thing.
Okay.
It was played by Bent Larsen.
Ah.
It was played by Bent Larsen in the beginning of 60s, and he played exactly this line with bishop e6 and rook c8, and not b5, because b5 is a normal move, and afterwards everybody would play b5. And there was a funny thing, because he even wrote an article dedicated to this in Dansk Bladet or something.
Okay.
And after that, he told, of course, he realized that I stopped playing this line, because otherwise I would never pen an article on that. So this line was considered to be dubious for black, but probably if Hikaru goes for that, he made him some homework and believes it's playable. But surprising is that Arjun is taking so much time. But also let's not forget that Arjun is not predominantly e4 player. He is rather d4 player. So maybe that he prepared something against Berlin,
very likely,
which was a likely choice, and then Hikaru surprised him with Sveshnikov, and here we are.
Yeah, so just a very tense position. As you say, it's a bit surprising he's thinking, unless there are some tricks in the near future. I don't really know whether knight takes e4 is ever a threat, but yeah, at some point he's going to get castled, and the game will go on. How about on board 2?
Yes, that's a very interesting. I mean,
very different type of game.
The depressive thing about the Swiss tournaments that you can play amazingly well and still have to keep winning. I mean, you already have +5. You have a TPR of over 2800, but still, let's say Vidit. And I feel sorry for Vidit if he doesn't qualify. I have to say in advance, not that I let's say forecast it, because he was so close in Baku.
Yeah,
he was actually, let's not forget, he was very close in Sochi 2021 to qualify from the previous World Cup. And now he's on +5, having an amazing tournament after unnecessary loss in the first round where he was winning. And after losing the first round, he's behind on tie breaks, and his +5 might be sufficient, but might be insufficient for qualification.
He could even win and get +6 and still not qualify.
As that would be
crazy.
That would be crazy. That's only if Esipenko wins with black against Giri. But once again, for example, a player like Vidit, who is, I mean, he's always above 2700 in last years, and still, I mean, for him, to enter the very top tournaments is almost impossible. He doesn't play the Grand Chester, he doesn't play Vike, and he has Stavanger. He has very few events to play, and for him, the only way to actually to get to the top, to elite, is to qualify through events which we organize like World Cup and Grand Swiss. It's a bit I would say in a way upsetting and somewhat unfair, but that's how the chess life was built traditionally. We now try to change it, and also I like to stress that many open tournaments become stronger these days, and it's very nice. I remember first big tournament of the kind being Gibraltar
Yeah.
Which because when I was in my prime, let's say, I was in the same situation. I was top 20 player, top 30 player, on let's say on my best maybe top 17 or something, and I never had a chance to play these events. I only once when I was world junior champion, and there was no event like Grand Swiss, so the only chance for a player who would be sub-elite player who would basically have a realistic chance to play on par with the top, just being just behind, was non-existent. I'm happy that he has this chance, and hopefully he makes it to candidates. He definitely deserves. But I want also to praise Alexander Predke, his opponent. I'm not sure many have spoken about the guy. I mean, anybody in the chess world knows Predke, a part of the fact that he quit Russian Chess Federation and now represents Serbia. You don't know. The guy is absolutely fantastic player. He's look what's scoring in this tournament. He has +4, and his average opposition is above 2700. just focuses. Look at his the players he played. He won against Duda. He drew Esipenko. He drew Erigaisi. He drew Keymer. He beat Shankland, drew Nakamura, Fedoseev, Bakro, and beat Kuzuov.
It's incredible.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible feat, and that's almost the only way for a player like him to qualify. Now, for him, it's almost unrealistic. He has to win this position with black, and that's even more difficult than winning. But I'm just outlining the issue here and the reason issue, and I'm calling on organizers of traditional events to consider it, because going time after time only picking the players, the usual suspects, even if they're a bit higher rated, I'm risking here by being, getting some unwelcoming tweets afterwards. But it's actually my duty, I think, to stand for fairness here, because I think it's for the best for all of us. I mean,
it shouldn't be controversial and giving more chances to more players. Like you said, I mean, someone as strong as Predke, he came top 10 last time as well in the Grand Swiss 2 years ago.
I mean, he's consistently good. And if you recall Grand Swiss 2019, you played there.
I did.
And you almost did made two candidates.
Don't remind me.
And to remind you, I mean, you didn't have other chance a part of that. And
this is true.
And you almost made it. And who made? Van Howell, who also didn't have another chance. Alexeyenko came third, and so on. And David Anton, who had a tremendous tournament as well. So that shows that the margins in chess are much smaller than the opportunities that players get.
This is true.
And that's the issue to be addressed. We're trying to address it as FIDE, and we do our maximum, but we also would believe that organizers of private tournaments should consider this.
Okay. No, that's interesting. As a former world junior champion, European champion, you still felt that you kind of didn't get those top invites. I certainly felt that as well when I was, like you say, when I was playing more actively. And nice to see these players emerge here. And okay, just to ask your opinion of the final games, including the leaders, Anish, Giri against Esipenko. Let's catch up with the live position. It's here. Giri's a pawn up.
Well, I think my opinion doesn't matter if we watch closely the clocks of Esipenko, who has 2 minutes more than when he started the game. So he relies on the more authoritative opinion. So he knows that it's 0:00, 0:20.
They started with 1 hour 40, so he spent a little bit, but not much. But still, the same point I think is
it's valid. Yeah, I believe he knows it's a draw, but he would have to demonstrate how to hold it.
Yeah, so he's banking on his high tie breaks, and a draw for him.
That's the only correct strategy. He has a very high tie break. You do not expect him to try and beat Giri just to take this chance. I mean, if he would need it, but I think with the draw he's like 80% likely to qualify. So I think he's doing the right thing. For Giri Giri doesn't have any single chance to qualify from here, but a win today would catapult him in a FIDE circuit. He would earn more points there and would actually yes. So that's also an important game for him. So it's very interesting how it will unleash.
It's as if, I mean, we couldn't have scripted it any better, right? Everyone's got to win for some reason or other, like various different parts.
Absolutely. I think in open tournament we have absolutely outstanding balance of number of participants and number of rounds. In women's, I think we should do better next time, maybe
More
have
players?
more players. Because with 50 players, 11 rounds, it starts to be a bit complex because you have, I mean, sometimes you have a player who is a contender who plays someone who is not a contender.
Yeah.
Because just so little number of players. But I think in women's section, and I would ask maybe to switch and to see some games there.
Yeah. Let's
Because
jump.
one of the ideas to have the events together was to promote more girls and to have more chances for them to be, you know, in a light level. Because otherwise, often we hear that people just wouldn't know who are the best women players today. They wouldn't know much about their playing style. And here we could see, I mean, Vaishali, we see Muzychuk, but Tan, but we see also new players, Stavroula, Mainarva, players who never had a chance before. Now they're competing for top places. Some of them would qualify to Grand Swiss. To Grand Prix, and who would be the second qualifier to women's candidates in Toronto? It's also interesting.
Yeah, and talking of the candidates in Toronto, are you excited that for the first time, I guess, in history, the candidates will be taking a place alongside each other, the Open and the Women's?
Not only I'm excited, I came up with this idea, so
okay.
so I am. So basically, that was an idea also connected with the promotion of women's game, because we believe that by having the event together, we would give additional promotion to women participating in the event. I think the idea is nice. We also plan to have it on the levels that would allow for broadcast, not only for, let's say, live broadcast, but a lot of storytelling behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And that, I think what we lack in chess, that our women chess players should also become role models, which happens often in with men, because many of them are, you know, either streaming or playing a lot, or with women is less, and we have to provide this, you know, to try to provide a vehicle for that. And I think by having the very top tournament like candidates in a place like Toronto, where many streamers hail from, so it will be additional coverage for the event. I think it was a good idea.
Okay, so that's something FIDE is actively working on to promote the women's side of the game.
Definitely.
As well. Okay, that's great news. And I mean, this is again a position that probably suits your style more than mine. What would you make of this one? It looks
very bad for white.
Yeah.
Ask me. I mean, I don't know what's a computer evaluation. I don't see the bar, but I see the bar now.
Yeah.
But it's even, I think it's even worse than the bar indicates. I just cannot see how white can play. I mean, if she captures on g4, there will be all the tempi, there's e5, d5, g file is open. Yeah. I would say it looks very bad. I would be surprised if Mungutul would survive here. But what about second qualifier? I think Tan had the most chances going into the last round, probably, because she has a good tiebreak. So a win today would guarantee her place, I think, now. Even if Mungutul makes a draw, unless Mungutul wins.
Yeah, Mungutul, if she wins, she's got it. But any other result, and it opens things up for everyone. I think there's still 9 possible.
You're right. So we see here the typical knight of with f3, e5. Gudai Mammadzaa is a very well prepared usually, but today it seems that she is out prepared. She spent more time, and the position is not exactly looking bright for black. I don't know, after queen a5, what she intends to play. Does she intend to,
that's a very good point.
If she has to play knight fd7, then gh and you're basically losing, right?
Yeah, this just looks over already.
Yeah, so after queen a5, some other move is planned, but which one?
Queen a5.
Maybe I don't see. I don't see, but maybe there's. Okay, rook c8 probably.
Maybe rook c8. Yeah.
Right, but does it help much? It does help, but not much. Maybe, but does help.
At least she can move the knight somewhere.
Yes. And so it's playable for black, right?
Looks that way, unless white has something big here that I don't see.
Well, Tan is a player you can never. I mean, the one player you can never predict what she's gonna be is Tan. Yeah. She can crush absolutely top players.
I've seen it before.
To remind you, in women's candidates, she beat in matches Lagno and Goryachkina, two much higher rated players and so on, in the match, not in the game. But at the same time, like yesterday, I don't understand what she exactly was aiming for, because she still needs to qualify. So she could quietly play with Vaishali, but she played very risky line.
Very sharp.
And she didn't lose this line.
Ah, okay.
Because she spent a lot of time this rouser, which she doesn't often play, and I was surprised. But sometimes she's absolutely brilliant, and actually I have to say, once in Gibraltar I played with her, and I was a victim of her, let's say, seemingly quiet posture, which is and she's the dragon which is ready to attack you basically. So she's very strong player, and she has a very maybe most unusual playing style among all top women players.
Top women, yeah. And let's go to board 2 as well.
Yes,
you mentioned Pia Cramling a bit earlier.
Yeah, that's also interesting. I mean, we see Pia who was, I mean, she was a top women player. Let's think about that. I mean, highest women player in the world 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Let's stop and think about it.
That's incredible. And
not that the majority of the players in this tournament were not born. I mean, almost nobody was born. I mean, it's just Arakamia and maybe Sochko and maybe one more.
Stefanova, maybe.
Yeah, Stefanova, borderline. Yes.
Maybe.
So I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And now she's fighting with the players who are like 40 years younger than she is, and not only fighting, she shows excellent chess, and she's always very reserved, and I think that's the way to go, because she's very, you know, her passion for chess maybe not so loud as let's say her daughter's passion, but it's very, very strong. And I know I spoke with Pia throughout the years many times, and you know, she loves so much just to play, just to analyze, just to be in this chess atmosphere. And another thing which we often neglect, some players have it, you know, extremely impressive career in youth, and then they sort of fade away quickly. They lose their appetite for chess. They feel that they already exhaust their chess passion. And for some, I mean, the brightest example would be Kochner, for example, who would
just burns brightly throughout their lives.
Yeah, I mean, he was just unique. But let's say if we go one generation down, let's say Gelfand. The same story. I mean, maybe he is not already top 50 player, right, by rating, but the passion he has, the dedication, the readiness to analyze, the willingness to play. Actually, he was supposed to play, but due to project events in Israel, he wasn't able to. And I think it's also a matter of great importance that somebody like Pia has not only a chance, but has a opportunity, and she shows how strong she is still. I want to remind you that she became European champion, I think it was something like 20 years ago. And in 2014, it was 2014, I think, she qualified to the semi-finals of the Women's World Champion. It was a knockout by that time. So she's consistently good. It's not like that she's just, you know, oldie but goldie. She is always goldie. And I'm really happy that she's here and she's performing well. It's great. As for Anna is consistently among the very top players. She had a bit of a unsuccessful maybe year or year and a half after the COVID. But now she regained her strength seemingly. She played well in the World Cup qualifying, and then she played well in what was it, European Club Cup. She won the first board there.
That's true.
And here, I mean, Vaishali is doing miracles, but Muzychuk is predictably good.
Yes, she's been very consistent throughout, and this position roughly balanced, you would say?
Balance. I would prefer playing black, and not because now I see the bar. The bar is just
pretty much 0.0.
Pretty much zero, yeah. But these positions typically, if white doesn't have anything concrete with his pawn on e5, it becomes later a headache for white rather than for black, because it can be, I mean, typically it is either white manage quickly to capitalize on the fact that it gains space, or it would be a core for future problems. So I think it's objectively speaking balanced, but easier to play with black.
Okay, so Emil, I'm going to put you on the spot, and if you had to make a prediction now in the open section, the women's section, who are going to get those candidate spots for Toronto next year?
Vaishali.
Okay.
That's an easy one. Let's go one by one and see.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen.
We'll go back to the Open now, where this is the position. There've been a few exchanges between Erigaisi and Nakamura.
Yeah, nothing too exciting going to happen here, I think. So if we believe that it would be a draw, then Hikaru would be in a good position.
Okay, so Vidit against Predke.
Predke.
Nothing changing here.
Vidit has a slight pull. Actually, this one is the critical game as far as I understand, because Giri Esipenko would be a draw is my prediction.
Okay.
So if Giri Esipenko is a draw and Nakamura doesn't lose, and he doesn't lose, he looks okay, totally okay, Vidit needs to win, because a draw would not be sufficient, or Predke needs to win. So a question how it would unleash. I mean, it would be down to this game, and
doesn't feel like the type of position for either player to kind of go all out.
Not all out, but still to play 6 hours, quite possible.
This is this is true. I would love that.
I think Magnus would have liked to play this position with white.
Yes.
The pull is maybe not very serious, but pleasant one, because this bishop on c3 restricts you. What you play, rook g8 maybe.
Oh wow.
Oh, exactly.
Correct prediction.
So
Good
rook g8, yeah, because he needs to play knight d5.
Yeah, this pawn was hit. So
yeah, but maybe bishop c4 now to stop knight d5.
But maybe knight
bishop
e4
knight
as well.
e4, yeah. Yeah, I think now it would be critical couple of moves to see if white manages to actually have something. Let's say
maybe bishop d3 to stop knight e4 and at least tie down.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's continue with the line,
not
because that's
sure.
exciting. Because I can play knight d5 still, maybe.
Yeah, knight d5 and
You must take on h7, because otherwise why?
otherwise it's just dead
Yeah, I
equal.
go rook h8.
Yeah, bishop.
Go bishop e4 probably, and I take on c3 and bc. So I gain the line. I gain 2 bishops, but I don't have a pawn. Rook h5.
Rook h5. Okay, rook b1. Maybe a knight will sit on d4.
Yeah. Not. It doesn't resolve black's problems. Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop d3 might be a smart move.
I mean, okay, even if black plays h6, though, I'm not sure whether white what white does against knight d5.
Maybe e4.
Yeah, it's slightly risky, like you said, with the Cramling game.
But now king is on e7.
But yeah, king's on e7.
So it can happen that black is not very well coordinated. Once again, the position we're trying to find something that maybe does not exist, but Vidit has to look for it still.
Yeah.
Because Hikaru, let's get back to Hikaru again. Hikaru is doing absolutely fine. I mean, he has easy play. This knight on b4 is restricting white, and you see Arjun is not very fascinated by the position.
Yeah. He's got half the time of Hikaru, and he also needs to win. I guess Erigaisi, so a bit uncomfortable.
He needs to win, but even the win doesn't guarantee for him a
Yeah.
qualification, right?
This is true. I think it's something like 8% chance he needs to win and hope other results
Right.
go his way.
Well, so in this case, my prediction would go with Nakamura and Esipenko. If I can look again at Esipenko's game.
Yeah.
He's
no moves.
thinking. I think a lot will depend on the next move, because my understanding is that often in modern chess theory it happens like that. You follow a very long line, you stop, the evaluation is 0.15, but you don't realize that 0.15 was the only move in this position.
Yeah.
And a question if whether he comes up with this move, whether it's knight d5, whether it's rook d7, whether it's whatever, I don't know. I mean, maybe he stopped that too early.
Yeah, or rook d4 or something. I
Yeah.
He
He still needs to prove it's drawn. But I believe he's playing very good chess, very high class chess. I would, because some players have playing, let's say Arjun, he's playing extremely fascinating chess.
It's fun to watch, but a bit wild, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a high class chess. It's just absolutely, I don't know, fascinating. I mean, I watched his game. He won in one of the first round. When he played king d1 to king c2 and so on. It was absolutely, it was a chess of 22nd century. I don't know. I absolutely loved it. But Esipenko played. It's a bit like in women's tournament with Vaishali and Muzychuk. What comes first, high class or you know, imagination, and the same happening here.
It's the beauty of chess. There's no right or wrong. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I would still bet on Esipenko, who had a tremendous tournament in terms of average quality of his moves was, I think, second to none in this event.
So maybe Esipenko and Nakamura, your prediction?
Yeah.
And in the women's?
In the women's, let's see again. So Vaishali, we know for sure. Board number 1. Yeah, you see the bar dropped further on, and the position, it just deteriorated for white. I think Vaishali gonna take it.
Yeah.
So miracles do happen, but I don't see how white will survive here.
Okay, and from the chasing pack, you thought maybe Zhongyi?
Zhongyi, yeah, that's critical moment probably.
Oh, sorry,
no,
this was
it's
my
our analysis. I don't think
it was just bishop g5. My bad there.
Which is also a good move. She just wants to trade, and she has almost 20 minutes more on the clock, and she seems to be confident. If we can have a camera on her, she seems to be. Yeah, she's quiet. She's not. She's in control. Looks very unemotional, and I would think that Tan, with all her experience, let's remind that she was a women's world champion, and she won it in a knockout, in a grueling knockout, in beating. I remember the semi-final and final matches. She won against Haruka in the semi-final, coming back in a knockout 3 times, I think, throughout the match. And then she won against Muzychuk, who was a favorite. And then as I told you earlier, in 2022, she won against Lagno and Goryachkina, also on Lagno on a tiebreak, I think, and Goryachkina in the classical. So I think she's very good at money time. And now maybe it's not so much about money, but about qualification, because she's still very ambitious. Pay attention, she's the only Chinese player who travels to every single top tournament. And mind you, it's not easy to get this whole permissions and traveling and so on, but she's the only one who always travels World Rapid here.
That's a good point.
Every event. So I think she still got this ambition, and I would say that she's almost certain to make it here now, because if she wins, she cannot be outtaken by anyone except for Guntul winning again. And that looks like almost impossible.
Okay, so Emil, will shortly take a break, but final question for you. What's next for you as FIDE CEO? What's next? What can the chess world expect from FIDE?
Well, World Rapid and Blitz as usual at the end of the year.
Do we have a venue for that?
We are very cautious, let's say, announcing something before we can formally announce. I believe the announcement would come next week, and certainly by November 10. Okay. And that would be, of course, an important event as always, because not only the very fact that it's World Championship, is 4 World Championship titles on stake, but we know how much it is watched all around, how many people are following, and we will try to make it once again at the highest possible standard level. And then the candidates in Toronto, the preparations already started, the venue is already booked, the hotel is booked. So we do it in advance. We are thinking of being engaged with the let's say most professional broadcast which would be possible for this sort of event, because I think in terms of broadcast we still got room to improve. And chess can be, it's maybe not exactly as watchable as football, but still can be.
It's growing.
Yeah. Yes. So these are 2 most important things, and we hope to deliver as usual. No matter what are the times, we are not looking for excuses.
Okay, thank you, Emil, for joining us, for sharing your insight on the games, the players, and on FIDE's plans. Thank you, and we'll be back very shortly, everyone. See you soon.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family, again, Sunasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess, so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
Hello, and we are back with all the action of the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. And we give, of course, our big thanks to Emil Sutovsky for sharing with us his thoughts and his analysis of the games. And before we dive into the top games in the open section, let's take a look at this very swanky bird's eye view that we have. And immediately my eyes are drawn to the Arjun Erigaisi Hikaru Nakamura game. The pawn structure is unorthodox, and also we were discussing just there in the break that play could become very sharp if Arjun Erigaisi wishes to roll the dice.
And we think he might well try to roll the dice because he's in a must-win situation. Erigaisi, of course, he'll get a big prize with a draw, but he wants more than that. He wants a shot at the World Championship match. And actually, if he wins, not only will he potentially have a chance at the candidates, but also on the FIDE circuit, he'll be right up there. He'll be catapulted to the very top. And let's jump into this game. We were discussing in the break, Jovanka, what happens if White does gamble and plays a move like knight to d5? It feels a bit shaky, but it's predicated on this tactical fact that the rook on c8 is undefended. Suddenly on our analysis board evaluation bar, it sinks for White. So this would clearly be a mistake, but my question is why? This is an attack on the black queen, an attack on the knight. If you take this knight, you cannot take with the pawn because this rook was hanging. So if you take with the knight, then I just wanted to take back. And this looks quite healthy for White, attacking this pawn, knight e4 in the air. Suddenly you've gained a bunch of light squares. So black must have something else. Is it
knight takes c2, and the king...
The king moves?
Yeah, and probably here you can just... Can you like fight fire with fire and just go queen takes f2?
Wow.
Well, maybe not. Queen takes, and then...
Maybe it's just a really calm, kind of really classy move. What about queen g6?
Oh, very nice.
So the only downside for black could be that this knight can be captured. And White's knight is still poisoned. You cannot take it due to queen takes c8 check. But maybe it's this move. Actually, you mentioned it to me in a different variation during the break. Jovanka, h5.
Yeah.
And the white queen's actually, she's caught in two minds and she has no good square to use. She needs to defend this pawn, but she also needs to stay on this diagonal. For example, if she stays on the diagonal, then suddenly queen takes e4 check. Looks very strong.
Yeah.
Still complicated.
It's still very complicated because the white king would go running and then...
Black probably has a draw with some checks, but any more than that? Actually, wait, this check does defend the rook as well. So,
okay, so
maybe just strong for black next move.
But okay, but
even this is even this is wild.
Yeah, totally wild, right? Pawn takes, because pawn takes knight can always be met by queen to e6 check.
I have a feeling Erigaisi is calculating this just by judging how much his eyes are moving around the board.
And we also have to actually go back to the game position because this was knight e to d5. It is possible to also throw in the other knight.
Yep. This one, same idea basically as we see Prague. Check out his countryman's game. Will Erigaisi be joining him in Toronto? Black now cannot take on c2. That's defended. That's the big difference, as you mentioned, Jovanka. So knight takes d5.
And here the difference is after pawn takes knight, then there is going to be bishop takes knight, and the pawn on c2 falls.
Next move, the rook comes in. So it looks like there's downsides to both of the knight jumps for Erigaisi. And if he can't solve his problems tactically, then actually it feels like black's doing very well.
Yeah.
Black's got full control if black gets one more move.
And let's take a look at if you play it sensibly, get the king to safety. Now you obviously have two. Yeah, which way is safe? So the first one, let's go the meek way, like castles kingside, and
when in doubt, always a good move.
Yeah, and here, if black is better, then you basically have to go queenside, right?
Yeah. It just feels like black's got control over everything. The whole idea of white's opening was to make the most of a hole on d5, but this is no longer a hole due to the fact that a black pawn sits on e6. So, this just looks really pleasant for Nakamura. He can put a rook on c6, defend everything. This idea is a bishop takes knight
as well.
At the right time. Erigaisi would be struggling, so maybe we check out the other way.
Yeah,
you mentioned castling queenside.
That's just really rolling the dice. That's all the whole point is put a rook on. Okay, and now the rook steps forward. I love that move. Rook c6.
I just didn't want it to be vulnerable, always on c8. to me, it just looks really risky for white. I guess you do have time to just shuffle the king to b1, where it's maybe just as safe as it would be on the king side. And what would the difference be here?
I guess the difference would be, you know, in king side castling lines, after bishop takes knight, pawn takes, you know, there's, there's just weakness there. Yeah, but somehow like this, with the rook on f1 and h4 coming.
Yeah, this one is still really double-edged, this type of position. And yeah, a bit of a weird pawn structure, both sides with the stacked up doubled e pawns even. But it feels like this is the best of the bad bunch that we found for Erigaisi so far. How worried would you be here, Jovanka? Arjun just has 37 minutes left. We're only on move 15. Compare that to Nakamura, it's nearly an hour difference on the clock.
I'm extremely worried for Erigaisi, but I have seen him wriggle out of bad positions. And if castle's queenside is the best option, then I think that he'll find it. And also, you can get there by a process of elimination, because you can just make a spot assessment of what's going to happen after castles, and you just see that the knight on b4 has a purpose, and it just feels like white is slightly worse. Whereas you can't even make moves like rook to d1, because the pawn on c2 will be hanging. So therefore, if you want to put a rook on d1, you have to castle.
Yeah, so that's the dilemma. Does he just suffer strategically long term by castling kingside, just slightly worse with white in a must-win situation? Or do you bite the bullet? Do you just jump in with some tactics and gamble?
Okay, he's reaching
for his king, and he goes kingside. Ooh, but
that's very natural, but maybe not the most incisive move.
Yeah, I'm expecting Nakamura just copycat castle himself, and he's got everything covered. If anything, I think we'd both pick black here.
Yeah, I mean, black actually has some concrete threats. Like bishop takes knight is number one, and after pawn takes, you can go to queen to h6 and target 2 pawns. And not only that, how are you going to even defend the c2 pawn without taking on some structural weaknesses?
I don't see it. I mean, it would be so sad to play a move like queen to e2 as Nakamura instantly castles, really hammering home the fact that he's ahead on the clock. Queen e2 for white, I guess, holds everything together. He plays rook to d1 first. No downside to that one. I'm expecting rook c6, as we mentioned, from Nakamura, just to hold on.
You don't actually need to defend.
Okay.
The
you
pawn.
Want to take?
No. I can wait with that.
Okay. It's not a threat. You want to play like, I don't know, h6?
Some
G6.
random move. Okay, so maybe, I don't know, it was just really some random move. And then the whole point. The whole point is that if you go rook takes d6, bishop takes knight.
And the white f pawn is pinned. Nice tactic. So, okay, Nakamura in the driving seat. Let's move on.
Yep. Okay, and let's go to Vidit against Alexander Predke. Vidit, well, actually both players in a must-win situation.
Not too much has changed here, to be honest, Jovanka. It's still very symmetrical.
Yeah, totally symmetrical. But I remember from the Cramling games that one of White's plans was basically to hunt down the bishop on b6, go knight to d2, knight to c4, and I'm a bit unsure as to whether this is a case of little knowledge is more dangerous than...
Yeah, sometimes better not to know nothing at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think White would love that. I think you're right. If you could get knight to c4, the problem is, for example, if black... Or I'm really not sure what black does, but h6, for example, if you go knight d2, then the bishop has no escape squares, and it would become very tactical. Maybe you just allow the bishop to be captured.
I mean, maybe let's go. Let's try.
Knight c4.
And after knight takes bishop, and then here I started thinking rook takes bishop.
Ooh, that's a check. Nice. And this is really nice geometry, because this is firstly a fork, but the king cannot even attack this knight because you take with a check. And only then do you take the black knight next move, and white will emerge a piece up.
Yep.
Tactics. So, yeah, that's how things are justified, right?
Yep.
You get your strategically desirable moves, but they have to be backed up tactically. They have to work move by move.
Yeah.
And I guess Vidit's aiming to meet the instant knight d5. I feel like Predke's calculating one of these knight jumps. I'm not sure which one. How's he going to deal with this? Is he simply going to retreat? Keep the bishop on the board? Normally you would want to.
You'd want to keep that bishop on the board. Maybe you'd make the David Howell specialty, put the bishop on E1. Yeah. It's after all, the bishop's in the way, and then get on with the plan of going knight D2, knight C4.
Yeah. I like it. I didn't realize this was my speciality, bishop E1, until here, just actually traveling back from the Isle of Man 2 years ago. Peter Lecco bumped into us at the airport, and he was like, "David, every game you put your bishop on E1." And I was like, "Oh wait, you're right."
It's a good move.
Safe spot for the bishop. Keep it for later.
Yeah, and you can imagine it, like if white is successful in eliminating the knight for the dark square bishop, then the white pawns can go F3, E4. The bishop can come to F2, give some checks. Yeah, of course, love it.
Yeah. So okay, very balanced looking position, but both players needing to win. It means that at some point one side is likely to take some risks. Let's go to board 3, where stakes also high, and okay, we finally had a move, I believe, H5 from Esipenko. Very positional. He's just giving the black king some breathing space on H7, so no back rank checkmates. He's also stopping white. I think actually Giri's main plan in this position, if black had done nothing, if black had saved the b pawn, for example, the main plan would have been G4, F5, gain space, and actually creating a nice hiding spot for the white king on G3. H5 though, a really classy move. In this position, it cost him a bit of time, so he's out of opening prep for the first time in this game.
Yep.
It's a pawn up though, and a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn, and that pawn on F4, I mean, this is stating the obvious, but you know, it controls the E5 square, G5 square, and also can push forward. So it's not like it's got no purpose in life.
Yeah, so Giri has one main problem, and that's getting his rook on H1 into the game. It's not 100% easy to do so. He's going to be looking at 2 moves. I think he'll be looking mostly at rook takes B7, first of all. If you can grab another pawn, you should grab a pawn. But
bishop E2.
Backup plan, bishop E2, just get the king to F2.
Yep.
Yeah, it's...
just live life on the back row for the first 10. How many moves? 15 moves, and then, you know, once you've evicted black's forces, then you can just regroup and push forward.
Yeah, so feels like bishop e2 would be the safe option, rook takes b7 the ambitious option. So we'll see what he plays, what he chooses. Okay, should we go to board 4 where there's...
Let's go there, because OMG, what is happening there?
It's chaos on this board. And chaos is good for Vincent Keymer in this scenario. He needs to win, and he has to hope that the other 3 boards all go in his favor to have any shot at the candidates. Let's just recap the last 2 moves, because actually not much has happened since we were last here. We did see castles, king h8, bit mysterious, e3, queen e7, and now knight h4. It looks like threatening to win a piece. Yeah. Bishop takes bishop, but black ignores it. Counterattack.
Yeah, okay. So
where to even begin calculating here?
Let's start with bishop takes knight.
Yeah, it's one of these 2.
Yeah.
Let's start bishop takes knight. Queen recaptures.
And let's also continue with bishop takes a bishop. Yeah. And I say light squares, and I ignore the fact that the light squares are bad around the white king. Okay, now bring the queen f3.
This looks quite pleasant, actually.
Yeah, and then the next move will be rook to b1.
Weakness.
Pressure down the b7 pawn.
Yeah, pressure on the b7 pawn, pressure on this diagonal. White's king is relatively safe. Worst comes to the worst. I whisper it quietly. You can offer to trade queens with queen g3 next if you need to. This feels like the straightforward way for Fabiano to play, but he's pausing. Could he consider... When we calculate, we look at every forcing move, right? That was by far the most forcing, bishop takes knight, but how about this one?
Yeah, bishop takes bishop, I guess that really forces black's hand. Pawn takes bishop, attacking the knight.
Forcing the white knight in to attack the black queen.
Yeah, and now the queen, she moves.
She moves.
She moves. I wasn't sure where, actually, because I kind of wanted to put my queen on f6.
Yeah, this is the dream square for her, but the knight currently occupies that square.
Yeah. I was going to put it back to the starting square.
d8, why not?
Yeah. And I already see that the bar shoots up, and I was like,
Yeah, I'm not sure why the evaluation bar is so confused here. Queen d8 looks like a very healthy move if you're attacking this bishop after all.
Maybe just bishop takes knight. And
bishop takes knight. Take. Both sides have ruined pawn structures now. But this white knight on f5 looks nice. It will get kicked back, I guess.
Yeah, actually, maybe I'm kind of losing my lost for bishop takes c6. So let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back here. Maybe the bishop just drops back to g2, and still this pressure on b7 on the long diagonal. It's just slightly more pleasant for white. I think this is bad news for Vincent Keymer fans, actually.
Yeah.
The two variations we've looked at, I don't think there's much risk involved at all for white, as long as Fabiano keeps his light squared bishop, just to protect the king.
Yeah. And, okay, so this was the final position of this variation. What was the final position on the other one? It was just the bishop versus knight.
Yeah, it was pure bishop versus knight. And usually they say that queen and knight do quite well against queen and bishop.
Yeah,
but
here, not here.
It just feels like everything on this diagonal feels a bit loose, and black's still miles and miles away from ever attacking the white king. You need to somehow teleport your knight back round to g5.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm trying to like in my mind to compare the two, and I was thinking maybe this one is actually a better version, because here, because the black queen on h4 is so active, you can afford to give up some material. So you can go, like, for instance, rook to b8. I'm just getting ready to overprotect b7.
Yep.
And
just to show, for example, now I don't really want to get greedy as white and take this pawn because your queen's so well placed. And suddenly big danger for the white king.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like he's basically weighing up, I think, exactly what you've described there, Jovanka, in his mind. He's trying to evaluate this position. Does white have winning chances? Is it equal? Then he's going to compare it to the other position, maybe this one. Does white have winning chances? Is it equal?
Yeah.
How much risk is involved with both? It's pretty much a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, I mean, here I would only be tempted to go into this type of position if I could somehow block up the light squared bishop.
As black.
As black, yeah.
But it's white's choice. It's Fabiano to choose.
That's the problem. Like, you know, white will start putting pressure on b7 immediately. And it's not like you can ever go e4 because you cannot back that up by going d6, d5.
Yeah, to be honest here, I think I would choose white just on general grounds in this variation rather than the other one, because this one is not a rule for all positions, but normally if you have a bishop versus knight, it's normally nice to have one of each. So sometimes it's the bishop pair, but bishop and knight work quite well against two knights specifically, as long as it's an open position. And here it's very much an open position. The pawns control the dark squares, the bishop controls the light squares, so it's nice to have a knight to kind of jump around and aim for weaknesses. For example, g5 could be very weak later. In the meantime, I've seen Giri walk past like 10 times while I've been focusing on this one game alone, so maybe time to move on. But yeah, maybe a small advantage for Fabiano Caruana in the game.
Okay, and let's go over to the women's section. And, well...
I'll just update that in the Open there have been a few draws. While Emil was with us in the studio, we saw draws between Etienne Bacrot and Levon Aronian, and also draws between Ivan Chaparinov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on boards 7 and 8. But those don't impact the top of the standings. So let's go back to the women, where there have also been some results. Jovanka.
Yes, it was a draw between Corey Dacey and Dinara Wagner, and also a draw between Sophie Millier and Valentina Gunina.
Okay, so Daisy Corey, who had the tiniest chance of everyone to qualify for the candidates. She needed to win and hope that all 7 boards above her went certain ways. Her chances are over with that draw. And okay, what are we left with here on board 1? Giri, it's literally back and forth at this point. It's up and down, back and forth.
Oh yeah, he is in the background. I've forgotten how he keeps us entertained, both on and off the board.
Yes. And okay, board 1, when Emil was with us in the studio, he said it's very one-sided traffic in black's favour. It is level material, at least, on the bright side for white. I think the reason we favour black here, Jovanka, is probably just the central pawns, how flexible they are, how fluid and mobile they are when they can start marching. And also some lines towards the white king.
Yes, I completely agree with that assessment. But on the other hand, it's not a winning position.
No, definitely not winning
by far. I mean, white has to be mega careful here. Like, for instance, if let's say you go knight to d2,
the most natural move.
Yeah, the most natural move, and black goes. I was thinking rook h to g8 or something.
Yep.
Here, I think it's very important that you do not step back with the bishop.
Oof.
Well, maybe this way you do, but certainly you hold the tension there on the right side of the board.
Yeah, like rook g4 looks scary, hitting the 2 bishops, forcing white to part with one of her beautiful bishops. Probably bishop takes knight obliged here. But yeah, I agree. Why open the line when you can hold the line?
Yeah.
As the Toto song goes. That was playing on the radio this morning when I was at breakfast. Hold the line.
I
And
don't know
H4.
this song. Are they the
Don't
same
make me
people?
sing. Don't make me sing.
Are they the same people that did the Africa song?
Yeah. Hold the line. Do 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 do. Oh wow. Okay. I did it. H4. We think she needs to play, and still solid-ish.
Yeah, but a lot of wriggling to be done, and she's very much dependent on Vaishali handling this inaccurately. So let's move down to board 2. Pia Cramling has the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk. And, well, Pia, to my eyes, looked like she's doing quite well. But black is also very solid. I mean, the rooks are nicely centralized.
I would, just like Emil, I would far rather take black in these positions. Any position where the queens are off and white has a pawn sticking out like this, it looks like a sore thumb. It's just tying down white's pieces. White's bishop on f4 always passive. White's knight now passive. You've overextended if you cannot attack simply. That's the kind of drawback of pushing pawns forward. They're closer to the kind of promotion squares. They clamp down in middle games, give you attacking chances, but in end games they can be weak.
That is, having said all that,
come round.
I agree. I mean, is there any way that white can set in motion some counterplay? So
h5, drop the bishop back to g3, check. The black king's sticking out somewhat.
That's one nice way. I was thinking the other direction. I was thinking the bishop on e4 is misplaced in my eye. I was like, I don't know what it's doing there. That needs to be a knight.
It's getting in the way of its own piece. We talk about superfluous knights. This is a superfluous bishop unnecessarily blocking on e4. So you want to move it back?
Yes.
And jump in. That
Jump
also looks
in.
tempting.
Yep. But you know, your plan bishop b6 is mega annoying.
But knight e4
Knight
now,
e4.
there's a whole. Although there are tactics in the
bishop c7 was what?
Bishop c7, knight jumps in.
I'm hitting the bishop on b7. I missed that very refined point. Yeah, okay, now it's okay.
Maybe move by move. Again, it's just in time to land the knight on d6 before the e5 pawn falls. And it's these positions, they look slow, they look strategic, but they're always just holding by one tempo either side. I'm also slightly attracted to h5 and just bishop back, because now if bishop c7, you will be able to check and you will force black to trade off this pawn, and I think this actually benefits white significantly.
Yep.
It's okay, it's probably in the balance dynamically, but Pia Cramling, let's go back to the live position. Definitely onus on her to find a plan right now before black's just able to go round, and capture on e5.
And there we see Pia on the screen. One of the great things about Pia is that she's not only mega sweet, but when she plays chess, you feel that burning intensity and that desire to win. And if you can see that she's moving her mouth, it's because she talks to herself.
She does. I've noticed this as well from playing her. You've faced Pia several times.
She's also a bit of a boogie opponent for me. I always lose.
She's kryptonite for many players, I think. Just such deep understanding, and she's always really calm, despite. I mean, she prefers quieter positions these days, I think, but even if things are wild, she's quite calm. Talks herself through positions. Maybe that's why Anna, her daughter, became a streamer. The talking through chess positions, and like Emil said, this love of chess kind of. She's really passed it on in the family.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the whole family as well. She's very passionate. And the Swedish team all tell me that when Pia and her husband are like playing on the team and captain of the team, I mean, they get this extra sense of motivation.
Her husband, also strong grandmaster, Juan Bellon. Okay, we'll come back to this one. Looks level. Board 3, has this changed at all in the race for those candidate spots? Emil said maybe Zhongyi was the favourite from the current positions. Has she won a pawn? Just counting, black's h-pawn, which earlier stood on h5, has somehow disappeared. It looks that way.
Yeah, she has.
Actually, Mammadzaa threw the pawn off the board pretty much in this position. We left it up to bishop g5, threatening to take the knight and then threatening to capture on h5, opening up the black king on the g-file. She basically said, I cannot ever afford to open the g-file, have a pawn, but at least I close things up. And the pawn was taken. We should mention that taking on d5 is actually fraught with danger. If you take with the b knight, then you just lose a piece. This knight gets kicked, and then this knight disappears. If you take with the other knight, I'm wondering what the refutation is. Often you can play c4, maybe simple c4 here. Attack the knight, kick it away, and when it moves, then you just take a pawn on d6.
Yeah.
Looks healthy enough for
That
white.
looks very healthy.
So if we go to the game continuation, she moved her rook. Now there's a capture. Opposite colour bishops, so counter chances for both sides. And whose attack is quicker? It's a race. H5 will be met by A4.
Well, I'm going to use the mathematical principle of it's one A pawn attacking the white king, and whereas on the other side of the board is going to be a pawn, a rook, and potentially a queen. I think
I'm less sure. With the bishop on G7, you very rarely get checkmated. So even if you just put a king on F8, like H5, even if I don't go attacking, maybe I just take.
Okay, rook takes.
Okay, say I just wait. I'm just going to give white a few attacking moves.
Okay, then I'm going to move my bishop to...
Okay, yeah, I shouldn't give you that one for free, probably.
Yeah.
But here I will start attacking as black.
Okay, knight to C1.
Okay. Like you say, it's just a pawn, I
It
guess.
is just the pawn at the minute,
B3.
so don't need to get so spooked out, but I understand it could be problematic. B3.
Ooh.
But
just really want to throw away this pawn now.
Before I actually allow A3, I should never ever allow this weakening of the dark squares. That is a bad strategy by me, so I should be going A3.
Yeah, also I realised there are tactics like knight
Yeah.
takes D5 here coming in. So you want to go A3, maybe in the game position?
Yeah,
then?
in the game position. A3, just
Now
stop everything, now back, and kind of go. Oh, but still, the rook will come to A. No, not yet.
Yeah, maybe
not
rook
yet.
A5?
Oh yeah, because queen takes pawn is hanging.
Yeah, queen takes rook. This would actually be a trick, and white would lose the rook on D1 and her position would collapse. But yeah, rook A5, as you mentioned, suddenly it's not one-way traffic. The rook is attacking this pawn, it's coming to C5 to attack C2. Yeah, she's still in it, Mammadzaa. I like the idea of sacrificing a pawn, even if the computer might frown upon it.
Yeah.
We do see H5 from Zhongyi. We've seen this before from her, very reminiscent of her game against Aselbaeva early in the tournament, where her house was burning on the other side of the board and she just said, oh, I don't care, H5, go for the black king, it's a race.
Yeah, but I'm not so... I was quite like dismissive of this, but now I'm a bit scared actually. I think maybe white needed to perhaps go bishop H3 or something like that, just to...
drive away the black rook.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're likely to see pawn takes pawn, maybe A4 first.
A4 first.
Should probably transpose. I'm just really scared of allowing any kind of, even at the cost of a piece. Let's say I take back. I'm just scared of allowing this type of thing, bishop H3 and bishop coming in. Now it does look a bit terminal for black. I think you need a pawn back on F7 just to stop this bishop E6 check idea.
Having said that, she has played
Ooh, A4.
A4.
Why would you do this? And instantly knight to A1, not even thinking. H6 G6 just looks super strong here. What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing much. I think she's just like automatically assumed that the knight was too valuable to give up. But after this, bishop E6, you know, no, this is really bad.
But this is, this feels like last round nerves as well. It's the biggest game one of the biggest games of your year, of maybe even career, and you don't even stop to check the options. Surprising. This is winning for white.
Yeah.
She didn't play it. Knight A1. She didn't even pause. When you attack, often retreating is not a great idea anyway. You need to keep pouring fuel on the fire.
And now it's important actually to go pawn takes pawn, as you've highlighted, because we saw bishop H3 is just so powerful. So you got to capture that pawn.
Take it off.
Then I was also tempted to actually, instead of capturing that pawn, I wanted to kind of go all in and go G6.
Ooh, nice.
I'm coming in.
Coming in. And if black takes, your
and
idea
I go bishop. Yes, that's the big idea.
At least the H file is blocked. So it's basically the same position, just with black having the extra H5 pawn. I'm not sure that helps so much. Maybe black still has to run towards the center, but this now it's very crazy. At least black can argue that white's playing down a piece. This knight on A1 is just terrible.
Yeah, this is true. Well, what is this knight doing there? I actually would much rather that it was off the board.
Knight in the corner. We don't have many rhymes for that one, but essentially you don't want a knight in the corner. She wants to play C3, knight C2 later, but that looks like a luxury she might never be afforded.
Okay, so after pawn takes pawn, I mean, play is going to get so risky. Maybe you can't go G6. Maybe you have to go C3.
Yeah. maybe c3, but then a3, and these
Yeah,
pawns are
but then
undermined.
what is happening there? So, okay, don't touch that.
I can only find one justification, Jovanka, of putting the knight on a1, and that means it defends c2, freeing up the white queen.
Okay.
So maybe queen h2. But, I mean, it just looks like you're kind of... It's going to be a shot in the dark. It's going to be one check, even if you get to h7. Meanwhile, again, you've left your...
Literally.
You've left your most valuable possessions in the house while it burns.
Like, I would just be going a3.
a3, and yeah, suddenly this is always going to be a checkmating motif. Look
Yeah.
at this knight on a1. It just doesn't contribute at all. Surprising moves all over the place.
Yeah.
This feels like last round nerves from both sides.
Mm.
But also, stakes higher for Zhongyi, remember, who needs to win. Mammadzaa just playing for the money prizes.
She's playing for the glory. And let's go down to board 4 between Tsolakidou against Antoinette Stefanova.
Okay.
Here, well, the material is level, but on the other hand, we have some imbalances. Both sides have poor majorities on different sides of the board. And still, big question for Antoinette, how is she going to develop the knight?
And as usual, she's in a bit of time trouble already. We're only at move 21 for Stefanova. And yeah, 25 minutes left. Bishop c3. Like you said, you have to develop the knight. I don't really see any options other than knight c6. Bit of an odd moment to pause. Bring pieces out. The bishop will land on c3, and that's going to be a monster piece. I think that's the only downside for her. She's trying to find a way to neutralize that piece once it lands on c3.
Yeah, that's that. I wasn't that happy with the knight on c6. I didn't feel like it was doing that much, you know, because
knight c6.
Bishop c3, and then
probably throw it into d4.
yeah, and
in the
then
near future.
then after queen a4, I guess you go in. No, you can't go in.
Can't go in, unfortunately. Actually, queen a4 is a really nice choice of square because there's some pressure on this rook. And you see here that white would win material. So yeah, maybe you do have to be a bit sneaky about it. Maybe not rook d8. That feels like it's driving the queen to a good square. Maybe we just get out of the pin. Queen somewhere, f5.
Yeah, and still queen a4.
Queen a4, yeah. Just slightly awkward if black got one more move for to play e4. It's fine, but rook e6, I guess, defending the knight. Just feels like all of white's pieces are mobilized, and for black it's less obvious what to do next.
Yeah.
So maybe some slight pressure. Tsolakidou, the slight favorite. How about elsewhere in the women's section? Are those the only relevant games for the candidate spot? There's two more who maybe could qualify.
Yeah, let's have a look at Kalindanova and against Muzychuk.
Wow, and unfortunately for Kalindanova, it looks like her chances of getting to the candidates will be nil after this game. White is a pawn down. Black has 3 versus 2 majority on the king side. Black also has the bishop pair. As long as she doesn't get her bishop trapped, Maria Muzychuk. We should say congratulations as well, though, to Kalindanova. I believe she got her IM title at this tournament confirmed.
Okay. Yep.
IM norm, and that was the last requirement.
Excellent. Excellent. And a few players actually got their titles here at this event.
Yeah. Okay, rook c6. We'll come to some other norm hunters, I think, in the open section very shortly. But yeah, this position, I just don't see any way to trap this bishop. And if you cannot trap it, it will sooner or later come back to life.
I agree. And let's go over to actually board 5. Bibisara Saubeva against Mainava.
Okay, so both players, they're in the hunt. I believe Mainava still has chances. She's the last of the group who can qualify if all other results go her way. She needs to win this one, though. Both players need to win if they want any shot. Just looks very early in the game, actually. Looks very balanced.
Yeah.
We're just at move 16 here. Symmetrical pawn structure in the center. Black with a bit more space.
Yeah. Black with his counterplay of playing a4, a3, destabilizing the knight, the b2 pawn. And somehow it's not that easy for white to do anything other than just jump in the center with the knight to e5.
Yeah, at the moment not quite possible.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, white's piece is a bit clumsy. Maybe she needs to rearrange bishop f1.
Yeah.
This looks tempting. Hit the queen, force it back. He needs to keep defending this square.
Yep.
You can gain a few moves against the black queen, and then finally, at some point, land your knight in. But yeah, it just looks very balanced, all of these lines.
Yes. Okay.
Some tactics maybe incoming. But okay, we'll leave these games as they are, still early days. We'll check back a bit later. Should we go to the open section?
Definitely. Let's head back to top board. Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura. And yeah, you called it, David. The queen came to e2, the rook came to d1. White is just holding firm.
Yeah, just curl up into a ball. Looks like a good strategy. There was simply nothing better, nothing dynamic to do. Black's got a few moves though. Like white isn't threatening in anything anytime soon. This knight, especially on e3, just looks really clumsy.
Exactly. And because of that, is white threatening to go knight c4 and try to unravel?
So the big question that Nakamura's got to answer, first of all, forcing moves, to take or not to take. Do you wreck the white pawns? White's pawn has to take back because the queen is tied down defending c2.
We might not. Yes, it is possible. Yes, you have to play.
Yeah. I think I would be too tempted to wreck the opponent's pawn structure.
I think it would be irresistible for me as well. And then the big question is they might not be great pawns, but they control a lot of squares.
Yeah, they do. And not easy to attack either because you're running out of material. If the queens could come off, Black would be just dominant in the endgame because actually it's easier for Black to start pushing pawns. Black's knight is superior to the white knight, but in the middle game, once the queens are on, while they remain, it still looks equalish.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Okay, so first up, I would be tempted to go rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook.
Yeah. And I can advance my d5 pawn, but I think I should take care of the king before I even think about going d5. So maybe make a random h6 move.
Yep. Let's say I copy. h3.
Oh, and now you pass the move back to me, and and I think I still should refrain from lashing out with d5.
Yeah, d5 is very loose while the queens remain on the board, right?
Exactly.
If it were an endgame, d5 really desirable, but.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to tuck my king on the corner at king h7.
King h2.
I'm giving you all the inspiration here. Okay.
It might just be one of those positions. It's just really hard to improve for either side.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'll go rook c7 just to kind of.
I'll play rook f2.
David, I love it.
If you're not going to calculate, I'm not going to calculate. I'll just copy. Because it's just a standoff on the queen side. This knight's putting pressure on, but the white knight's holding the fort.
Yeah.
And there's no other real weaknesses to probe at for either side. Nakamura is staring at something. Let's go back to the live position, try and figure out where he's looking. We see the white queen on our camera in front of us. Nakamura's...
Ooh, something surprised him.
He suddenly looked off to that side, the queen side.
Yeah.
And something surprised him, yeah. But it doesn't look like there's too much calculation to be done. It's pretty much a feeling, instinct type of position. You take this knight or you don't take this knight, and it will lead to very different types of position. I think by feel I would maybe, if not taking the knight, then I would maybe double up on the c-file, but where to go from there is another question. I do quite... Sorry.
Keep the tension. I love it, yeah.
Yeah, I do quite like the idea of maybe shuffling. If white just plays h3, for example, bring the bishop round this way onto the long diagonal, if you get time.
And at least you can park a bishop on d4. Now that you've highlighted the way, I will follow.
Parking spots, they're expensive these days. That's the ideal parking spot for the bishop. Yeah. Okay, still some chances for Nakamura. Maybe slightly easier to play with black. At least much more choice, but Erigaisi holding firm, holding the line.
Yes, he is holding the line. He's holding back the activity.
And okay, board 2, they've been playing a few moves at least. Should we catch up here?
Yeah, let's catch up with what's happened because, well, the knight wasn't ready to ride at dawn with knight to d2, but instead moved to d4.
Yeah, and it was first provoked to move by the g-pawn running down the board. This, again, positionally really desirable. If you get more space on the king side, it clamps down on white's options there. But, yeah, knight d4. Okay, first question. Do the exchanges benefit white? I assume they do. Otherwise, why go for them? But all of the exchanges...
I don't know. I think that they benefit black.
Yeah, black's bishop will have a nice... square at some point.
Unless you take with a knight.
Unless you take with a knight.
But then you can go rook c8 and...
Yeah, just close it down. I don't see any winning chances really. Any significant? Bishop f3 maybe.
I mean, could you? That's a bit annoying.
E5 might
E5,
come.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the one move you don't want to play now, knight e2.
Oops.
Trapped. But either way, it feels like black's holding things together quite straightforwardly. If not, if there's nothing wrong with it, just take the knight.
Yeah, I don't see.
Yeah, the reason I'm kind of keen to take the knight first is because if you kind of wait and play g4, there might be some tactics against your king. At least driving the king back. I'm not sure it's the end of the world. Maybe it's nothing at all. But now, maybe
No, but this is something. With the knight coming, this feels like it's that nibble where white will keep on playing and playing and playing, and also the pawn on g4 could be overextended.
Actually, I just realized as well there's a direct tactic that means that after king e8, I can take and even take on a6.
Oh.
Because this bishop now, the b pawn is overloaded defending it. White wins a pawn.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, so Predke, still some pressure to dissolve. But yeah, knight takes knight looks healthy enough. Board 3, this is where I do feel there's actually a bit of drama. It might look simplified, but Giri is now 2 pawns up. Stakes are extremely high for Esipenko in the tournament and on the board. If you don't find any compensation, you're just going to lose. Just going to lose any endgame now.
Okay. So let's be calm about it. Still, white has the problem with the bishop and the rook. So
2 more moves, bishop e2, king f2, and white will free the rook. So 2 moves to do something.
Yeah, I'll get that. So first, I want to trade off. So I'm thinking about the knights. I was thinking about knight to d5.
I like it. Get rid of this beastie.
Yeah.
And if a capture, then at least you will regain 1 pawn on a2, if you want it.
Yeah, there was also the possibility of going... Yeah, I like that one. But there was also the possibility of playing rook to d4 as well.
So in this position?
Yes.
Attacking this pawn.
And then I kind of was hoping to meet g3 with knight to d5, but now I see. I don't think I'm going to get trapped with with my rook in the middle of the board. Yeah. Knight to e2.
Knight e2. There is 2 escape squares, maybe 3 escape squares, but rook c4. Still coming in. It's still not one-way traffic. I like your knight d5 somehow, Jovanka.
Yeah.
What's the downside? I have a feeling Giri's got something in store here. Otherwise, knight d5 would just solve all problems immediately.
If you just go bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2 does drop this one, but...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. No. I saw that. So g3. I was going to go g3 instead.
g3, but now black's rooks are coming very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know, coming in.
Yeah. Okay.
White's just so far behind in development. Knight d5. Could it be throwing this pawn away? How about this?
Yeah.
f5. So I'm forcing the bishop to take, and then I want to use this square either now or on the next move. I'm not sure which one. Let's say I play it first.
Okay.
Targets.
That is true. And now I go knight takes knight.
Knight takes knight. I'll throw in a check.
King.
And take. Still 2 pawns up, and actually white can still castle. Still legal.
Yeah.
Luckily to do so.
And I was planning here rook to b8. That was my fancy move.
Yeah, and I'll trade off and come back and...
No more fancy move. And then I guess I could go bishop. But even bishop e6 doesn't do a thing.
Yeah, bishop e6, I'll be a bit flashy here. I'll move the king and rook b1. 2 pawns up.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start again.
Giri, I just have a feeling he's 1-2 on the bounce now. He's got nothing to risk in this game. He's not playing for a candidate spot. Pressure's off. Esipenko, I mean, I've actually been there myself as black in the final round of one of these tournaments, needing a result to qualify for the candidates, and the pressure is just overwhelming. When I was in this situation 4 years ago here in Isle of Man, I couldn't sleep the night before. I couldn't think during the day. I was just calculating my opponents, or like my rivals for the top spots, like their performances, like checking out their games. It's so hard. Esipenko's never really been in trouble the entire tournament. I just remember one game, perhaps. But yeah, in general, he looks really in control until now.
But this is like that Fabiano Caruana Hikaru game, right? Where it looks like one side is fine, but still there are questions to solve.
Yeah.
And okay, so we saw knight to d5 wasn't like solving that much.
5 was strong there.
Yeah. But then
so what else?
We're stuck.
Rook b8 looks
If
a
you
bit
go
too simple.
And also you can meet that with like rook takes rook, and I will be happy to take that one off the board and then go b3 and
Yeah, I wanted to get in, but you just
and then I just go king to d2 and then I'm building myself a home.
Yeah, you just probably just hide on b2 and then you're finally free.
Exactly.
That's quite straightforward as well. I don't envy Esipenko. This type of opening choice as well, it's because in the last round he thinks a draw is enough for the candidates. He's pretty much playing just for a draw from the opening, but he's 2 pawns down and it's probably quite a narrow path. Like Emil said before he left, he was shaking his head there. There's maybe only one move, only one way to save this game and equalize. That's why the computer says probably 0.0, but for a human, it's so easy to slip and then you're just lost on the spot. You never even got a fight, never got a game.
Yeah.
What could it be? We're running out of ideas here.
I am running out of ideas.
No, I am as well.
I was thinking also, because f5 was pretty strong, maybe I was thinking even weird moves like g6 or g5.
No, h4.
h4.
h4 has the idea of knight h5, I guess, but white will just play g4 and...
Yeah, but no, maybe...
Oh, but now knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah.
There's some weaknesses. This f3 pawn I've weakened. Also, there's some nice tricks. For example, if rook c8, if white plays like f5, oh wait, that doesn't quite work. I was going to say maybe you could take and then go bishop d5. And okay,
yeah, but maybe you could go bishop d5.
Yeah, maybe bishop d5 anyway.
Yeah.
And
then after knight takes bishop, you throw in a check. No, don't throw in the check.
And then you just move.
Yeah, no, then I lose.
Maybe. It's not clear. But
rook takes knight.
Yeah,
at the
just
very
first.
least, or
next move you come in.
Yep.
Okay, it's difficult. Should we consult? It's
Yeah.
such a big day.
Okay,
Should we consult the engine?
Let's go there.
And okay, it says rook a to c8. So actually we were on similar lines just on the last variation. No need to throw in h4 first. That was just over indulgent of me there. Rook c8 instead. Apparently. And rook takes pawn. So giving up a third pawn, this is not obvious at all. And even this is, I mean, very committal.
And it only makes sense in hindsight as well.
And then you just calmly take back and you say 3 pawns down, who cares? The rooks are coming in.
Yeah, but...
the rooks are going to ride to the rescue and maybe, but I don't think this is very natural.
It's not natural at all. Oh, and you also have to have tremendous courage to play that move because, I mean, if I were white, I would be like, I wouldn't be that fussed about things because I would be like, okay, you know, you can put your king on e3, you can move the other rook back, and slowly, you start untangling.
Just start pushing pawns and argue what actually is the threat. Like,
I would just put it, e2,
Like you said, put the king on e3, and
yeah.
There's always tricks. For example, rook takes pawn. I just wanted to show one tactic. Check, and white unpins by force.
Nice.
Suddenly a discover check, and you break out on the first rank.
Love it.
Anish Giri, we saw him in the background walk past his opponent there. It looks like he's in control, and Esipenko narrow path to survival.
Yeah. And he also has to be brave because the computer engine is saying that black should be prepared to throw more wood into the fire and sacrifice more pawns. And let's...
Did you see that, Jovanka? He's literally talking to himself now and pointing at squares.
Really?
Maybe he's pointing at
missed
us.
that bit.
Maybe he's pointing at us saying, like, trust me, believe. Okay, he's stopped talking. Just as I said, stop talking, stop pointing, but he was doing it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, if we move down to board 4, Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer, I think we should give ourselves a pat on the back because we concluded that this version was better.
Yeah.
Well, not better for black, but it was a better version than the alternatives.
Yeah, and Giri was checking out this board. He's wondering how all his rivals will be doing. And yeah, white is very much threatening now to take a pawn. Some pressure on black here, but you are very active. The queen on h4. It's 2 paths I want to go in if I'm black. Firstly, you can go knight to a5, possibly, to attack this pawn. Next move, try to play b6 if you're given time. The other path you could go is back and round, but this might be a bit too slow. Knight d8 to come into e6, to come into g5.
Yes.
Maybe that's not such a big threat after all. White can just
Bishop
pocket a
takes.
pawn. And then just guard somehow.
At
Maybe
the
even
very least, trade queens.
Nice. I like it, Jovanka.
Mm.
Get the queens off and be a pawn up. Bit of an odd structure. Not over yet, but yeah, Vincent, I think, maybe needs to play knight a5. Counterattack this pawn, and he would then get time to save his b pawn. But some work to be done there. I mean, even this variation, you have to calculate knight takes. Looks like a threat to come in, so maybe that saves you, but
but again, still,
you have to evaluate.
The knight is going to be stranded there on c5, c4.
Yeah.
Queen goes to
Yeah,
queen e2 is possible.
Attacks the knight. No time to take this pawn because White's bishop can always come back and defend.
Yep.
So the knight forced back.
And now the bishop gets out of dodge.
Yeah, and to me it looks slightly better for White.
Yeah.
But then again, Black does have some hooks on the king side to break open some lines. Maybe f5. The White king, yeah, if you could put a pawn back on g3 and h2, it's just strategically dominant for White. But here there's some counterplay before White is able to kind of go hunting for pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll leave this one. I wonder if now is a good moment before it gets too late, before it gets too dramatic on the top few boards, Jovanka, to check out some of the norm hunters.
Let's go there. So, well, when it comes to the open section, we got to check on 14-year-old Shreyas Royal.
Okay.
He needs to win.
He needs to win, the young Englishman. He's got 1 Grandmaster norm. He still needs the rating, of course. He's gained bucket loads of rating points, I think 20, 30 points this tournament. Just fantastic, especially with White. But he's had 2 opportunities. This is his 3rd game in a row with a norm on the line. He's failed so far to wrap it up. He's a pawn down as well. White is missing a d pawn. This looks like a very typical position, but normally White would have a pawn on d5. The compensation is that he's attacking d6. This also came from a King's Indian. 2 days ago, he just needed a draw with White against the King's Indian for a Grandmaster norm. And unfortunately, he crashed to defeat. But okay, second chance. Dennis Wagner, I was teammates with him in the German league for a while. He's really well prepared, but yeah, he does get in time trouble a bit. So I'm expecting a time scramble later. What do you make of this, Jovanka? Does Black just defend rook a6?
That's one option. The other option I was thinking was just to evaluate bishop takes knight, but I rejected that one because after pawn takes bishop, the bishop can just park itself on c4, and I feel that that's going to be good enough compensation.
Yeah, it's an extra pawn for Black, but it is the worst possible pawn. It's a backward d pawn which can never ever move. That being said, I do wonder whether Black can take inspiration from Hikaru Nakamura and use the knight to come to e6 into d4. And if it gets to e6, bishop takes, that would lead to a similar structure to that Nakamura game.
Yeah, maybe it's not so bad after all.
It's just a fight for squares, and unless White's able to whip something up on the king side without a dark squared bishop, looks unlikely. But I would say Black is a small favourite here.
Yeah, but then you have to that plan is available to Black with the knight and bishop on the board.
Yeah, this is true. So keeping them on.
Yes, to keep them on. So go rook a6.
Rook a6, defending.
Oh, hang on a second. Then I have to wonder about knight c7.
Yeah, but I'm just curious because, for example, even if the rook moves back, Shreyas rejected the chance to drop his knight into d5. If we go back, the game position, he just played knight b5 rather than knight d5. So we could see something very similar. Rook a6, knight c7. And a bit of an awkward question for the rook. But if he doesn't intend to use this square anyway for his knight, then yeah, still tempting. Black's still a pawn up, like you said. You can actually go rook e8, knight f8, knight e6, knight d4, like long plan.
Yeah.
You can play that anyway. Okay, we'll check back in on his norm chances later. Lots of English fans cheering for him, of course, here in the studio too, but complicated position ahead.
And we should also check in on the IM norm chances of, Manx local Li Wu.
Yeah, and Li, I believe, needs a draw for an IM norm. He was beating himself up yesterday. He came to the commentary room and he was saying he was just totally winning yesterday, and that would have banked it. That would have got him the norm. So it can be psychologically hard to recover when you know you've been on the brink. Here, it's level material, but the evaluation bar is significantly in Black's favour. White's king stuck centrally. Looks like a very loose structure as well. For example, if we see a trade, Black's pawns are mobile. Black's pawns will start pushing at some point in the near future. What's White doing in the meantime? looks a bit ugly.
Yeah.
The king position.
Really don't like black's position here. You know,
Black's position.
Sorry, white's position.
Okay, just checking.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. I was just muttering away. Yeah, no, I mean, black has got such beautiful harmony, you know, can just step the queen to d7, connect the rooks. And I'm, you know, where is white going to put the king?
I like this idea as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, trade off. If you put the king on the king side, you might later start getting attacked if there's ever a trade of bishops.
Yeah.
And yeah, the king, he actually plays your move, Jovanka. So Li Wu, he's not kind of out of this game. He's still alive, and a draw would be a fantastic result, of course, but maybe on the slightly worse end of things for now.
Yes.
But, everyone here cheering for him. So
Absolutely.
We'll see.
And as we see, you know, chess can be an unpredictable game. Anything can happen. And talking about anything can happen, can we check in on game 3 against Zhongyi and Mammadzaa in the women's section?
Whoa. Okay, I see an evaluation bar on the live position there on the smaller board. It's all in black's favor right now. And firstly, I'm asking this knight, why? Why did you do this to yourself on a1? Don't try this at home, kids. Just never, ever put a knight in the corner like this where it can never re-enter the fray. But secondly, okay, does black have tactics? The rook is attacked?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well. I would so love to get a knight into the fray. You know, if it can sit on c3, then everything would be great. But unfortunately, this knight on a1 does one thing in life, which is protect the c2 pawn. So
it does protect this pawn. I do wonder, knight takes d5, maybe forces c4.
Yeah.
If white takes this knight, I'm hoping
queen
to get
c3,
the queen in.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Most elementary.
That would
checkmate.
End in checkmate very shortly. But white does have the opportunity, you mentioned just before the knight gets into c3, to block. And suddenly black has 2 pieces attacked. So this is the trick that Zhongyi is relying on. I don't think there's any way forward, and now actually the white knight does leap back into the game. So what else? A very thematic move here as well, Jovanka, would be e4. Not sure whether it's possible here because you are throwing away some material, but the idea is just to open up this assassin from afar, the archer on g7 staring down the diagonal.
Yeah, I like that plan.
I don't really see what to do after bishop takes rook. Maybe there's a trick. Or maybe now knight takes.
Maybe now you can dislodge the queen.
Or dislodge the queen, yeah. But knight takes
yeah,
as
knight
well
takes
comes
is
in.
good, and then knight c3.
Look at this, sacrificing a rook and a knight, but delivering checkmate.
Yep.
King c1, you can play the really the cruel, the sadistic e3, keeping the king out of d2, and there's literally no way for the king to hide. This is nice. You checkmate next. Beautiful stuff. But this is in the air. She just needs to find the right order. e4. Maybe the problem is white plays c4. And
yeah, but it does feel that you could sacrifice.
Gonna make me sing Elton John next. Sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't know. What else? I'm also looking at other moves to do. Knights.
Rook. I don't know. I want to throw. I just want to sacrifice something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you say.
totally. You want to blast open the position. Like, everything is shouting for something like that to be played. What happens if you go rook a5?
Rook a5. I love it.
Hang on, but queen takes rook. Queen takes rook.
Oh wait.
No.
And the knight has a purpose.
The knight does have a purpose. I forgot
that was
about
working
that.
earlier,
yeah.
right? But
yep.
not now. I like the idea though. Add one final piece to the attack. It has to be something now before it's too late. Before white gets to play c4 and brings the knight back. And yeah, moving the rook. I don't think it's really what black is aiming for.
Okay, and
we can do this. We can find it.
We can find something.
If not, we check the engine.
Yeah.
And we move on to another game. But
there's also.
Yeah, unfortunately, all these ideas of knight c4, knight a4, they never quite work because white's knight will perfectly blockade actually on b3. So we can never really allow the knight back. Apparently there is a winning move here, but we are yet to find it. e4, yeah, maybe the other downside is that after a capture, knight takes d5 is not possible any longer, protecting this pawn. So we need to finesse this. We need to unleash the bishop. We need to get the black queen into b2.
And let's work on knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5.
Okay.
White has to play c4 as we mentioned. to stop knight c3.
And now, can we? If you go back, there's no knight takes c4. That's what I really want to do.
Yeah, close but no cigar here.
No. And
totally understand why she's spending so long on this one move. Mammadzaa, probably her spidey senses are tingling
yeah,
as well.
everything is. It's like we've got to throw in some. Got to throw something into this position. Like, is there some knight?
Imagine if it's rook a4 or something cool.
I thought about rook a4, but I couldn't see what was happening.
I don't really see it.
No, I was just like, bishop takes rook, and then I didn't see what next.
Bishop takes rook. I wanted to play rook d4 here, and next move take on d5, but it's so speculative. It's never going to happen. Okay, I think we might have to admit defeat.
What about knight a4?
Knight a4, but now it takes.
And then
the knight comes in to b3 to block the queen side. Okay, she's.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw a hand linger. It looked like Zhongyi was about to make a move, but it's Mammadzaa's turn.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to admit defeat. I resign here.
Okay, but then that means it's queen c3.
Wow. Okay, the one move I did not expect. We were looking for checkmate.
Yeah.
But we forgot that endgames are promising for black. You can just play queen c3, threaten checkmate. White has to trade off queens, of course, and yeah, why do the maths when we just see that white is basically playing without a piece the rst of the game?
Well,
that's cynical.
The computer engine makes us all look like idiots, right?
I feel a bit foolish there. I think in a game I would play queen c3 because I'm a coward and I like endgames, but we were trying for checkmate.
Yeah, that's the thing, because but actually it's a kind of an important point because Giri will be looking for checkmates and she will feel very frustrated. She'll be looking at maybe knight takes d5 and that does look like it's winning some material, and then looking at other forcing moves.
Yeah,
I don't think she's going to find queen c3.
I think the only way she finds queen c3 is once she gets frustrated, gets low on time, and thinks, okay, I don't have a checkmate. It's close, but not quite close enough. And then she'll realize, okay, I've got to make some move, and this is more active than just running away with the black rook. Also, we did mention that c4 is a bit of a positional threat just to get the white knight back. So maybe she finds it that way. But yeah, really counterintuitive, and it's level material, but white's essentially just down a piece. This sad knight on a1.
Yeah.
And later there will be checkmating ideas against the white king anyway.
That's true. And white is playing more or less a piece down. So yes, that makes a lot of sense.
So Zhongyi in trouble if queen c3 is found. If not, she's actually better.
And can we check in on another norm hunter and also candidate spot hunter? Candidate Mungunto against Vaishali. And things are not looking so good for Mungunto here.
Yeah, still same material balance from earlier, but this black knight looks perfectly placed. There's questions firstly about what to do after knight takes pawn. It's black's move, so this is possible. There's also questions about the f2 square. There's also questions what happens if black just calmly marches forward, e5, e4, cements the knight on this beautiful outpost. I think positionally, maybe even dynamically, it just looks horrible for white. First question, knight takes b2. Is that just a pawn?
Okay, let's try to mix this up for white. So first up, I'm really reluctant to make moves like rook to b1.
Yeah, rook b1. It looks like it will win the b7 pawn back, but black can use the a4 square.
And you win the c3 pawn. So let's reject that one ASAP. And if I'm not doing that, then I guess I have to go knight to
knight e4 maybe.
E4. But
so attacking this knight suddenly.
But all I get is a check.
It's just one check, yeah.
And
on the bright side, if black takes, then the black structure is broken. Some serious counterplay. But yeah, the knight just moves like you say after knight to after knight to e4, and just wait, this is a check, but you are attacking this pawn, so maybe this is her.
Okay.
Her idea. I do wonder here whether there's anything else. Knight a4 maybe. Once again.
Yeah.
Attacking this pawn, so knight f6 check. The black king will move somewhere, and yeah, it's a lot of pawns. 4 versus 1 on the queen side.
Yeah, and white's pawn majority is just not working at all. So yeah, that's not good news.
Actually, this might just cement Vaishali's advantage. It's very much kind of a long-term thing. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. But at some point, these positional advantages, you need to transform them need to turn it into something tangible, like a material advantage. Why not now? I have noticed it's really nice. All of the Indian players have been coming out to check out Vaishali's game. There we saw Hari Krishna for a moment. We saw Tanya Sachdev a few minutes ago as well. They've been watching Erigaisi. They've been watching Vidit. They've been watching Vaishali. Great national spirit there.
You feel that actually with the team that there's no competitiveness.
Yeah,
it literally is just very supportive, and you genuinely get the feeling that they want the best for each other.
Yeah.
Whereas other teams, it's not quite like that.
Yeah, they share opening ideas, they share opening notes, they share coaches, they have a lot in common, but they just push each other to be better. In a lot of countries, I won't go into detail. Yeah, a lot of lone wolves who kind of treat each other as rivals, and that holds them back. But okay, this one looks like Vaishali in control. That takes B2 likely. Back to the open section.
Definitely back to the open section. And well, our prediction game was spot on between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura. It's probably the least interesting of the positions so far.
Yeah. Just looks very static right now. That pawn structure we mentioned did come to pass with all of the e-pawns. It's like a totem pole here. What I want to see is like Queen E1, then Rook E8, and Occupado on the e-file.
Nice. And well, can we go over to Anish, Giri, Esipenko, because Rook to D4 was played.
Wow, and Esipenko might have made a grave mistake. We said it. It's so difficult in that position to give up a third pawn. We thought the only move was Rook to A to C8, but how natural that is. That was proven here. Rook to D4 instead. And just Bishop E2 from Giri. He's got the luxury of an extra 2 pawns, so why not give one back? This is the worst of the extra pawns. If the pawn's captured, white just moves the king, maybe even castles, and they're just clear extra pawn, queenside majority, 2 versus 1. This is Giri's position as well. He likes having 0 risk involved. He loves his endgames.
And white's pieces are just fantastically placed once the rook on h1 is mobilized. I mean, you could just even see it heading to the a6 square. No, I don't.
Clear path.
Yep.
The a7 pawn will drop. That's maybe why he should have abandoned it, because long term it's doomed anyway. Piece activity was everything, and white activated piece, the rook on d4 that was already active. Maybe rook a8 there, but so tough for Esipenko. Actually, if things go wrong for him, if he loses this game, I'm going to blame his opening, because he forced himself onto this narrow path. He still had 1 hour 40 when he sacrificed a pawn, but he clearly hadn't looked deep enough with his analysis. And at this level, you have to see what happens if your opponent gets greedy and takes the pawns, if they call the bluff.
I totally agree with you there. And probably his analysis didn't go deep enough. And can we move over to board 4, Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer, because I just wanted to ask, which side is the one dancing with wolves here?
Wow, this is the current position of this matchup. Quick count first of all. Fabiano is
a pawn up.
3, 6, 7 versus 6. Yeah, he's a pawn up.
Yeah, but not for long.
Not for long. That's a check. Pawn's dropping. So the question is, do you move the king and allow this pawn to drop with gain of tempo, or do you force a queen trade?
Well,
deep down I'm thinking get the queens off, because the white king's so out in the open here.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting question, because if the queen does step forward, then black will recapture the pawn, with the rook. And this is why I was unsure of this whole thing. Like, is white going queen takes queen, or is it going rook to? Probably queen takes queen is necessary.
Yeah, rook b7 feels a bit risky now.
It
Black
does.
will drop back, and big threats against the white queen, white king. The artillery has arrived, the heavy pieces. Yeah, but taking the queens off, as you say, it's kind of, yes, it's safe, but it's low risk, low reward as well. This rook endgame is likely to just be a draw.
The rook will. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, rook b7 is easily neutralized. Black at the very least could just cling on, and actually white has vulnerable pawns.
And we can see from the players that Fabiano at least has won the tea game or coffee game or whatever it was.
Is that? It's 3 paper cups and 1 teacup. And Vincent only 2. He's slacking. Yeah, you said it. Fabiano likes to He likes to frequent the T-junction here in the Isle of Man.
He's not the only one. Who else? The Dutch team are all there. I saw Anish also making a beeline. Their tees are really interesting. One of them was really strong.
He makes a beeline or this beeline? Sorry. His tees are strong. He likes
the tees are strong, actually. Okay. I recommend the Russian Caravan one. Was very very nice, but it had me feeling jittery all day. Okay.
I feel like I'm letting the team down. I might be the only Englishman who doesn't like tea.
No, I think that you're in good company.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have turned towards the coffee.
Not a coffee drinker either. It messes with my head during chess games.
Are you hot chocolate then?
If it's very cold outside. But in the meantime, it feels like Fabiano, he's at a fork in the roads. He needs to decide. Get the queens off. Most likely it's a draw. Doesn't actually suit either player with the tournament standings. They have higher ambitions, but it's probably objectively the best. If he wants to dance with the wolves, play with fire, then king h2. But he can come under a heavy attack in this type of position. Knowing Fabiano, he'll probably choose the more ambitious of the two, but internal struggle right now.
It is definitely a big dilemma. And let's go over to the Vidit game and just make an assessment on what's happening here. Still looking very level.
Very level. I really like the creativity behind Predke's play. As Sutovsky was saying earlier, he's maybe one of the most underrated grandmasters out there, both in FIDE rating and in reputation. Very rarely in trouble. Attacking genius, but here he's playing nice strategic play. This rook covers some key squares. We were talking about knight a5 being an idea to go for this pawn. He's cut that out.
And also the bishop has been stolen. No, not stolen. The g4 pawn. I need some tea. So the g4 pawn has stolen the f3 square from bishop.
Yeah, so white's bishop is rendered passive. Definitely one of the main ideas actually in the Queen's Gambit accepted as a whole, especially the endgame versions, are to attack b7 with the bishop on the long diagonal. But yeah, what a creative way. I just want to show this very quickly before we take a short pause. But this position looked very natural, looked very level. Some pressure indirectly against g7. I thought he was just defending this square, but a few moves later, he pushed this pawn, gaining space. And a few moves after that, he plays g4, gaining further space, taking away the f3 square, and now activates. Very rare to see a rook mobilized like that. Normally we see king's castle, rooks come to the center, like what white has done here, but this rook maybe the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
Still level though.
So, yeah, it is still level, and well, the games are just very interesting today, very tense. You can feel the atmosphere. And talking about atmosphere, let's take a look at some of the atmosphere shots of today. Spot. Viremenchik, Zijun, Maya Chipidanitsa, Alexander Kostanyuk, myself included, of course, Juvenjun, Dan Zhongyi.
Zijun, Zhu Chen, that's two right there. There, of course, is
Viremenchik or Menchikova, Lyudmila Rugenko, Elizaveta Bekova.
I really have to look at women.
Lagno probably also, Hu Yifan.
Hu Yifan, Nona in the Sweden.
Stefanova, Gaprindashvili, then I'm stuck.
Viremenchik. Oh, God.
Anna Ushenina.
We go way back. Maya Chiburodinidze. I think Susan Polgar. Zuchan.
Shuyuhua Shushen, Antoaneta Stefanova, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Howell Fan, Anna Ushenina, Maria Muzychuk, Tang Zhongyi, Jovanka. I missed one. It's so embarrassing when you miss just one name.
Oh, you have all of them.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, fine.
What was the most unusual place for you to play chess?
I will not say the truth, so I will say something close to the truth.
Okay. The second weirdest then?
When I played in the shower one time, just playing on my phone, so that was maybe...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What role does opening preparation play in your strategy for Grand Swiss? And how do you adapt to your opponent's style?
Yeah, nowadays the opening is very important. It's mostly all the game is about how the opening goes after the moves are clear. So if you get advantage, it's big. So everything in everybody's strategy is opening these days. And, yeah, it's hard to adapt during open tournaments because it's you don't know who you play until a few hours before the game. So it's difficult. So in close tournaments, I could adapt better, but here it's difficult.
Okay. Complete your dream lineup for the candidates.
Should be Maxime here, Aronian probably. My rating probably will be me, and Hikaru. I think it'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, myself. Okay, let's say Emil here.
Okay.
Best by rating Alireza. Devon or Naka?
I have to include myself. Alireza, of course, is French. I guess Iko would be fun. I guess Gukesh.
Imagine Gukesh, Alireza. Naka is always one of the candidates for the very guys.
Yeah, I would definitely want my 50 bidder. Maybe Vidit, Gukesh, Richard Jacket.
So I will be first in Grand Swiss. Hikaru second. Alireza by rating. I'll take Anish.
And the first one you would place yourself, right?
Yeah, I have to. Yeah. Rapport is always good to have in this field. We should definitely have Hikaru Nakamura. Okay, Gukesh is fun to have.
Alireza wins Grand Swiss. They're finishing second.
Okay.
Best by rating Nakamura, and then the Vidit circuit winner Anish Giri.
Hello Fabiano, thank you for joining me today for the interview. The first question I'd like to ask you is what role does opening preparation play in your strategy for the Grand Swiss, and how do you adapt to your opponent's style?
Well, I can't say that opening preparation takes as much of a role as it did in the past, because now everyone is so well prepared. So it's more about trying to get a playable position where at least the game doesn't dry up so much, because theory has advanced quite far and everyone has the same tools. Everyone has the same access to strong engines and to strong hardware and so on. So yeah, I'm trying to kind of be a bit clever in terms of getting a playable position. Like, my goal is not to get a huge advantage or anything, just to get something where I can fight on equal terms with my opponent.
How do you stay mentally sharp and focused during long games at the Grand Swiss?
Yeah, this is of course a challenge, because tiredness at some point plays a role. Even if you don't realize you're tired, still your mental energy can be a bit lower, and this can lead to maybe some impatient decisions or some sloppiness in your play. So that's definitely a very important thing to consider, but I have quite a bit of experience, so I usually rely on that to guide me in the difficult moments and the critical moments.
Thank you.
We are back, and 2 hours and 40 minutes into the start of the final round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, and the play has been quite intense, but of a different nature from yesterday. Yesterday was all about the action, and here it just seems like players have been outmaneuvering the other and perhaps taking it slowly, waiting for their moment to strike, and you can really feel the nerves.
Yeah, it's it definitely feels like the calm before the storm right now.
Mhm.
At some point, things will spring to life across the board, and I'm expecting actually in most games for things to get a bit spicy soon. But right now, we've still got a while before the time scrambles, and that means the players still mulling over strategic decisions. We'll start with a bit of a roundup. We do see the overview of the top 10 boards there on the right of your screens. Board 1, I think, maybe the least exciting of all right now. Nakamura, we said we preferred his position, slightly easier to play, but other than the slightly odd pawn structure, not much to nibble on. It looks roughly balanced, Jovanka.
It does look roughly balanced, but we also know Hikaru. Hikaru thrives in this type of positions. It's all about the waiting, about making slow, improving moves, and well, Arjun Erigaisi does have a problem with the clock as well. So tension here.
Yep, this is just move 24, and Erigaisi only has 23 minutes left. A long way to go. I'm expecting Nakamura to take a leaf out of your book, play a move like h6 just to secure the king at some point before deciding on whether to strike in the center, whether to start switching attentions towards the queen side maybe. But yeah, very balanced on the face of things. But we do see the evaluations getting a bit excited, at least on the other boards.
I know, and well, we left Vidit against Predke. We were raving about the rook on g5, but in the end,
I was.
the rook on g5 didn't actually stop a knight from appearing on the c5 square.
Yeah, and at least the evaluation that we saw there for a second, 0.7 for white, hints that there's something significant. I thought this would be easily dealt with, but I'm not sure exactly how. I was actually assuming knight to d5, but there might be some tactics in the air.
Yeah, definitely. There might be some tactics, and I just wanted to point out one cheap trick, which is if black steps the bishop forward to c6 to defend the b7 pawn, well, you do have ideas of rook takes rook and knight takes a6.
Yeah, and you simply win a pawn because the black b pawn is overworked. It wants to take the knight, but then it would lose control over its bishop, and yeah, pawn up, bishop pair looks good for white. So how can black fight against this? The move I wanted to play originally was knight to d5, hitting this bishop, but then I suddenly realized that knight back to e4. And I was ranting and raving about how great this rook was. Suddenly, whoops, it finds itself hit. And not just that, but there's also a knight check, a nasty knight check. Otherwise, I think black would be fine, but I'd missed this detail, and maybe Predke had missed it as well. Because if the bishop were forced to take a timeout, then I think you've established a very strong knight in the center, and then maybe now you can actually play for some, allow some tricks, or even just drop back if you need to.
Yep.
Bishop c8. But yeah, knight e4 is going to be a nasty, nasty surprise.
Yeah.
So knight d5 is impossible.
Yes, and so that begs the question, how is black going to defend the b7 pawn? Are you going to go bishop takes knight, which again feels like you're literally giving white the bishop pair and a small advantage? Or are you going to step back and grovel with bishop c8? And I don't like that one either.
Yeah, bishop c8 just looks passive somehow. Yes, the bishop is dominated. It feels like at some point or other you might even have to take this knight off the board. But as you say, Jovanka, the top players in the world, they very rarely willingly part with their bishop pair. Especially because actually in a situation like this, black has no influence at all over the dark squares. White's bishop controls everything. Black's pawns are all on light squares as well. Even a rook exchange, a second rook exchange, other than the fact that maybe white could win a pawn immediately by kicking the knight and then picking off g4. Even if that weren't possible, this is a long-term advantage for white. You bring the king, bishop pair. Pawn on e4 will actually limit the scope of both of black's remaining minor pieces, and this would be, I even think objectively, maybe even close to winning. At least a lot of suffering ahead for Predke. This would be a dream scenario for Vidit. Kind of bearing in mind the tournament situation where a draw or a win might be necessary, but here he can play for both with zero risk. So bishop takes knight would be the last resort, the sad move, the move you don't want to make. Is there anything else? I don't see it.
I'm struggling.
Yeah, I'm struggling as well. You could, there's not, I mean, this pawn is dropping, but there's not an immediate rush. Maybe you could play a5, force the bishop back, but I'm not sure what white's gained, what black has gained here.
Oh.
Unless I've happened upon some tactic, but I don't really see it. Also, there would be the question of what happens if white does get a bit ambitious and kind of totally change the material balance. I think black's okay, but 2 pieces for the rook. Yeah, black should be fine here.
Yep. Okay.
Interesting moment. And meanwhile, our cameras have drawn us back to a game in the women's section where, okay, Zhongyi, she'll breathe a sigh of relief. This position that we looked at earlier did not happen. Let's catch up with the game. Instead of queen c3, which was actually pretty much winning for black on the spot strategically, she played the move rook f8 and allowed c4. Suddenly the white knight is alive again, and that is bad news. Actually, the knight has a clear path towards the black king. Knight and f5 normally spells the end. Let's catch up with the current position. E4, throwing away a pawn.
Yeah.
Opening the bishop. But, yeah, okay, threatening checkmate. Maybe she'd missed Mammadzaa here, that queen d4 simply shuts the diagonal down and attacks the black knight. And if queens come off, that would be the end. White would simply have extra material. Queen g3, rook d3, wow, counterattack. Ignoring the white queen, forcing the queens off the board, and white's winning, Jovanka.
White is winning. The h-pawn is going to fall. The knight is tying the rook to the defense of the a3 pawn, and white just has an overwhelming center. I mean, there's no way black is going to be surviving this, and what a turnaround.
That's it.
Yeah.
At this level, you just get one shot sometimes. Mammadzaa, she had one move that won, anything else, and she was pretty much destined to lose like this, and she couldn't find it. It was a difficult move, as we found out earlier ourselves, but Zhongyi reasserting control, and actually she might be on the brink of clinching that final candidate spot unless there's a turnaround on top board.
Right, and maybe we can take a look at the standings that the women currently have and just have a look at the tie breaks. And yeah, you can see though, Leia Garifalina with her draw.
Her birthday draw.
Yeah, her birthday draw. She just ruined her chances of qualifying. She needed to win because she had the best tiebreak. Zhongyi, if she wins, will, and Monguntul doesn't win, then it will be Zhongyi who goes to the candidates in Toronto.
Yeah, she'll be uncatchable, Zhongyi, unless Monguntul is able to win. Maybe we check out that board as well. I mean, this one is, I think we can say, unfortunately, pretty much over. Yeah, bishop f5 is coming, rook takes pawn, game over. Okay, let's go to top board. Any big shocks here? Okay, maybe the biggest surprise is that Vaishali didn't cash in and transform the advantage by taking on b2 a few moves ago. Still level material, but okay, she must still be in control. Look how strong this knight is. This is almost untouchable, this pawn center.
That is true, but she's conceding a lot of squares, right? And I'm just thinking that if white could get the A file opened.
Yeah. Oh, I liked your A4.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to play at least.
Yeah, A4 looks nice. You either open the A file or maybe even you push a pawn, clamp down. At the very least, you block the A file from black's use forever.
And you give black something to think about as well, right? Because here, if you just go rook to d1 as played in the game, then white is just simply defending.
Yeah, white plays rook d1. You say defending. She's probably got in mind knight to c1 to eliminate this octopus, this monster on d3.
Yeah.
The Kraken. But, okay, at least one idea in mind. How to defend against this.
But that's true, but at the same time, it's not a big deal if the knight leaves the board, right? Because black can go c6 and then also kind of go
back.
Yeah, go back. I mean, I was thinking if you're feeling super lazy, you can even take and then go a5 yourself.
Yeah, suddenly white will regret not blocking up that side of the board. Pawn takes pawn, the black rook relocates, and suddenly easy targets. Yeah, sometimes central pawns against wing pawns, it can be a fight, but here white's F and G pawns are so sad, and they'll never step forward really. And black's glorious center controls the board. C6 played.
Yeah.
By Charlie, she's just so in form. I think she'll go for that variation you mentioned. Knight c1, knight takes c1 isn't lazy, it's just strong.
Well, sometimes lazy is the best way. Keep it simple.
That's how I approach chess. And okay, uphill struggle for Monguntul, and if she takes a look over at Zhongyi's game now, she knows she needs to win, not just for her GM norm, but also for that candidate spot. Yeah, it's always mixed feelings. You know, you've had a great tournament, but if you don't achieve your ultimate goal, it leaves an awkward taste in the mouth. It taints everything.
Totally. And also, if you lose your final game, I mean, somehow or other, we're strange chess players. Like, we could win 9 games and then lose the 10th, and we would like be mad with ourselves because we lost the 10th. And we could have a terrible tournament where we lose 9 games, we win the 10th game, and we're like, yeah,
wasn't
it's
too
all
bad.
right. Have happy memories.
It's only the most recent game that counts.
Mhm.
And yeah, Emil earlier in the interview, he brought up my Isle of Man campaign 4 years ago. I managed to beat some the strongest players I've ever beaten, but losing the last round, and I just never ever want to think about that tournament again. So it's it's one of those awkward situations. Of course, Vaishali, she's most likely to win this final position, this final round. She's doing fantastically well, but imagine, for example, if she were to lose and if she were not to win the tournament after her fantastic run. I mean, she would not look back at the event as the big success it has been. But yeah, of course, it's it's all about ending on a high as a chess player.
Yeah, absolutely. The last round is one of the most important ones. It sets the tone and also inspires you, or perhaps demotivates you for the future. And C6 played like that move from Vaishali. Maybe we can cast our eye on Anna Muzychuk's game against Pia Cramling.
Okay, so in the Women's Grand Swiss, they are soon approaching the time scramble. Most games now are around the move 25 to 30 mark. Here we see both players around 14, 18 minutes left. It does feel like it's been going in Black's favour. As we said earlier, this e-pawn awkwardly sticks out, and it's just a big target for Black's pieces in the near future. E5 might fall, the bishop's already staring at it. First, there's a hit on this Black knight, and that begs the question, do you move, do you retreat, or do you take this pawn? Is there a trick? I don't see her trick, Pia Cramling. Her last move's a bit... Okay, I was going to say it was a bit odd, but her bishop was hanging, so she had to move.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take the pawn. That's my first question. And then after knight takes knight, I'm simply going to go rook takes rook. I'm not falling for that one. And then pawn takes knight.
See a pawn take a pawn.
Yeah.
It's just a clear pawn up. This knight on b7 isn't the best piece in the world, but it will soon get back into the game. She does take on a4.
She does.
So we're likely to get this position. It feels like it's falling apart, though, for Pia. Unfortunately, here. Yeah, knight takes knight, pretty much obligatory. And yeah, this whole variation we mentioned, the players firing down that line. And after the rook will be captured, the knight falls too. And it's not just the fact that Black's a pawn up, it's also that the e-pawn will soon be doomed. And the a-pawn actually takes a long time to go and round that up.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure how you get it. And knights are notoriously bad against these a-pawns. So White's knight will not want to allow this a-pawn to live too much longer.
Well, also, it's just like you said, you know, the knight on f3 is forced to defend the pawn on e5. So therefore, White has to spend some time to liberate that knight. You have to go bishop b2 or something like that.
She's going to move her king, I believe.
Yeah, well, somehow or other you have to bring a piece into the action. And whereas now Anna Muzychuk has a free hand, she can go knight to d8, to c6, and start targeting the e-pawn.
Yeah, that looks simple and strong. I guess Pia's idea, well, there's two ideas here. You could play king c4 and b5. You could maybe, if you get a luxury of like 4 tempi, go around the long way and take a detour, go take the a-pawn, the scenic route.
But you also got to be careful because the pawn on f2.
Oh, yeah.
It's on the dark square.
So many weaknesses.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a nice reminder to White, especially if the king wanders too far. I do wonder, okay, let's check it out. Knight d8. Looks like she's, okay.
She's done.
She's played. Okay, if I play king c4, for example.
So step one, let's come in with the knight. Let's improve that piece.
Okay, I wanted to just
Ooh.
trade everything off and hope.
And do you want to play 4 versus 3?
Yeah, but the white king's so far away.
Also, it's a bishop endgame.
Yeah, if the king were on e2, I think this is a relatively straightforward draw, but I'm just scared. Bishop endgames of the same color, quite straightforward draw, as long as white can connect all the pawns here. Also, it's nice that this pawn is on a dark square on h6, meaning that black's structure is slightly less flexible. But yeah, the king's so far away, I'm skeptical if black, for example, just enters, maybe shoulders off the white king, or yeah, it feels still far from a draw, this one.
Uphill battle there for Pierre Cramling to save the draw. But can we cast our eyes on the game between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer? Because it might be that the players are pedaling furiously to a draw.
Yeah, let's catch up with this game. This is the live position. Yeah, you said heading towards the draw. It looks that way, although white is currently 2 pawns up.
Right.
One of them's definitely going to fall. It's either the c4 pawn or the f2 pawn. Which one does white try to save?
Well, I don't think you can save the f2 pawn, because if the king comes to g2, well, maybe you get checked.
Yeah, you do get checked at the very least for black. Maybe black just grabs the c4 pawn anyway and argues that d4 now will drop next to it. Rook d1, you just come back and you remind white of their responsibilities. Yeah, it does look like this game is just going to fizzle out, which is a decent result for both, but ultimately a bit frustrating.
Could you just save the c pawn? And there we see the move, rook a4.
Okay. And now the question is, does black allow a trade of one set of rooks? White's rook on f1 is extremely passive, so maybe it's better not to. Yeah, maybe better not to exchange immediately. I'm wondering whether you could play rook f4, just really calm. Maybe these two central pawns are more valuable than the f2 pawn, and you render the opponent's rook still passive.
And what happens if you meet that with d5?
Okay. I think
I've
this is
set a trap. If you grab my pawn,
nice trap,
then my next move will be rook takes rook, obviously, and then rook a1.
Yeah, very, very nice. And it looks close to winning for white. If you get one more move, push the a pawn. Maybe it's still a draw with a rook on a4, but this one you have to calculate really accurately as black. It will be a race for the white king, kind of coming the whole way across the board to b3, kicking the black rook away. It will be a race between the white king and the black king, which will come forward and start grabbing pawns. This is difficult to calculate. This must be what he's hoping for, Fabiano. Does Vincent have another way of doing things? Rook f4 on the board. And d5. Maybe the problem is you just sit there.
Yeah.
You just wait. King h7. Play g5, king g6.
But then at some point, that's true. I admit that. But at some point, you have to let go of your of the c4 pawn and go rook a6.
Still some life left.
Yeah.
So we think it should be a draw, but still some work to be done for Vincent Keymer to prove it. We're being told that there are some exchanges as well in the Giri game, which could be essential to the standings. I think we're already reaching the point in the round Jovanka where the top boards, they'll be kind of, any time it's their opponent's move, they'll get up, go and check out their rivals. How's everyone else doing? If Esipenko loses, for example, we could see Vidit, we could see Nakamura offer quick draws because they'll maybe just bank their spots. Still some maths to be done to confirm that. But
yeah, but also, like, especially Vidit and Hikaru, they're playing motivated opponents as well, who really need to win in order to get their place at the candidates.
Yeah.
Or a chance, rather.
Get a chance. And okay, this one feels like it's improved a bit for Esipenko, but still a pawn down. Should we see how we got here?
Yep.
We left it after bishop to e2, saying that white is 2 pawns up, black is struggling. This pawn is a real issue, so he actually pushed it, a5. Nice idea, I guess, to undermine on the queen side. King f2, rook b4. Clever to try and liquidate on that flank. Forcing now the rook trade in a really unconventional way, a3. I wonder if there's anything else, but takes, and rook d1 at the very end. So all the exchanges. And white is in time if, for example, rook a2 to calmly defend this pawn, if need be.
And the terrible thing about this is that knight c1 is coming. And once that rook is booted off the second rank, then knight to d3 at least.
Yeah, knight c1 to d3. b4 is a bit weak. Also, white's king is far superior to its counterpart. We could see it just sprint towards the b pawn.
And the knight is completely offside on f6. It can't actually get into the action.
This is the definition of a dominated knight. A knight on the 6th rank, often dominated by a pawn on the 3rd rank, staring at it, controlling the squares. In the meantime, we do see a win for Zhongyi in the women's Grand Swiss. Let's just show that final position. Okay, it was here that Gunay Mammadzaa resigned. She's down a pawn. Knight f5 is check is going to come with a crunch. Bishop e6 is also going to come, and the g-pawn is going to roll. So a big win there, and she's in prime position now for that candidate spot.
Yes. Wow. And then we have to turn all our eyes onto the Vaishali game, where Muguntul now is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, both for her GM norm and the candidates. The only one who could now stop Zhongyi. We started the day with 9 possible candidates. Now it's just 2. It's Muguntul or Zhongyi. And yeah, this position though, it's not really improved for white at all. I love this idea you said for black. A5 coming, switching. You need to open a second front here, right?
Yeah.
Black's dominant in the center. Just needs to open one flank some way for the black rooks to get in.
Well, black does need to be a bit careful, because say for instance you do rush with a5, then it can be met with counters such as a4, and suddenly everything explodes open in the center, and that's exactly where white's rooks are primed and ready.
Yeah, and suddenly the white rooks switch and game on.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what the waiting move is right now. Does she start with a4?
I think she should start with a4.
I think she might have to, just before it's too late. And now if black's the one to take, then the white rooks switch, and actually it could be white who's better due to these weak pawns. I'm really surprised they've been holding off on deciding what to do with the a-pawns. Black's still better, of course, but maybe it's less so after this key move, because there's literally nothing else.
Yeah.
She's totally stuck at every other part of the board. She has to play a4. Whoever takes control over the a-file will be really relieved right now.
Totally. Totally, I agree with you. Principle of 2 weaknesses. And we see Vaishali, she is so active and so overwhelming on the king side that if Vaishali were allowed, and she were allowed to create a queenside weakness, then she would just be overrunning the board. But as it stands, Muguntul has to create counterplay. And remember, she is in a must-win situation. A win will take her to 8 points and also grab her a lot of money, but a chance, well, a spot in Toronto.
Yeah, a4. I did just briefly check. If she doesn't play a4 or the slightly sneaky rook a1, she's basically lost.
She's busted, okay.
Yeah, so according to the engine, if black's the first to strike with a5, as we've actually been predicting, black is the one in control. So it's now or never. And actually the advantage for Vaishali, she's been a bit tentative, a bit negative, unwilling to kind of strike on the queen side. Yeah, Vaishali will regret it if white does play a4. Only move pretty much, only idea at least to keep the game going.
Yeah, okay. Big moment there for Muguntul. Do you think she'll find it?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else. She's quite an active player from the games that I've seen. She really thrives when it's imbalanced. Here it's, at least the pawn structure is imbalanced. She's been suffering a bit, but a4, literally the only active thing to do.
Yep. It makes a lot of sense as well. You know, pile up the rooks on the A line, then open it. And maybe Vaishali actually would be in trouble.
At least momentum-wise, suddenly, for the first time in this game, a bit of fear would kick in.
Right, because actually if we put a4 on the board for white and then make some random, what would black play?
I don't know, rook f7.
Okay, and then rook a1.
Yeah, it's turning. Suddenly the rook's infiltrating on the a-file. Might have to play a move, ugly move like bishop b8 just to control the a7 square, but now the black bishop's passive. You can play rook a6, put some pressure. Yeah, I mean, black's still totally fine, but
yeah,
white's position is improved tenfold here.
Yeah.
Enormous improvement. But let's go back to other games. We're expecting Muguntul to play a4, keeping the intrigue alive in the women's Grand Swiss. But let's go back to Anish Giri, who's won a second pawn.
Yeah.
And he's on the brink of winning this game, surely now.
He is on the brink. This is bad for Esipenko. The best he can hope for is to grovel a draw, but that's going to be such a difficult task. And he's centralizing his knight.
Yeah.
And okay, there is, but you're just simply going to go rook to d4. It's the only move.
Yeah. You could potentially give a check and then just defend your f-pawn, but it is awkward to be kind of stuck in this pin. I mean, this looks pretty good too.
Yeah.
I don't see any way that black is going to make kind of full use of this pin on this move, and if white gets time, you just evict this black knight from the center and then slowly start consolidating. Later bring your king over, and How did he win the second pawn? Maybe we just backtrack.
Yeah, let's go.
Briefly. We left it here, thinking that white's a pawn up. This idea of rook d4 is a bit annoying. Rather than go passive, as all the top players do, they prefer to go active. Rook c8, he gave up this pawn for free. Bit surprising, maybe a bit too, agreeable there, just giving it up for free, allowing white to...
He must have felt desperate.
Yeah, understandably, 9 minutes left. It's only moved 26. But preparation's backfired. I like your rook d4 as well, Jovanka. Just attack the knight, kick it back, then push the pawn. Giri, look at the focus. Looks like he's suffering on the camera, Giri, but on the board he's thriving.
Yeah, totally. He's. I mean, there's a serious chance that Anish will be winning his third game in a row, and well, we've called all our predictions, and even the ones in the most unexpected ways. Because if we turn our attention to Vidit against Alexander Predke, I kind of was quite blasé.
Oh, sorry, let's catch up with the live position. This was our analysis earlier. Bishop c6. We mentioned
bishop
this.
c6, and I was just like, we'll just go rook takes rook and knight takes a6. Knight takes a6 first.
Okay, so he's a pawn down. We mentioned this, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Or you mentioned this, that the b pawn is overloaded, and if rook takes rook, he'll take back with the bishop.
Yep.
Keeping an eye on this piece. Where's the compensation?
Is it knight to d7?
Knight d7.
You tried to lock the knight out of the game, but seriously.
But even if white just moves the bishop, the knight's coming out. It is a pawn. Okay, he's about to make a move, so this is the live position. Predke definitely feels nervy. I mean, just in the playing hall, we can feel it, we can sense it just by some decisions. Players who've been untroubled, like Esipenko, Predke, the entire event, suddenly making uncharacteristic decisions.
It's just getting into your own mind, isn't it? You're just getting into your own way. And I mean, but we did actually leave this position. We did think that Predke had a difficult choice. He could have just stepped back and been passive, but okay, he's decided that it's better to be active, but he is ultimately a pawn down. It just goes to show that Vidit's strategy has worked to perfection.
Yeah, Vidit, maybe the most impressive player of the tournament, as Emil said earlier, just so smooth, so calm after his first round defeat, bouncing back and outplaying nearly everyone. 97, so your idea, Jovanka, just with the rooks still on the board? I don't really see it. If the white bishop moves, just clearing a retreat square for the knight.
And once the knight lands on b4, white still has an attack against the bishop on c6. I just don't get it.
Just drop back, come in. I'm wondering as well whether you can be hyper ambitious here and play bishop d6. Is there a tactic for black? It does feel a bit shaky, but you are threatening knight c7, check. If you trade off, if you get the bishop pair and you're a pawn up, you're just winning. I'm struggling to...
I'm struggling to make sense of this. To me, it's just black is a pawn down.
Unless it's something to do with bishop to a4.
Could be.
Bishop a4, attacking the rook.
Oh, maybe bishop a4 is a big threat, actually.
In the current position?
Yeah.
I mean, here, even b3, I mean, it still feels like you'll emerge a pawn up, but yeah, in the current position, bishop to a4, just getting the bishop out the way. So, okay, so if the bishop drops back, bishop a4. But even b3, if there's a trade-off, white still got the bishop pair now, beautiful bishop pair, look how strong they are. And pawn up. Not the best pawn in the world, the a pawn, but a pawn is a pawn, as we keep repeating.
It certainly is.
Okay.
Goodness.
What to do? I'm wondering, a move like bishop d6, why is this not just winning on the spot? Wow, Jovanka, I was a bit naughty. I checked here. I think it would have taken me a million years to find this move, so I'm glad I checked this moment. But black has only one move to stay in the game. Otherwise, black's just a pawn down for free.
Oh.
Did you spot it? Or
no, I saw it.
I'll make you saw it.
I saw it, yeah.
Wow.
But I wasn't even looking in that direction.
I was not either. And Predke, we've talked about him, a tactical genius, of course. The only move for black would now be bishop to f3. And the game goes on. This would be incredible, just saving the bishop. Now the white knight would be on pre, and due to some tension on the g-file, this is actually his threat. This is the hidden idea. So for example, knight attacked and pin on the g-file. If the bishop were captured by a pawn, this would be a discovered check. Actually, black would win now, due to both pieces being on pre's. This is so sneaky, so easy to miss.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Unbelievable resource there. And also is a much more natural bishop take. That's not the threat. Bishop takes g2, but bishop f3.
Oh.
How does white handle that? Which means that you don't have time to go bishop a3 or bishop d6. It means you have to, like,
you just have to leave the knight.
Leave the knight on.
I mean,
it's not going to get trapped, because as soon as the bishop moves from c6, then you've got knight c7.
Yeah.
And is rook c8 a defense?
Yeah, is rook c8 a threat? That's the big question. Rook c8, maybe you just still leave the knight. So now, with the knowledge that bishop f3 is a threat, I wonder whether, it looks so counterintuitive, but king f1 or bishop f1, maybe say king f1 just to get out the
just get
g
out
file,
of there,
to get off this line. So bishop f3 not possible.
Okay,
rook c8 you mentioned.
Yeah, rook c8.
But maybe white just moves.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6,
Yeah.
one of these.
Yeah, put it there, because after pawn takes knight, you just go bishop takes.
Yeah.
And
it continues a bit, rook a8.
The rook takes bishop.
Rook takes bishop. We take.
And I go rook c8.
Check. And at the very end, you have bishop c7.
Yes.
So Vidit has to calculate all of this, and it's working for white. I mean, firstly, spotting that bishop f3 is a threat. Secondly, just calmly dealing with that threat more than the idea of your knight being trapped. Not easy. 16 minutes. We've only reached move 21. So still a long, long way before the first time control.
Yeah. And let's just put up the threat again, because that was just beautiful. So you go bishop d6, bishop a3, whatever.
Yeah.
Bishop f3. Boom.
Boom. And it's not a sacrifice. The idea is just to attack this knight. It's actually just to get the bishop off what was a vulnerable square. You're trading off pieces. And more importantly, gaining time, gaining tempi. Incredible. That's what a spot that is from Predke. We thought he was in big trouble, but hidden resource.
Yeah.
And okay, that means Vidit has to deal with this threat. If he plays a move like bishop f1 or king f1, I think he's okay. Or at least some chances of the advantage.
Bishop f3.
But yeah.
That's the kind of move that you see after you've made bishop a3 and bishop d6, and your brain clicks into some higher level, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, I think I would play one of these bishop moves and only want my opponent looks at me afterwards. I'll be like, oh wait, I've blundered it. I've squandered the chance.
And Predke, he is a tactical wizard, so for sure he has that up his sleeve. And you mentioned the words big trouble, and Andrey Esipenko in big trouble again. You know, basically Anish just went check.
He just gave a check, and he did play g3.
G3.
Just calmly defending this pawn, which was under fire due to the pin. Now everything's protected. The knight is still dominated. No compensation for the 2 pawns.
Nope.
Even if it were 1 pawn, even if this f-pawn disappeared, Giri would have fantastic winning chances.
Yeah. Okay, so he just pushes the pawn forward. You might as well.
Look at him on the camera. He's trying to keep a poker face, but for a second that dropped. The mask fell, and he did look devastated.
There is like a tiny bit of compensation. Like, for instance, Giri now has to work out how he's going to handle this, because black is threatening h3, and one fine day, swing the rook to c1 and h1, and
somehow
perhaps you've survived.
Yeah, the problem is it's hard to get to the first rank. The square's covered.
That's true.
You need to somehow go the long way around for 1, 2, 3.
Right, but what black is going to argue is actually just maintain the status quo, you know. And
he's going to play rook b5 though, and how do you maintain the status quo?
Okay, yeah.
Once this knight goes back, the white king is actually going to enter the center. The b pawn's going to race down the board.
Thief of joy, David.
Sorry.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't have a move.
Esipenko will play knight c7, and now the dilemma Giri would have is whether to kind of transform the advantage by giving a check and then taking this pawn. And okay, 4 versus 2, but if it's all on the same side, some drawing chances.
Yeah.
Or whether Giri just kind of moves the rook away. Maybe rook b3 threatening rook c3, gaining a bit more time.
Yeah, and when the knight comes to
back to d5, then I think again. It's not over. It's
no,
not over.
He can wriggle, Andrey Esipenko. So, yes, some work to be done for Anish. And can we also go over to board f4, where Fabiano and Vincent have traded off a set of rooks, and
let's catch up
quite
there.
a few pawns have left the board.
Yeah, this one is 3 versus 2. 3 versus 2 all on the same side with no pass pawns. It's quite a straightforward draw, quite elementary stuff. Here, at least there is a pass pawn. The question is whether black goes for it immediately. How is white going to stop? A king e5 followed by a munch on d5.
It's also really bad news for Vincent, because Vincent is in a must-win situation if he wants to get into the candidates.
I think we can safely say, and neither of these, well, Fabiano's already there in the candidates, but not through this tournament at least. Neither of these two players will be winning the event.
Yep.
Yeah, a draw for Vincent. I mean, it rounds up a really, really strong tournament, but ultimately his tie breaks were just not quite there.
Yep.
He didn't play quite the same level of opposition as the others. This check's going to be a bit annoying for white. King e5 is coming. It feels like this pawn not long for the world. If you hit the g-pawn, I guess this might be the one last try.
Well, I will bite and play g5.
Yeah, I think g5 is good. I was going to set up one final trap, Jovanka. How am I going to do this?
You want to go f4?
Yeah.
And then rook f7? Oh, no, hang on a second.
I was going to say like something like this.
No, I can get it for you.
Checkmate. Sorry. How are you going to do it?
Well, you just got to put the rook on e4.
Yeah.
And then you got your checkmate.
Got some checkmates, yeah. I mean, one idea would, for example, be a check and then another check. Actually, maybe this is quite good for white because king takes pawn would walk into a skewer. So still some tactics. But, of course, quite, well, they're not hidden. They're not subtle at all. So, yeah, as you said, rook d7, just try and trade off, sorry, not even g6, g5. I try and trade off as many pawns as possible. The more pawns that leave the board, the closer this does get to the draw. I think Fabiano, he'll try one last trap, one last trick, but ultimately he knows it's a draw as well. All rook endgames do have that tendency.
Yep. Well, can we revisit board 1, Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura?
Yep, let's go there. As Nakamura sips his tea. Okay, b4, the last move played by Erigaisi. Queens are off this one. How did those queens come off the board? Let's just recap the last few moves. They came off here. Nakamura was the one to instigate the queen exchange. They got exchanged and he drops back simply. So who has the worst pawn structure, Jovanka? I'm going to pose you an ethical dilemma. How many pawn islands are these? Is this one pawn island or is this 2 pawn islands?
I don't know. When I was taught chess, I was taught that they were 2 pawn islands because they can't protect each other.
Me too.
Okay,
but then
maybe it's the British school of chess, because I've had this discussion with other people and they're like, no, that's just 1 pawn island. I'm like, okay.
I once asked that question to Cramling and he said, no, of course it's 1.
Yeah.
Then next to each other, it's just 2 islands, like it's just a tall island. But either way, normally we would argue that black has fewer pawn islands because as opposed to the white pawns, these pawns actually all protect each other.
Yeah.
So black would have 1, black would have 2 in the center and then a third on the king side. And white 1, 2, 3, 4. So white would have 4, but it's normally better to have few if there are no pass pawns running down the board.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say? I like black's position. I think white has to be very careful here. And I like what Hikaru is doing, challenging the C line, and maybe even initiate a set of rooks.
Yeah.
Trade of rooks.
Exactly. For example, if white were to be a bit over hasty here and play b5, he would just be left with weaknesses, and even a knight endgame, black's king has a clear path into the queen side. And meanwhile, its counterpart is still stuck at home in this race. Big head start. So I don't think Erigaisi should get tempted. He most likely should just centralize his king. Still should be a draw with best play, but Nakamura on the better side of the draw.
Yeah.
On board and clock.
I wasn't sure whether actually Arjun was doing... I thought when it came to proportions, like whether Arjun is more likely that Arjun would draw or Arjun would lose. I think he probably... I wasn't quite sure actually.
Right now in this position?
Yeah, in this type of position, because the pawn on e4 can be easily attacked.
Yeah, this is true. Black's pawns can never really be attacked, but if you imagine the black knight after a rook's disappear, like kind of landing on f6.
Exactly.
This would be a big weakness.
And the black king is better placed. It can run towards the queen side. And again, I'm not sure about having a pawn on b4 as well. That can be vulnerable.
Okay, the idea behind b4 was not b5, it was a5 to close down the queen side. Yeah, actually, you're right. It feels like Arjun, he's playing ambitious moves. Maybe because Arjun needs a win as well. It's a real kind of sticky situation for him. It's a dilemma. Like, does he push, knowing he needs to win to have any shot at the candidates? But it's not the type of position where you can push, really. Therefore, you sometimes take irrational decisions, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone's been there in their life when they kind of get in their head a bit too much. And here he should just be locking things down for a draw. But pretty easy to go astray. And these pawns, I say clamping down. I don't know, now after a rook exchange, the black king does have a clear path.
Yeah, exactly.
Nakamura, this is his type of position as well. He's a grinder these days. He prefers these small endgame advantages that he can massage away.
And you can chip away at the white center as well and control the squares. And talking about decisions, well, Munguntuul did make a decision and she did break with a2, a4. The A line is now open. And, well, this game is, I would say, quite finely balanced.
Wow, this is by far the best position White's had the entire game. Literally since move 8, this is the best position White's had. And also the clock times, it's just move 29. Vaishali, not many people have tested her in these kind of endgames where it's about slow improvements. She tends to get her attacking type of positions, as she did earlier in this game as well. But yeah, it's funny actually, Jovanka, up until this moment we predicted everything. I kind of said in this position, I don't know what to do, rook f7, and then she played it. I think she feels the same, don't know what to do, because suddenly for black, what's the plan? Rook c8 hints at c5, but I don't think it's ever really achievable due to the weakness of b5. White gives a check, and she blocks. Now rook to a8, or rook to a6 I'm expecting.
Yep.
Rook a8 would be nice. Threaten checkmate in 1 if black plays c5.
And rook c8. So Vaishali offering what it could be a repetition.
Just to finish the point, Jovanka, rook d8. Look at this. Checkmate.
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
We promised we'd show any checkmate that could arise. Rook c8 though. Yeah, do you think?
Oh, no.
Oh, she's looking around.
And she's looking around, and this is where, much to her horror, she will see that Zhongyi has won. Zhongyi has the better tiebreak.
Yeah, she needs to play on. She'll get a good prize, a good kind of financial reward if she does get a draw here, Munguntuul. I think she'll kind of confirm joint third place minimum. But yeah, Grandmaster norm at stake if she wins, candidate spot at stake if she wins. She's got to play on. Give a check or play rook a6 at some point. Just keep the tension. I don't think the draw's going away anytime soon.
And what about initiating a set of rook trades? Like, for instance, Munguntuul can pile up the other rook on the A line.
Rook a2?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say rook a2. And what if black insists and then offers another set of rook exchanges?
And then I give a check.
Wait, I've blundered. For some reason I thought rook c7 was possible. I've hallucinated. Of course, this would be a massive mistake. White would suddenly win. So yeah, in this position after rook... Yeah, rook a2, maybe rook f8. Oof. Yeah, scared I'm blundering something. Rook a7.
Yeah.
It does look horrible. She's got to play on. She's simply got to. There's no reason not to continue this game.
She's throwing the check.
Yeah, maybe... Okay, the moment of truth will be soon, not yet. Second time we've seen this position. Maybe she'll repeat a couple of times, get closer to move 40, and then continue.
That's a good strategy, but Vaishali has less time on the clock. And now Vaishali is pausing. Vaishali can't be considering playing on here.
No, remember, a draw would wrap up the tournament for her, tournament victory, at minimum on tie breaks. Vaishali, so rook a8. Oh no.
Rook c8.
Got to play on, you've got to play on. Moment of truth now. Assuming Vaishali plays rook c8, she cannot play rook a7 anymore.
Okay.
And body language, Jovanka, how do you read that? Looks like a draw.
She's offering a draw. And, well, we have it. We have the winner of the tournament, Vaishali, with 8.5 points. What a sensational performance. And Munguntuul, again, what an epic tournament result for her with 7.5 points.
Yeah, fantastic performance. She did so well, but in the end, just falling short, half a point short of the candidates, half a point short of the Grandmaster norm. And it's interesting, Jovanka, because she actually she agreed the draw, and then she said rook a2, but why not play rook a2? She was the one who put it on the board. Okay, surprising finish to that one, but congratulations to both players, especially Vaishali.
I mean, it was the tournament of a lifetime for both of these players. Vaishali, in 1 month, she achieved her 3rd and final Grandmaster norm. She also is the FIDE Grand Swiss winner for the women, and she also finds herself in Toronto 2024. And she's part of the only siblings to ever play in the candidates. I don't think it's ever been done before.
No, that would be super cool.
I know.
Seeing them play side by side there in Toronto will be a highlight. But a lot to celebrate. Vaishali yesterday, she was reluctant to tell us how she would celebrate. But there's multiple reasons today. She won't be a Grandmaster today, but she will be very, very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And meanwhile, let's go back to the open section where Anish Giri against Andrey Esipenko has progressed slightly. And it looks like this is just Giri in his element. He's 2 pawns up. His last couple of moves have been really efficient. G4 this last turn. He's trying to make the pawn majority count on the king side.
Yeah, and Esipenko under 30 seconds on the clock. How many moves left to make? But his position is just dire.
This will be his 32nd move. So he, after this one, 8 more moves. So still 9 moves to make. But it's the pass B pawn for later. But for now, it's pressure on F5.
His rook can't move. The knight can't move. And there you see he just tucks his king away to G8, allowing Giri to actually capture the pawn.
The Tower of Terror, the tripled pawns.
I would go there.
A pawn is a pawn, as we keep saying. And yeah, the knight will go back, but
yeah.
I mean, it's now 3 pawns the advantage. Even if these look ugly, the white knight later will come to D4 and into E6, maybe even now. Oof, this looks really bad for black, you've got to say.
Yeah.
Even if you just start pushing the B pawn, I don't really see how black is ever going to save this game.
That would be very clinical, and I think it would be very effective as well. Push the B pawn.
Yeah, you can push the B pawn. Giri's spoiled for choice. He has 25 minutes as well. This is heartbreaking. Esipenko's been so impressive, but chess is cruel.
He's put in a flawless performance. You know, he had a great game against Hikaru. He played all the top players, and right at the final hurdle, he chooses the wrong opening, and he isn't able to continue in the most active way. And for Anish Giri, he was just simply biding his time. And it's a great result for Giri, not because he will be able to secure one of the candidate spots from this event, but in terms of the FIDE circuit, it will catapult him up the standings.
Yeah, Giri might be a favourite now to qualify for the candidates from that alternate path. If he wins this game, it's still an if. He will jump to 7.5 points, so he would catch up with Andrey Esipenko. He would share kind of a prize at the top there, but yeah, he's definitely kind of waited for his chances. Giri, 3 in a row would be his final winning streak.
Yep.
We talked about ending a tournament on a high. We're kind of making assumptions here, but pawn takes pawn just looks too strong. Too many pawns.
Yeah. And Giri just waiting. He has all the time in the world, 24 minutes. Maybe we cast our eye to the Vidit game, because
in this key position, Jovanka, he found one of the best moves.
Bishop F1.
Bishop to F1. We said this was the threat. You had to deal with it some way or other. He very calmly, not Bishop D6, that was my analysis, sorry. He played Bishop to F1. Now Bishop F3 has no sting to it whatsoever. You can simply take this bishop and nothing is hit on E2. So it's a check, but you can just sidestep. And you're doing very well here with white, even if the knight drops bishop pair. So Bishop F1 met by rook to A8. A bit of a mysterious one. I'm not sure what the threat is behind rook to A8, because Bishop D6 and now the white knight's just coming back, or even into C7. White's still a pawn up, and due to the pressure on C6, you cannot really take this knight. Vidit might be winning as well.
Yep, and well, if Vidit wins, Esipenko is never, wow, let's never say never, Yovi. He's unlikely to win. So that means him and one other will go through.
Yeah, Vidit will pretty much automatically clinch it with a win, as he would deserve to. 8.5 is a phenomenal score. It's astronomical in this field. Plus 6.
It would have felt unfair, right? If Vidit, Esipenko, Hikaru had all gotten 8.5 points,
and one of them had to drop out.
And Vidit, you know, with the worst tie break, would have not clinched a spot at the candidates.
Yeah, historically 8, so +5 would be enough. So 5 wins more than you have losses. Here, they're already on that score. They could win again. Again, I don't want to make too many assumptions. Predke is so tricky, so dangerous, but being a pawn up with a nice pawn majority.
And Esipenko, we do have a result. Let's go over to Anish, Giri, and Esipenko resigns. Anish, Giri wins to reach 7.5 points. And what a tragic end for Esipenko. It was a dream tournament for him, but at the final minute, he lost to an in-form Anish Giri, who simply picked up the pace towards the end.
Anish just relishing the role of spoiler, and it's often this type of situation when one side has nothing to lose. Giri's just playing for pride, playing for some prizes, and Esipenko had everything on the line. It's so hard to hold everything together, and it's just the opening choice. He didn't play badly, Esipenko. He just never got in the game from the opening. Even if the computer says it was fine, even if his preparation ran to a certain point, he didn't look deep enough, and unfortunately.
And you can just see the pain and disappointment in Esipenko's face. He looks away, but chess can be a cruel game. You play like 10 perfect games. You just play fantastic chess, and you are so close to achieving your dream. And then at the final minute, you stumble.
Yeah, it's like running a race, running a marathon, and just tripping at the finishing line. It's heartbreaking, but he'll be back. He'll be stronger. Esipenko, if he plays like this, as he has done this kind of fortnight, then, I mean, he'll be top 10 in the world in no time. So hopefully Esipenko bounces back, but he's out of the running. He will now not be able to finish in the top 2. And our eyes are turned yet again towards the top few boards.
Yep.
Erigaisi against Nakamura has changed slightly in terms of pawn structure. One set of pawns has been traded. Nakamura kept the rooks on the board. He's going to put his king on d6. He's mobilized his pawn center now, and still looks like it should be a draw with best play, very much in the balance.
Yeah.
You really like Nakamura's chances.
I do. I feel it in my bones, David. I know objectively against the computer, I think the computer would draw like all the time, but you can sense the momentum shifting in favor of Hikaru. He's got that great center. He can step up with the king. Yeah, I know white can hold solid, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would all rather be black here just because it's so harmonious. And this central pawn mass much better than white's pawns, especially if there's a capture. Then suddenly there are big threats of e4, destabilizing white's knight for the b pawn. It's his type of position. Nakamura, Arjun looks visibly nervous as well. Maybe a slight favorite Nakamura, but we'll check back in a bit later. Drama on the Vidit board.
Yep, let's head there.
Includes bishop to a4, attacking this rook. But wow, Vidit does not even react to the hit on his rook or the hit on his knight. He simply counterattacks bishop f4. This rook that I was praising, suddenly reminding black that his position's loose. This is move 24. Player's really in time trouble now. Okay, what to do? The evaluation bar did drop. It said it was completely winning for white, just the move before.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me. I like the b3 move.
Just b3, keep things simple.
Simple chess, And then, if black doesn't capture the knight, then the knight will jump into c7. And if you do capture the knight, well, doubled a pawns are not anything to be sniffed at, because look at the bishop on f1. Powerful.
Yeah, this just looks winning for Vidit. I'm surprised. Why complicate things when you can keep things simple? Maybe he was scared of bishop takes pawn and then a position such as this one. But in the meantime, okay, it's a draw on board 4 as well. So both Caruana and Vincent end the tournament on a decent note, but Vincent out of the running for the candidate spot. And attention will now switch to the top 2 boards where everything will be decided.
Yeah. And talking about the candidate spots, let's remind ourselves of the current standings after round 10. And we did see Andrey Esipenko lose to Anish Giri. So that means he is now out of the running for the candidate spots. And we also saw a draw by Vincent Keymer. So that means he, with 7.5 points, is also inadequate to catch a spot. But in terms of who stands better, if we were to look at Hikaru Nakamura, Arjun Erigaisi does need to be in he needs to win, basically.
Yeah. Actually, It's quite clear now, the equation. It's basically 2 players from the 4 remaining on the top 2 boards. It's going to be either Vidit or Predke for one spot, and it's going to be either Erigaisi or Nakamura for the other spot.
Yeah.
And at this point, the 2 leaders, Vidit and Nakamura, they have slightly better positions. So actually, if they've seen that Esipenko's finished, they could even just bank it by going for draws. Vidit, for example, he can just try and hoover as many pieces off the board. Nakamura, I think, could easily get a draw if he wanted to, and that would be sufficient at this point.
Okay, and that's probably the most practical way to play it, actually. Minimal risk.
Having seen Nakamura in action in various tournaments over the years, he'll realize he's very in tune with tournament standings, and he's very good at guiding games towards the desired result. Okay, out of the 2, it definitely looks like, okay, time scrambles everywhere, but it looks like the more dramatic is on the Vidit versus Predke board.
Yep.
So this one's still quite a slow endgame. Let's go over there. Vidit about to move. Rook a5, just played the rook getting out the way.
And
now surely b3, unless he's got something tricky in mind.
It's the only move that I can see. Yeah, I did not like bishop f4 at all. And we see Vidit reaching, and he's going in with his knight to c7. Okay.
Tactics galore. This knight will be eliminated. Has to be captured.
Absolutely. And bishop takes bishop will be played. And now Vidit attacking the rook. Both rooks attacked.
Yeah.
And
he's still a pawn up. There's not much risk involved. So b3 looks safe, looks solid as well, but maybe this one's strong.
This one's better, actually. Because if you were to grab the rook on d1, obviously white would do the same.
Grab the rook.
And now rook takes bishop. And you're going to find that you can't grab the pawn on a2 because, oh, look at that, bishop b5, and there's a pin, and there's a win for white.
This is what Vidit's calculated. This is what attracted him to this slightly complicated line. He's taking his life into his own hands. He was very much relying on his calculation there, but it looks like it's all working out. And okay, the rook captured by Predke, who's still a pawn down, and will have to fight that endgame out. And what else to do? The bishop is pretty much trapped, only one safe square, but you don't want to allow white's bishop pair to survive. So probably you just eliminate this rook now.
Yeah.
And Predke, you can tell on his body language, he knows now he's pretty much out the running of the candidates, because winning this position with black, a pawn down, almost impossible. He needs a blunder from Vidit before move 40 most likely, but such a simplified position.
Yeah.
This is really professional by Vidit.
Yeah, excellent choice. I was critical actually of bishop f4, but no, this is a perfect strategy.
His calculation just seems so crisp nowadays, Vidit, especially when he's been in the studio. He's been showing us he's got everything under control. I think you need to take this bishop off the board, and in a position like this, you might have to grovel, but king e7, you just put the knight in e5, you hope that you're not losing on the spot. Maybe king e7, you try and get the rook in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but white's plan is also so clear-cut. It's just to go a3.
Bishop d3, bring the king.
Exactly, move the king. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, so Vidit doing some fine calculation there and has the advantage. And
okay, rook takes bishop, played by both. Rook takes a5, rook takes d1. And okay, we see him centralize the knight. Now Vidit will play your move, shore up the queen side. And actually, it's very reminiscent of the Anish Giri game. We could see a3 followed by rook d4, b4, go after the weak, isolated b7 pawn. Vidit, I think he's going to clinch it. I think at this point it's Vidit and Nakamura.
Yeah.
Poised to seize the spot.
Yeah. Okay, so whilst there's no risk whatsoever for Vidit to lose this game, let's head over to Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru. And what is happening here?
As expected, Hikaru's parked up his king on d6, very nice square. It's very hard for white to improve his position. I just want to mention it's important not to go for the tower of tripled pawns here, because this would be a check, and actually white would pretty much emerge with a decisive advantage. Suddenly black is left with the horrible pawn structure, and white has a 2 versus 1 majority on the queen side. So don't break the tension. Even if you win a pawn, it's not worth it. Nakamura resisting that temptation, of course. King d6. And for Erigaisi, does he break the tension? Does he sit? Does he play a move like king d2 and wait? Does he? And if he does, how does he wait? Meanwhile, we do have a result on board 2 in the Women's Grand Prix, and that was ultimately a draw between Pia Cramling and Anna Muzychuk. Pia saving a difficult endgame. Anna Muzychuk, therefore, will come second on her own.
Yep.
But yeah, great result either way for both players.
Yes, it is a great result there for especially Pia Cramling. Okay, Anna Muzychuk is a classy player, but for Pia, you know, she had a tough start, you know, and she just strung together a series of victories and found herself on 7 points.
Yeah,
fine score.
Pia Cramling, she started the event with 1 out of 4, and then she won 5.5 out of the next 6 games. So incredible stuff. Ending a draw there. Decent way to finish the tournament.
Yep.
Big prizes for both. Yeah, this one's still a pawn up for Vidit. We'll go back to the Nakamura game. Nothing changing here, but 4 minutes for Erigaisi. Okay, he's going to make the time control. This is move 37 now. Yeah, I was going to say he has to be patient. He has to sit and not do anything dramatic. You only worsen your position if you touch any pawns. So rook a3. Also nice because black was hinting at maybe a5 in the near future. So rook a3 cuts that idea out.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, what will Nakamura go for now? I wonder whether you could force the issue in some ways. If you really want the draw, if you're Nakamura.
I was wondering about d4.
d4. I said you don't want to. If you want to win this game, you definitely don't touch this pawn.
Yeah.
But if you want to draw, is d4 possible? d4 maybe c4 though. And this is a threat of a fork.
Okay.
So maybe just now, maybe you can take this pawn, but it's relying on some tactics. Knight c5.
Knight c5. I don't.
Actually, maybe knight f2 as well, because knight c5 I was relying on a5 as black. And it gets a bit tactical. Gets a bit tricky. Although wait, check. I wanted to come forward and attack this knight, but whoops. Checkmate.
Oh no.
Don't try this if you're Nakamura. The king gets caught in the center. Active king in the endgame. Normally a good idea, but backfires here. So okay, he will not touch this pawn, of course.
Okay.
He'll most likely, I have a feeling, re-maneuver his knight. Although knight c5 is coming.
Yeah, that's the big problem. I mean, you don't really want to be putting... okay, so no, you can't.
Nakamura, yeah. We liked his position, but it feels hard to improve suddenly.
Yeah, because the knight will come to c5, and ideally I'd like to kick that away, but you just can't.
Knight c5, at least for now, can be met by a5 very strongly. So for example, h6 if you just wait. The problem is both sides wait, and I'm not sure what to do, but knight c5, I think you can play with a5, undermining this pawn. Therefore the knight. Pawn takes pawn here will be met by rook check, and taking the knight next. But yeah, what does Nakamura play? Because waiting around is not pleasant. h6, just white can play h3 and pass the buck to black.
Yeah, but also you can make moves like king.
Maybe the white
king
rook comes
f3
around.
or something.
Yeah, king f3 looks some.
And then now knight c5 is a big threat because there's no rook b2 check. What is Hikaru going? a5 immediately.
Wow. Just, yeah, actually, this is the most cynical way to force a draw. He's eliminating his weakest pawn. We talk about pawn islands, the isolated pawn. Yeah, I was going to suggest this in a different variation, but this looks much more efficient now. After a capture, you just block, you take it off the board, and you argue that no material left.
Yep.
This is Nakamura being ultra professional. He knows a draw is enough.
Any ways for Arjun to maintain the pressure? It's very difficult. I can't see anything.
Yeah, the problem is after a5, you're pretty much obliged to take it.
You can actually go rook a4.
Yeah, rook a4.
But then you can go pawn. But still
I mean, if you want a draw, you could probably take this one.
Yeah, then knight c5 again.
Yeah. c5 take. As long as I don't get mated in the center, which I might do. But even if black goes back here, it looks fine. It looks safe enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook a4. Maybe the only winning chance.
I've got the... So if you go pawn takes pawn, I can actually...
Oh, wow. Arjun offers a draw. And there we have it. Nakamura is confirmed as one of the candidates in 2024.
Yeah. Wow. In the end, what a pragmatic decision there from Hikaru Nakamura with the move a5, securing the draw. And there we see the two players. And Hikaru Nakamura now moves to 8 points, and as David mentioned, has now secured himself a spot at the 2024 candidates in Toronto. Now it will be up to Vidit, whether Vidit can defeat or draw against Alexander Predke. Vidit also on 7.5 points.
What would you do in Vidit's shoes now? A draw would secure a spot in the candidates, minimal risk. Let's catch up with the game position. But a win would get you sole first prize, winning the Grand Swiss, winning $80,000.
Yeah, but then, you know, if you think about it, like, it's also, it would be shared, right? With Hikaru, if he just draws, and that's 80,000 plus 60,000, so that's like 100. You just lose £10,000.
Only $10,000.
$10,000, yeah.
Who needs $10,000?
Yeah, but then you're guaranteed a lot more at the candidates, so better to.
The candidates, it's that's where the real money is. The lucrative prizes,
and
eternal glory,
and the glory. And the honor, and just imagine the hero's welcome that Vidit would have if he qualified for the candidates. No. Here I would just bank it.
I mean, we all saw those pictures of Prague being carried literally by members of his town through the streets, literally treated like a king, like royalty.
Yeah.
And Vidit most likely will be facing the same. Nakamura now just looking over. I was waiting for that face from Nakamura. He's like, yeah, it's probably a win for White, but it might be a draw. It's worth noting that Nakamura, I think, would triumph on tie breaks. He's got a better tie break than Vidit. So in terms of the title, it would go to Nakamura if Vidit draws this one, although they would share the prize money. So Rook b4. How much risk is there involved in this one, Jovanka? White's going after a second pawn. As long as there's no risk, I think Vidit's well within his rights to play on. But the moment that there are any tactics or tricks, that's when to shut things down.
Okay. Well, you can go for the b pawn, because you know White is ready to meet. So okay. So now you should go for the b pawn.
How would you do that?
Rook b1.
B1. Say White snatches.
Yeah. Then this is where I wanted to go knight to c4, and I'm in, David.
This is where the risk really starts to come into effect. Can't stop knight d2.
No.
Really have to try and bail out now. I'm not sure even how White does that. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think you're about to say, White doesn't have to rush by taking this pawn.
You absolutely should not rush. And you shouldn't make moves like g3 either, because that would just give Black a beautiful square to plonk the knight in. And
probably just a draw.
Yeah, but the White king would be trapped in a mating. And do we see Rook b1? Or?
We do. Rook b1 on the board.
Yeah. So, okay, trap there for Vidit. Do not get greedy and play Rook takes b7. This would allow knight to c4.
Yeah, Rook takes b7. Let's put that on the board one more time, and knight d2 is unstoppable. I think here you might even be obliged to give a bunch of checks, and maybe you hold, but no guarantee there. This would be some risk, so unlikely to happen. He could play... is b3 risky at all?
Yeah. Also, Black does have the threat of going knight to... Yeah, going in that way.
Knight d3. If you want to take risk out, you could probably just take this pawn, but Rook takes b7, and just to show one trap, knight e2 is threatened. Again, White just moves a pawn. White just plays g3 and evacuates the king, but if you get careless, whoops, knight check, and checkmate. This will not be how the Grand Swiss ends. Vidit will, of course, spot that one. But yeah, b3, don't think there's any downside to it, really.
No.
The b pawn not running. b3 would control c4 as well. Although, actually, b3, I just realized this would be nice. Play knight c4 anyway.
Very nice.
Still coming in due to the pin on the b file.
And I like your h5 move, incidentally, because it was threatening h4, h3.
Yeah, h5. Okay, he's going to give his king some lift. He plays f4.
Nice.
Very professional from Vidit, giving the king some breathing space.
And also, again, liberating the bishop, because it's giving back material. I just like the way that Vidit is playing this. It's so cool. The calculation is just spot on from Vidit. Okay, we see en passant, the streamer's favorite move, and after pawn takes pawn, yes, Predke can play knight takes f3, check. But the king will come to f2, and Vidit would just simply put the bishop on g2 and then just focus on winning the b7 pawn. And with that pawn falling off the board, then it's just going to be all about pushing the a pawn.
Yeah, light squared bishop on the long diagonal combined with the a pawn. It's normally a killer recipe. Knight takes h2, we should mention. This knight was just getting trapped. It's going to be caught, a dominated knight, very typical pattern. He actually plays king g2, so not allowing any of that nonsense. No, knight takes h2.
Oh, but my bishop should be on g2.
Yeah, I quite like that one as well. But this looks like it should be good enough. Maybe the king will be harder to check, for example, if the black knight goes back to the center. I think Vidit's just going to round this one up, though. How's this plan going to be stopped? Rook takes b7, march to the a pawn. Now it's so open, the bishop, as you say, is just dominating the knight.
Totally. I guess you have to go knight to d2 and keep these tempos alive.
Yeah, but again, the knight is just trapped. It's caged. Dominating a knight with the bishop. Once you master that technique in any chess games, it's it's how to decide things, right?
I have one final try.
Okay.
Just to go e5.
e5 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the sad thing for black, unfortunately, is that even if these pieces disappear, I'm not sure even where white goes, but unpreventable. You cannot stop the b pawn from falling. I think Vidit's going to win the tournament. He's on the brink now.
And what a performance by Vidit.
Oh, wow.
To lose the first round and then just absolutely dominate everything. Oh.
Finishing on +6 after losing round 1. That's not bad at all. And we're at move 34 now. 30 seconds for Predke. Vidit's barely looked away from the board once at the last. Every time we see him, he's sat there planted at the board.
Yeah.
That meditation, I might have to try it.
Yeah, and he's played great chess. You know, yesterday he beat Bogdan Daniel Deak. He beat Sindarov in a tactical melee. And yet the knight does come to d2. And today, he sussed out his opponent. He sussed out that, you know, he was playing this tactical wizard. So therefore, what should he do? He locked down the game and just invited his opponents to set up complications. And Vidit was ready for them. And now, look, the bishop is coming to d3. It's, as you said, David, the knight is completely overwhelmed.
And here already you might be able to start calculating forced wins with white. This pawn is hit. You could just defend it with your king. Black's intention is to go rook h1.
I would also be tempted just to grab the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to calculate, you can start taking and pushing maybe. If I were in his shoes with 5 moves to make before the time control, knowing that you have a winning position in such a big high-stakes game, I would play king f2. I'd play king g2 and repeat once, get closer to the time control, bank another minute on the clock, and then start to think. But of course, he's got plenty of time. He is winning at this point.
He's reaching for the king. That is a professional move.
And after rook h1, I mean, then you can start taking. Black's just taking pawns. It's not really improving the black position at all. This one, I think, might be in its final moves. We're at 4 more moves. As long as Vidit doesn't blunder before move 40, this one's over, and he's going to be confirmed as one of the candidates, maybe even the winner of the 2023 Grand Swiss.
And what just a fabulous performance from Vidit. And he started the event, I think, top 20 seeds. Not one of the tournament favorites at all. And even he lost his first round game and still managed to string a whole load of victories to finish on what could be 8.5 points out of 11. Fabulous achievement there from the Indian Grandmaster.
And meanwhile, in the studio, we are about to be joined by a very special guest. Karu Nakamura, congratulations, you're confirmed in the candidates for next year.
I am, okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Yeah, I mean, today was definitely a good game, if I quote the games. I mean, you know, I think it was actually funny because both myself and Andrey Esipenko were the 2 players who were leading the tournament, by tiebreak at least, going into today, and both of us got to blitz out our openings really quickly. So, I mean, you know, the great thing is when you don't play that many tournaments, you have all these little stupid ideas and you kind of like save them up. I mean, this idea, in fact, which I played today, was something that I think I looked at in March maybe during the American Cup, because I played one of my other silly ideas in this Kalashnikov. But yeah, basically, I think after a4, Arjun was a little bit out of his opening book. I'm not sure if I looked at a4 or bishop g5 first or what happened, but basically, as soon as we get this position, with bishop e7 already here, I think black is completely fine. Basically, there were 0 issues in the opening. I mean, this is all still theory, basically. Somewhere around here is pretty much where my preparation ended. But I had a feeling somewhere around here after rook d1, there was probably something that was good. Yeah, and I'm bad at chess. Queen h6, of course. No, I had a feeling in the game somewhere around here there's something, and then I played queen e7 just to guard the pawn. Actually, I saw queen h6. Why did I not play it? Wait, queen h6? What did I miss? Computer just wants to, okay, I mean, I can turn this off, of course. But, I mean, basically, computer says some version of this is better for me. During the game, I couldn't figure it out, and obviously the situation wasn't conducive either, because I don't know if I should play for a win or play for a draw here. So I ended up going queen e7, and then I think we got this position which of course I allowed for no reason. Basically, I overlooked that after rook f1, if I go knight takes c2 here, I thought rook c1 was, shoot, here we go again.
Yeah, I think you can.
I thought that
you can pinch the screen together if you want, and
you can pinch it just like you would a phone. Yeah.
Okay, like that. Okay, and I thought after queen c7 I was doing quite well. But then I realized if I play knight c2, white has queen b3, and I actually can probably resign the game. Maybe not resign, but I'm not better. Probably I'm a little bit worse. So instead, I mean, luckily the position is so simple, so stable for me that I can just dilly-dally all over the place. Eventually, we get to this endgame here. You know, and it was very tricky because when I played king e8 here, like I wanted to actually offer a draw on move 30, but the thing is, Anish hadn't yet won his game. It looked like he was going to win up the 2 pawns, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I chose to play on rather than offer a draw here, which was probably a mistake because I kind of messed it up a little bit. After b4, I played rook c8, which was a horrendous positional move. I should have, of course, gone a5. But I think as Arjun and I were discussing after the game, this endgame, it looks very, very good on first glance for black after knight c4 and b6. But when white basically brings the king over to d3, I go like knight e7, knight d2, knight g8, something like, I guess, c4, knight f6. And if white just sits with like the knight on b3, I'm not so sure if black can create winning chances. So I ended up not going for this, which was probably a bad decision, because once a5 is played, actually, if anybody is to be careful, it's probably me here. But luckily, I was able to play for the pawn breaks immediately b6, d5. I mean, and all these pawn breaks eventually resulted in this position where after rook to a6, the rooks will be traded on a5, and the game will be a draw. So not the best game in terms of the technique from like move 30 on, but found a way to make the draw.
And how much, can I ask, were you looking at the other games? You mentioned you had half an eye on Anish, I guess on this game, Vidit as well.
Well, I mean, the main thing was to not lose, because if I didn't lose today, I was going to qualify pretty much no matter what, simply because of the rating gap between myself and Firouzja. So the main thing was just to not lose. But then, yeah, I mean, I was very confused by the Anish game, because of course Esipenko blitzed out like 20 moves, and then was just down a pawn and losing. So I looked at that game a little bit. That was the only one that I was kind of following. Vidit's game, for example, I didn't look at at all, but it seems that things have been going his way. I mean, he had a small advantage in a queenless middle game, and he kept pressing, and he's going to be the deserved winner of the tournament, so it's nice to see.
Yeah. And are you happy with your overall performance?
Oh, I mean, of course. Anytime you gain like 10 points at this level, it's very, very good. So I'm pretty happy with the performance. Today's game, maybe not so much, but I guess I got the job done, so that's all that really matters.
And what will it look like now that you've qualified for the candidates?
What do you mean?
Like well,
the next few months, your preparation?
Exactly. Will life change?
Life change? No, not at all. No, I mean, I'll go back to my regular job for the next month, probably at least. I mean, in December, I will be in Toronto, so I do have that. I think a lot depends on the World Rapid Blitz, when and where it's held. Maybe I have a match in India too, so who knows? But the main thing is just, I mean, I'll deal with this probably like around mid-January. I'm not going to really be thinking about it until then, but I'll probably start figuring out who I want to be on my team of seconds pretty soon.
And Hikaru, it's been a great year for you. So many tournament victories now. Norway Chess qualifying for the candidates. I'm going to count that as one. Getting married, of course. What's the secret? How do you juggle it all?
You know, it's funny because I, for whatever reason, I was envisioning this conversation last night before I went to sleep. And, you know, I think the thing is that when you do something besides just playing to earn a living, it makes it a lot easier. And, you know, I was actually going to ask you the question, because I'm betting whenever you play tournaments now, it's probably much more enjoyable than before you had this cushy commentator gig, I'm guessing, right? No, I mean, I'm asking seriously. I'm betting like 4 years ago it was much more painful and it was suffering to play chess. But now I'm sure for you too, it's like, it's actually fun because you don't play all the time, and I mean, you do a lot of commentary. So I think that's ultimately the secret, is that, at least for me, most of it is mental. I've always had the talent, but there are a lot of external and internal pressures and worries and all these other things, and I just don't have them. So that makes a big difference, and I think ultimately for the kids who are coming up, and also a lot of the players who have been near the top, or players who are suffering, you have to find that happy balance where it matters but it doesn't matter, and just give it a go.
So it's something you recommend to the next generation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is you have to be serious but also not serious at the same time. You have to find that very happy in between. It's really, really crucial.
And talking about balance, what was your routine like here in the Isle of Man?
Well, I mean, the good thing is that I played a tournament in Qatar, in Doha, right before this, and I came up with a lot of ideas that I didn't use. So I think I was expecting to have to play what I played today, probably for the last 3 or 4 games. I mean, I had the game against Esipenko, where I played one of my other ideas, and still didn't get it. Vidit also played e4, didn't go into an open. So I had a lot of ideas that I had saved up for this tournament. So mostly it was just like, get the pairings around 10, study 1 or 2 lines in various openings for the opponent, go to bed, and then start looking at stuff around 9, 9:30 in the morning. And, yeah, seemed to be a good schedule.
Yeah, and you mentioned Vidit, who is about to win the tournament and join you in the candidates. What do you make of his tournament? Really impressive stuff, no?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously, he's the guy that everyone knows is the choker, for better or worse. I mean, he's someone who's had so many opportunities, and somehow, every single chance where he's right there, it just seems to go wrong. So I'm very happy for him after all these near misses, that finally he's able to put it together. It looks like he had a very, very good tournament overall. I don't think he was in much danger. Did he lose a game here? No, right?
Round 1.
Oh, that's right. Yes. He lost that long rook versus knight endgame to Erwin. Yeah, I forgot about that actually. Maybe that woke him up. I don't know, but he had a great tournament otherwise, and I don't think he was really in danger in the latter round. So, he just played well, and I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, and do you have any comments about his game? His position at the minute just looks completely overwhelming, right?
Yeah, it's just over in a second. So yeah, he's going to win the tournament, get a cool 80 grand, and life is good for him. He's definitely, of the Indians, he's one of the players who is just overlooked all the time because of Prag, Arjun, and Gukesh. So and Nihal also. It's like he gets lost amongst all the others. So it's great to see him shining for once.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 final candidate spots now that the rating spots opened up. You're expecting Firouzja to join you in Toronto next year?
Well, what is going on in his game? I didn't see his game. Did he win? That makes a huge difference. If I scroll down, this makes a huge difference. No, he's not going to win this game. So I don't know if he's going to qualify. It's going to be very, very. I assume he's not going to win this. I guess he could, but I don't think he's going to win this, so most likely he's going to have a 10-point gap over Anish and Wesley. I think there's a very good chance that either or both of them could surpass him if he doesn't have a good Sinquefield cut. So it's going to be very very nerve-wracking, because I think until a couple of days ago it looked like if I got the spot from this event, Alireza would clearly get the rating spot. Now, everything is up in the air.
Mm-hmm. And who would you like to see join you in Toronto?
I don't really care. It's just another tournament, so it doesn't matter. Anyone who makes it will have months to study, so it really doesn't matter whether it's Alireza, whether it's Wesley, whomever it might be. But I think it's going to make the Sinquefield Cup very, very dramatic for sure. So it'll be really exciting to watch the chase.
So Hikaru, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on a fantastic tournament.
Thank you.
And thank you, Hikaru, for sharing with us your analysis of the game. And wow, what a tournament it's been. And we're now looking at the game between Vidit and Alexander Predke. And while the A pawn is moving forward, and Predke throwing in 1 check.
Yeah. These are what we call spite checks. Unfortunately, it's hard to resign a game. Predke's had a fantastic tournament himself. So close. If he had won this last game, he would have been there, but ultimately Vidit too strong in form, and nothing to be done no matter where the White King goes, pretty much. This one is over. And we'll see the final move or two. White's making a new queen.
Yeah.
Nothing to be done.
And maybe one more check from Predke.
Yeah, maybe one more check. Maybe the White King even hides in H1 if need be. As long as you hide from the checks, Black will resign. Black can get no more than a rook for the queen. Actually, you can't even get a rook for the queen.
No.
Once white promotes, she will take a knight if the rook is captured.
Yeah.
Wow, what a performance. And yeah, a lot of truth behind Nakamura's words. Once you take the pressure off, once you've been there, you've done it, and you're not actually too involved. It actually leads to better results.
And this is the first time I've seen Vidit bouncing up and down in his chair. You can feel the excitement. This is the moment where he knows nothing, and absolutely nothing can go wrong. And David, he's following your plan. He's going to put his king on h1. There will be no more checks, and it will be all over.
Yeah, just waiting for the final move now. What do you think we're going to see? Are we going to see an explosion of emotion from Vidit after all that meditation?
So. I think that, you know, there will be at least like one small smile from him. I mean, he started off this tournament seeded at number 15. He lost the first round after blundering in a winning position. And he made an incredible comeback. And just, you can see the pause there before he puts his king right there in the corner. No more checks from Predke.
There we go. The king hides from the checks. White is getting a new queen. Predke resigns. Vidit wins the 2023 Grand Swiss.
And there you can see the big smile on Vidit's face. What a champion. FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 winner. He's got that spot in the Candidates 2024. He is going to Toronto. What a tournament for him.
Wow. And Sagar Shah, we see on the right of your picture there from Chess Base India. I don't think there's any more proud person in the world right now than him. He's been following Vidit every step of the way, cheering him on. And that makes 2 Indian players in the candidates for next year. This is the result confirmed. Vidit first place, Nakamura second on his own. Congratulations to both.
Yeah, our hearty congratulations to both of these players. And, well, it was Indian glory as well in the women's section, as we saw Vaishali Ramesh Babu, seeded number 12 in the women's section, just absolutely storm to triumph with 8.5 points out of 11. And in second place, a fantastic competition there from Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk. It's been epic, hasn't it?
Where do we go from here?
I don't know. I don't know where to continue from here. Yeah. I mean, I've been waiting for this moment now for like 11 days.
Yeah, 12 if we count the rest day.
Yeah.
But what a tournament it's been, Jovanka. It's been the year of Indian chess and 2 Indian winners of the Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Just fantastic. It's going to be a cause for much celebration for them.
Yeah.
It's a lot to look forward to as well. Maybe it's time to start recapping some results because we see the tournament hall in front of us on the picture there. It's mostly emptied out, still a couple of stragglers left, a couple of games remaining, but the top places have been decided.
Yes, they have, and the golden candidate spots have been awarded, and what a tournament it has been on the Isle of Man. And in the Villa Marina, another historical tournament has come to a close. Oh, I feel quite emotional about this.
Yeah, me too. It's always sad at the end of a tournament, right?
Yeah.
And, yeah, we go our separate ways. All the friendly faces you see here at these events. But meanwhile, there we do see the updated graphic with the 2024 candidates. What a field this is. What a cast. Magnus Carlsen, unlikely to attend. We think that spot will go to Nijat Apisov of Azerbaijan. But either way, Nakamura there, Vidit there, and 2 spots yet to be decided.
Yes, and well, we will find out in January, I think, when the new rating gets published, who has made the cut, who will be going to the FIDE candidates. I can't wait for this tournament. It's going to be fresh, it's going to be exciting. We have young Pragnananda there, and now we have Vidit.
Yeah, the biennial candidates, it's always the highlight, right, of the calendar. So much chess to be played, and that's the highlight for everyone. Nakamura might have played it down, but he will be focused. He will want to win that and get his shot finally at the Classical World Championship title.
And alongside the FIDE candidates, there will be the FIDE women's candidates. And here other participants. We have World Championship match runner-up Lei Ting-jae. We have also Katerina Lagno, and down at the bottom, Vaishali Rameshbabu and Tang Zhongyi, all qualifying via the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss. And it was close. And yesterday we saw Vaishali secure that ticket to Toronto by winning her game. But for Tang Zhongyi, she had to win today, which she managed.
Yeah, she managed to do so, and the rest of the pack couldn't quite keep up. Jovanka, still some games in progress. I'm going to take us a bit further down in the open section where there's still a bit at stake.
Yeah, maybe we can check up on our norm hunters. So first up, we had Shreyas Rail. He needs to win. Oh, but he's a pawn up, but it's an opposite color bishop endgame.
It is, and unfortunately for young Shreyas, he has an H-pawn, and famously, if a lot of material disappears, the H-pawn, it promotes on a dark square, you have a light squared bishop. So actually all black needs to do is give up the dark squared bishop, even all of black's pawns as well, for these white queenside pawns. And this would be a draw. The black king is in the correct corner. Looks like an uphill struggle winning this one for Shreyas. I'm not sure how he's ever going to sneak these 3 pawns past the 2 black pawns and the black bishop. This one should be a draw, so he might fall half a point short, but either way, it's been a fantastic tournament for him. Great experience. 2,600 opposition in pretty much every game.
Yeah, and finally, we also had Li Wu, who was hunting his international master norm.
And unfortunately for local fans, for fans here in the Isle of Man, Li Wu did lose his game. This was the final position. Black is breaking through on the second rank. There's a threat against this white rook, and Li Wu resigning, meaning he will not get the IM norm this time. But he's also had a fantastic tournament, gaining a lot of rating points.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice to see the local residents performing well and actually representing the Isle of Man here at the Villa Marina at the FIDE Grand Swiss. And we are setting up for a very special interview.
I'll just mention the final participant from the Isle of Man, Dietmar Kolbis, ended the event on a high with a 3rd draw against a Grandmaster. So many congratulations there. And yeah, we're setting up with the tournament winner who will be with us very shortly. It is Vidit. We saw the win, we saw the game, and the final candidate from this event confirmed.
And first of all, Vidit, congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, how are you feeling after all this?
Thrilled. I mean, I can't put it in words, to be honest. Yeah, it's just totally amazing. It's just sinking in still. And the fact is that I did not win a tournament for like a couple of years. Like not even a strong tournament, just any tournament. I had not won for a long while. So this is extra special to, win like such a strong event. Yeah, it's surreal.
Yeah, did you think this was possible after round 1 where there was this accident and suddenly putting together all these wins?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I did not think so. I mean, losing the first game in such an important tournament, and then I had to score like 8.5 out of 10. I mean, I wouldn't have bet on myself back then.
No, it was impressive. What was going through your mind before this game, during this game?
I mean, I was happy because I won yesterday, so I was in good mood, good spirits. But it was not clear if a draw will make it for me. Because the most likely result I thought between Hikaru and Arjun and Anish and Andrey would be draw. So for me, a draw would not be enough. So I knew that I had to push. And okay, by the opening choice, it might not feel that I was trying to do that, but I was playing against his style, that he's very active player in general. And I thought that this would not really suit him. So during the game, I was not really thinking about the standings or something. Although Anish having a clearly better position did motivate me that okay, I can even afford to make a draw. But I had such a good position that there was no need to do that.
So you don't need to buy Anish dinner now that you clinched it on your own.
I'll be still nice to him, invite him.
Yeah. So you slept well beforehand, no nerves or anything?
I slept reasonably well like last night, but somehow in the morning I woke up with the calculations in my head that it's a must win. Because I thought Hikaru, Arjun, whatever the result, it doesn't matter to me because
one of them will take the place. So this was going on subconsciously in my mind as well. So I did not sleep ideally, but okay, I mean, it did the job.
And how did you put those thoughts to the side?
My alarm rang.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And maybe you can talk us through some of the key points. You mentioned the opening was tailored very much against
I was
your opponent.
surprised that he went for QGA because honestly, I thought that he had the best tiebreak amongst everyone, and he would try to go for something more complex. So I wasn't really expecting QGA. I prepared against something more complex fighting lines which he could do. As I said, I thought he was playing all the Sicilians against E4 and QG against D4. So there was kind of a mismatch. So I thought this is a very comfortable position, and generally I'll try to just maneuver. Luckily he knew this idea of bishop D7. This was played back in 2000 or something by Anand, and this is the equalizer to bring the bishop to B5. So I tried to play something smart over the board. Maybe he should go bishop D6. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll put in engine lines so I don't feel stupid. Bishop B6. I think bishop D2 was very clever. I'm threatening bishop B4.
How deep did your preparation last?
I think after DC it ended.
Okay, fair enough. Even I know that position.
So bishop C3, I think this was a very clever move, bishop C3, because ideally I want to play rook C1, knight C5, but knight E4 is really annoying. So I thought bishop C3 kind of ties his pieces up, rook H8, rook FD1. And I thought it's not really easy for him to bring knight E4 because I have knight E5. Takes, and some bishop F3 tricks are, okay, engine is laughing at me. But I thought bishop C6, bishop F3, it could be slightly unpleasant. Maybe I was wrong. He should have gone for this then. He went rook D8. And now I was thinking if I go for the same line like in the game, he had this trick with bishop A4, B3. Now he can take and my rook on A1 is attacked. So that's why I went rook C1. He went G5.
Were you expecting this G5 push?
Yeah, I was. I mean, it's very hard for me to suggest a move for black. For example, even like move like bishop E8, then the king is trapped. Like for example, like even if something like this
very nice
can happen. So there is no really active plan apart from G5. Takes bishop B4, king E8, knight D4, G4. Yeah, I think knight B3 was a very clever move. I want to play bishop A5, rook G5, and I was calculating for a long time this move rook D6, knight D5, E4, knight B4, rook B6, knight A2, rook A1, and I thought he has this move bishop B5. If I take rook B5 and there is back rank issues and I can't really capture it. I tried to make it work, but I couldn't really find a way. So knight C5. I was expecting that he would either go bishop C8 or takes on C5. I mean, I wasn't really sure how this endgame is. Maybe F3 somewhere, or I can take with the bishop maybe. It's very pleasant position. 2 results, and the moves are very hard for black. There are some weaknesses on the king side as well. Bishop C6 was a complete shocker for me. I think the point is if I take rook, oops.
Yeah,
you can just pinch the screen.
Yeah, if I play rook D8, he had bishop D8, knight A6, and now bishop B5. The point is if I take rook B5, A4, he has rook B6. And I'm losing here. So, but knight A6, I did not really understand what was his idea. But I think his idea was bishop F3, which looks very clever. But I had planned H4. Rook D8 is also, okay. I was thinking of H4. The point is that I can't really take on F3 because it comes with check. And H4, it deflects the rook from the 5th rank. So if he goes back, then bishop B5 is the problem. I was thinking he'll go bishop E2, rook D8, king D8, yeah, HG, knight D5, because now my bishop is attacked. But I thought E4, and I'm winning. Oh, knight takes B4 and G3. Wow. I only saw g3 and bishop c5 here, which was winning. So maybe after knight d5 I have to play something else. Yeah, something, sorry. I think this was the best practical try for him to, you know, defend this kind of an endgame. I wouldn't really be sure that white is so better. Okay, he played knight d7, and this seems like a really poor move because, yeah, it's just passive. My knight is trapped, but he can't really attack it. Bishop f1 was super precise because now there is no bishop f3 idea.
Yeah.
It took us a while to find that one.
When did it dawn on you that he was planning bishop f3?
I mean, when I was calculating knight e6, I saw all these ideas with bishop f3. But this bishop f1 is really cute because if he takes just king h1, and it's a very nice position. And the point is, if he plays rook c8, trying to threaten to take on a6, I had bishop d6. And if he takes bishop a6, rook a8, rook c6, this, bishop d8, bishop, and it's winning. So I think it's already winning here, rook a8. Bishop d6 was the best move, wow. I was also calculating rook d6, trying to be a little bit clever. Yeah, the point is I have no threat. Bishop d6, bishop a4.
It felt like you were calculating really crisply, though, really calmly, like all this bishop f1, bishop f4. Like it felt
helps
like
when your king is this safe and your opponent's king is in danger.
This is true.
But this is a very nice line which Engine shows to play b3. Takes, oops. And g3, wow, to bring bishop to g2. This looks just completely winning. But I saw this line, bishop f4, rook a5, knight c7, takes. I mean, it's a pawn-up endgame, and we were really low on time. But it's not so easy because he has this rook c5 move, and rook c2 is coming. Initially, I wanted to play b4, but rook c2, a5. If I get b5, a6, I'm very good, I thought. But knight c6 was annoying. It's still very good, but I did not see it. I think rook d4 was a very good practical move. He of course wants to get activity, and because he's pawn down, he doesn't want to suffer. But
around this time, you must have known that a draw would be enough. Was there ever a temptation to kind of take the safe way, just get the draw?
No, I'm pawn up.
Good, just checking.
It will be a shame. I mean, people laugh at me for eternity if I take a draw here. The point is, he wants to get this knight to d2, but there's no way. Let's say if he goes king f8, rook b7, knight c4, rook c7, and there's a pin. So after rook b4, rook b1, yeah. The point is now rook b7, knight c4, there is no longer a pin, but f4 was really precise. I give my king some space. Takes, king g2.
And was it at this point that you knew?
Yeah, I mean,
you had, because we saw you visibly start to bounce up and down.
I was. I kind of realized that I have a great chance around here. But the thing is, my moves are also easy. I just have to take and push the pawns. He could have put better resistance, but I mean, I understand that it's really hard practically. Yeah, a5, and the pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game. Congratulations, first of all. But what are your thoughts now? How are you going to celebrate, first of all?
What's the time?
It's still early in the day, 6:20 p.m.
I'll have a lot of calls to make. I'll call my parents first, It's been a while since I spoke with them, so they'll be very happy. Because every time I used to do worse, of course it affected them as much as it did to me. So it would be nice to, share this moment with them, and then, the close friends and so on.
Yeah. And moving onwards, I mean, how is your life going to change now that you've qualified for the candidates?
I need to get a Canadian visa to begin with.
You've got some time.
The thing is, I haven't really thought about it. I'll realize it, and maybe I'll be able to answer this better after a couple of weeks or so, to know how it's going to change. But for sure, now I'll keep that in mind, and probably it will also help me get invitation to other top events. That would be nice too.
Do you have any fixed plans between now and the candidates next year already?
I guess World Rapid and Blitz. I don't know where it will happen. And some Bundesliga games maybe, or some league games, but no tournaments as such.
Okay. And what will you do? $80,000 first prize. What will you do with it?
Is that the amount? I did not know.
Not too bad. What will you do with it?
First, a very, very nice dinner tonight with all my friends. $80,000. I don't know. I'll spend it. Don't worry.
You deserve to treat yourself.
It will not go to waste. But can't really think of something right now.
And any final people you'd like to thank for this tournament victory? This is your opportunity.
Of course, my trainers, because without their help, I would not have, got such positions and then won the game. So them. I mean, now it feels like a big thank you speech, which is kind of awkward.
Why? We want it. We want it.
Yeah, and my family, because they have always been there through thick and thin.
Yeah.
My mentors, all of them my friends. My sponsors, I mean, they did help me a lot with the training. All my sponsors like Persistent, Ambit, ONGC, Lakshya, Black Lotus, Bharat Push. So all of them have been supporting me for a long time. So without them, it would not be possible.
And did you change up anything before this event?
Not really. No. I was just doing the same things, but it was just not clicking. Probably there was some missing piece of the puzzle, which I don't know, which kind of added up here.
Yeah.
But I was doing the same thing. I was training already for a long time, and I was as sincere before.
Yeah.
So probably I was a bit more relaxed than usual. I remember playing World Cup, and I was pretty tensed throughout because any day could be knockout. So here I was relatively more relaxed, which kind of helped me play better.
Yeah.
You mentioned your trainers as well. I asked on a previous day. You were very mysterious. You kept their identities secret. Are we allowed to know now?
I think in candidates, they'll find out. People will find out directly.
Okay. I'll wait. And final thing, we asked about the secret, this meditation. Are you allowed to tell us about that now as well?
Yeah, I mean, I use this app called Black Lotus, which is a meditation app. Okay. And it's very special to me because it's also founded by someone who I consider myself my guru, So his name is Om Swami, and he's also been, guiding me, mentoring me. So it's very special that way. And I've been using it, and probably the results showed today. So yeah, I also would love to thank him, although he already knows.
Yeah. Okay. And we also saw Vaishali winning in the women's section as well.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. I think she had already qualified yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what her result was today.
She drew.
She drew, yeah. And
Soul. Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's a fantastic moment for Indian chess.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, Vidit, thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations on what is a fantastic result.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Absolutely amazing performance there from the FIDE Grand Swiss winner, Vidit. And we also had another winner, the winner of the Women's Grand Swiss. That was Vaishali Ramesh Babu. And we are going to play an interview where she shares with us her...
Vaishali, congratulations. You are the champion of the Women's Grand Swiss. Before we talk about the last round action, how do you feel having won this incredible event?
Yeah, I'm very happy that, it's such a tough tournament, and I'm very happy to win the tournament. Yeah.
Would you say that today is the highlight of your career so far?
Yeah, this tournament is definitely the biggest win, I would say. It was such an experience, I'm unable to express it in words,
I can imagine. Let's talk about the last round game. Although Anna is still playing, your tiebreak is better, so a draw is enough for you to clinch the title. Were you aware of this going into the game?
No, not really. I'm very close to the GM title. I just know that I have to win the game for to touch the rating requirements. I think I was clearly better, but I somewhere misplayed, and I allowed this A4 rook A1, rook A7, and later I didn't see how to continue the game. Maybe I could play bishop c7, but I think I'm slightly worse maybe. So I just repeated with rook c7. I think my opponent was also fine with the draw, so I think it ended a draw. Yeah.
So in the end, both of you were fine with that draw. What did you think when she started repeating?
I mean, I was happy with the draw. I thought maybe I'm going to the other side. I mean, maybe I'm going to the slightly worse side of the game. So I was happy with the draw at that point. Yeah.
You have qualified to the candidates. You have won this tournament, but there's still these couple of points missing for the GM title. I'm sure they will come in no time. What will be your next event?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, no tournaments has been planned so far. I'll be playing in the women's chess event, chess.com. Other than that, I'm not sure what I'm playing.
How are you going to celebrate? What are you planning to do after this tournament?
So, like, this is my third tournament in a row. We'll be going back home for now, and I think we'll celebrate after going. Yeah.
I've interviewed you so often here. You've done so well that I'm running out of questions. But maybe let me just ask you, now that the tournament is over, how do you reflect on the whole last 2 weeks?
It has been amazing. Like, I've been really enjoying my games, all the games. I mean, to think about the games, like my second round save against Alien Robust was very crucial. Like, I was completely lost position, and I drew that game, and I think from there on I was able to play some good chess, and yeah.
And looking forward, next year you will be going to the Women's Candidates Tournament in Toronto. Your brother Prag will be there as well playing. How soon do you think you guys are going to start your preparation?
Yeah, I think hopefully very soon, yes.
Is there any plan in place already? Can you tell us a little bit in general about your training routine? How do you work on your chess?
I mean, just normal preparation, like with the trainers, and I mean, for me, I haven't really thought about the candidates yet. So I think we'll go back home and plan about it. Yeah.
Vaishali, all that's left for me is to congratulate you once again. It's been such a pleasure having you here and watching your games. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I was happy to join you again.
Anish, congratulations. You just won your last round game against Andrey Esipenko. Not just that, you won your last 3 games of the tournament. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel fantastic. It was what I needed, and of course I couldn't have imagined this was going to happen, but yeah, luckily it did.
7.5 points, unbeaten. How do you reflect on your tournament?
Well, I scored what I needed to score. Everybody is fighting for the top 2 places. I have my modest goals of, I think I needed 7th place. I needed to get my circuit points, and I think this is the score I needed. My hope before the tournament was that I'm going to enter the last round with chances for that, which is significantly easier than top 2, because you see now like the things Vidit has to do, like he must win every day and he's delivering every day. Like, that's completely insane. This is of course way beyond my capabilities, so I didn't even think of that, but finishing 7th is much easier. So I was hoping for this, and also the same in Qatar. In Qatar also in the last round I was ready for it, and I just needed to win. There I didn't manage, but here luckily I managed, and now I'll get the points, and it's up to Wesley and Gukesh to pull off miracles.
Let's talk about your last round game against Andrey Esipenko. First of all, what were your thoughts going into the game? You were playing with the white pieces, you had great chances to fight for the tournament victory, so what was the game plan?
He's very well prepared, and he plays multiple things as well, so it wasn't going to be easy, because everything is fine for black in chess, but at least if your opponent plays although these days it doesn't happen anymore, but back in the day when I was still young and promising, many players used to play just one opening because it was so much harder to prepare. They would just play one opening, and you could have an idea there and you could come to the game ready. But these days everybody plays many things, and even if you have ideas in many places, first of all it's unlikely they're going to be everywhere, and also you'll have a hard time remembering them, and also they're not going to be good ideas because good ideas have already been played. So but given the state the modern chess is in, I felt ready for the game today. I had game plan for most of the things that he played, and the one thing he played is not something I had expected, but actually then I realized when he played it was very smart, because I had looked at this line before, and it's a very interesting forcing line. Of course it gets him very close to the draw, and that is what he needed. Luckily for me, he wasn't quite into the details. I mean, at least over the board, so he couldn't recollect. I had a feeling that he had to protect the second pawn, because once I won the second pawn, it was really on him to prove compensation, and I think he didn't manage.
You guys were discussing after the game. What did Andrey say?
Yeah, we're trying to recollect the right way to play for black, because we both remembered different things. So we had like this puzzle. We both had different pieces of puzzles. We tried to put them together and understand what was going on. I think I mean, we sort of agreed that I probably had the right vision of the game, but I'll have to check with the computer what was the truth. And he mentioned that over the board it was a lot harder than during preparation, because it's one thing when the computer tells you that everything is good, but another when you only see that you are down a pawn and there is no number next to the board that says that it's equal. Because it's very comforting when you're looking at the position that there is a number that says that everything is fine, and it warms your heart. But during the game, there's no such number. And you have to somehow just play on your own.
You mentioned the FIDE circuit. You have great chances to qualify from that now. Is that it? Are you done with your tournaments, or do you have anything else coming up?
No, I'm not done, but this is really something I wanted, because that's why I signed up for Qatar, and I came here and I prepared really, really hard for both these events. I failed with what I tried to do completely. I spent a lot of time trying to adjust my style and my repertoire for the lower-rated opponents, but I had misjudged the level of prep. I misjudged the strength, and I wasn't able to do nearly what I was attempting. But still, I tried my best, and now I'm in a situation that I wanted to be in. I will have chances to improve my score further in the Singfield Cup, but I wanted to have an extra out where I'm... because generally I like winning, but I prefer when I have a margin. That's when I feel at my best. So now I'll play in Singfield Cup, but already in a much better mood than otherwise.
How do you think the candidates field is looking so far?
It's going to be weaker than ever, and I'm looking forward to try and qualify myself as well.
Anish, we wish you the best of luck. Congrats on a great performance, and all the best.
Yeah, I was joking. For those who don't, I mean, not really, but
I wasn't sure.
Okay, I was sort of joking. Sort of like taking a dig at some of my friends, sort of.
Those friends, are you talking about Vidit?
No comments.
Do you have any further comments, or is that it?
No, no further comments, thank you.
Thank you, Anish, all the best.
Thank you.
And there we saw Anish with a big smile on his face as he wins and plays the role of spoiler. He wins against Andrey Esipenko, and what a performance by Vaishali, right? What a champion.
Yeah, what a champion. Just congratulations to all of the winners in the final round. We've seen some fantastic fights, more decisive chess. It's what we'd love to see, and this is what we're left with in the open section. 2 qualifiers for the candidates, Jovanka.
Yes, and only 2 spots available. Well, one is the rating spot, and the other one is the winner of the 2023 FIDE circuit. And as we heard, actually, maybe those spots aren't necessarily as certain as we had thought. And there we can see the spots, the candidates for the women's. And there we see Leighton J, Katerina Lagno. And from the women's Grand Swiss, it is the champion, Vaishali, and Zhongyi, who won her game against Mammadzaa.
Yeah, and one final spot that will be decided at the end of the year according to ratings. The tournament hall has pretty much emptied out now, other than just a few boards here and there. I just wanted to bring us back to young Shreyas Royal, 14-year-old future Grandmaster, who's hoping for a norm. I don't really see him having too many chances here, unfortunately. I just don't see how the White King's actually going to break past this barrier of pawns on c5 and f5. As you mentioned, Jovanka, he's a pawn up. He can play this one forever. He could play this one for another 5 hours if he wanted to. But ultimately, how do you break the fortress? Black's bishop will just sit on e1. The king will sit on e5, maybe even g5. No way past the 4th rank for the White King.
No.
You cannot break this line.
Yep, this one is a tough one to break, and it's just impossible. But, well, Shreyas, he will try. He might as well, right?
He might as well try.
But
Unfortunately,
it's been a great tournament though for Shreyas.
Performing in and around 2600. Of course, 2600 is the cutoff point for a Grandmaster norm. He's so close, but unfortunately a draw not quite enough. Just to highlight what might happen if white ever does push b4, which might be the only way to try and make progress. Black will happily take those off, and even if the black king now just totally abandons the f-pawn, even if the black king just sits in the corner, just to show how the drawing mechanism might work, white will break through with c5, but black will always just happily take that pawn, and this endgame is a draw. No way to kick the black king out of the corner, and yeah, unfortunately this idea I think will just persist until the end of the game.
But white can, in fact, queen the pawn, David.
White can promote the pawn, but it won't win the game, just for example.
You can actually win a lot of bets by telling people that you can queen the pawn, and lots of people are like, absolutely no, you can't. And you're like, yeah, but I can.
You can. Unfortunately, it just immediately gets chopped off the board.
But that wasn't the bet. The bet was, can you queen the pawn?
And Shreyas might play till this point. We could even see 200 more moves if he really wanted to. He can move around for 50, play b4, move around for 50 more, play c5, etc., etc. But either way, it looks like Dennis Wagner here with black, the German Grandmaster, should be holding.
Yes. Okay, and let's take a look at the results and the standings. First up, here are the results of round 11, the final round in the FIDE Grand Swiss. And it does feel like it's an early day, but just take a look at those decisive results. Vidit Gujarati beating Alexander Predke, and Anish Giri beating Andrey Esipenko. Further down, Mammadzaa beat England #1 Nikita Vichigov, whereas Pragnananda sealed a great comeback by beating Bogdan Daniel Deak, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda also beat Anton Korobov.
Yeah, a lot of wins for the white pieces on the top 10 boards. There's just one result outstanding. That is Kuzubov against Abdusatorov, where the game will likely go on a long time. But meanwhile, we move on, and these are the tentative standings in the open section. We'll get confirmation on these, but as the scores stand, these will be the top prize winners.
Yes, and there you can see Vidit is the overall winner with an incredible 8.5 points out of 11. And what a comeback he made after he lost his first round. Just played fantastic chess, absolute star here. And second, it's Hikaru Nakamura. Not just a chess player, but also #1 streamer with 8 points, and also just an incredible performance. Andrey Esipenko coming third, Arjun Erigaisi, and Vincent Keymer, Mammadzaa, and Anish Giri all there with 7.5 points. And it's one of the few tournaments where like players who finish in 46th place get a prize.
Yeah, so we will see a lot of happy people later at the closing ceremony, at the prize ceremony, but these will be the happiest of them all. I found it quite cute that Vidit wasn't even aware of the prize fund. He just had his eyes fixed on that one ticket to the candidates.
Yes, and here we can see the results from the women's section. And it was a draw between Munguntul against Vaishali, and that meant Vaishali was the outright winner. And also a draw between Pia Cramling and Anna Muzychuk. Anna Muzychuk securing a very comfortable second place, putting in a fantastic performance there. And Zhongyi, she had a topsy-turvy game against Gunay and Mammadzaa, but in the end, it was her nerves that were tougher.
Yeah, Zhongyi surviving one scary moment, but ultimately deserving to win that game, clinching her spot in the candidates. And we do get confirmation the one result we don't see on board 9 was also a draw, meaning actually one of the most peaceful days we've seen so far, Jovanka, in the women's section. We're used to just pretty much every game being decided. Here, a lot of draws to end the tournament.
Yeah, that was ironic, right? Because usually when it comes to the top 10 pairings, like the men have been like, maybe 5 decisive results, whereas in the women it's like 7. And well, What a day of chess it's been here on the Isle of Man. And here are the current standings in the women's section. And as we mentioned, Vaishali being the champion, securing that candidate spot, 1 round to spare. She walked away with 8.5 points and $25,000. Second place is Anna Muzychuk with 8 points. Second place and $17,500.
Yeah.
And then we see Zhongyi third place. Munguntul also walking away with a very healthy paycheck.
Yeah, big paychecks there. Zhongyi will be the happiest of those players in joint third place. Meanwhile, a bunch on 7 points and lower. Meanwhile, it has been a draw between Shreyas Royal and Dennis Wagner, meaning no Grandmaster norm for the English prodigy this time, but he will shortly attain that title. He's performed Grandmaster level for sure.
Yeah.
And Jovanka, what a tournament it's been. 11 long days of chess, but satisfying days of chess.
Yeah, it's just flown by. I mean, I can't believe, it feels like yesterday I was sat here, round one, everyone with the nerves, everyone are feeling a little bit jittery, don't quite know how the tournament is going to go. And then suddenly, fast forward, we're now sat here and it's the final day.
Yeah.
And let's also take a listen to Pragnananda, who just had an...
Prag, congratulations. You just won your last round game against Dea. It was quite an exciting game. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, there was this one moment of scare where after event took J8, I touched my knight on f3. Then I was about to play knight h4, but then if I play knight h4, queen h3, and then I have to resign. And then I was just... It was lucky that I didn't leave the knight there, and I was holding it, and then I put it back on f3. Then I calmed down for a bit, and then played knight e1, which is not a good move at all. And then somehow he started to spend a lot of time. I didn't understand, because literally any move is fine for him, and maybe he's even slightly better there. But after some point, he got into seconds, and he was also opening up his king with f5, and his king got weak, and I managed to trick him on time trouble, but I don't think it was a good game at all.
You finished the tournament on 7 points, undefeated. How do you reflect on your performance?
Yeah, it could have been better. I don't think I was in serious trouble in any game. Maybe against Mareko Sandro, I was maybe a bit worse, but it was probably for one move. In that way, I'm quite happy, but I don't think I took the chance which I got, and yeah, I think I could have played better, but I think it's fine. I mean, I don't have the candidates' pressure, so it's fine.
Meanwhile, your sister Vaishali won the women's event. I imagine you are a very proud brother today.
Yeah, for sure. Even before the game, it felt like I was in this celebrating mood. Didn't feel like I'm going to play a game. But yeah, I mean, I felt long back that she has GM strength for a long time already, and yeah, I'm happy to see that she's finally getting where she belongs.
Can you tell us a little bit about the mood? Of course, you're here with your mother as well. During the tournament, both of you had, especially Vaishali, such a brilliant tournament. How was it, these 2 weeks here together as a family?
Yeah, it was very good, because I mean, from start she was always on the top, and it's also helping her a bit in some opening decisions and stuff. But overall, yeah, she played really well. She was working before the game a lot, after the game also. So, I mean, in general also she works a lot on her chess, and I'm very happy to see that the results are finally coming, because she was stuck at the same rating for some time. And before Qatar, the Asian Games, I mean, it went okay for her, but it was just a normal one. And then Qatar, she had a very good tournament, and yeah, here also. Very happy to see. Hopefully she becomes a GM very soon.
I actually overheard you downstairs saying that you told her before the event that if she played well, she could win it.
Yeah, I felt that she had the strength, and if she could show the chess she showed in the Qatar, I thought it's very big chance that she can win it. And I mean, it happened here. So
let's talk about next year's candidates. As you mentioned, you didn't have the pressure here because you already qualified in the World Cup, and now you will be going there with Vaishali. Both of you will be playing the first time the two candidates tournament are held at the same time at the same place. Is that a special feeling?
Yeah, it's of course a special feeling. Honestly, I didn't really think that I would qualify. I mean, there was no such a thought. I was just, I just wanted to give my best in the World Cup because candidates is, I don't think, I thought it's quite far, but it's actually not so far, and I'm very happy we both managed to qualify. And it'll be very huge opportunity for both of us, and we'll try to be well prepared and show our best there.
We look forward to following you both there. Prag, thank you so much for your time. Well done on a great performance, and all the best for the future.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to see Praggnanandhaa so supportive of his sister, and talking about the game that he won. He beat Bogdan Daniel Deac. Let's revisit the moments that he was talking about.
Yeah, Prag ending the tournament on a high. He said he found it understandably tough to fully focus due to already having qualified for the candidates, but the end to his game, the end to his tournament was spectacular. Here it looks like a very level position. We're in the end game now, and here it's actually the Black King which stands pretty actively, which got chased to its death. First with a pawn check, e takes f5, luring the king out, and after the Black Bishop got kicked back, this was the star move from Praggnanandhaa, f4. We call it invisible moves when a square is so well defended. Here it's covered 4 times, but you play the move anyway. You put a pawn on f4, and after a capture, Jovanka checkmate was coming if a piece had taken, of course, the pin on the FL. And look at this. Check.
Oi.
The king forward.
Oi.
Wow. Maybe it needed to retreat.
Yeah, probably needed to skedaddle backwards.
Yeah, but instead king g4. Very brave from Deac. This backfired. Prag calmly checking the king, dropping his knight into f5. You can already see the king is trapped. And once the black rook moved away, a check. Another check. Another check, giving up the knight this time, and okay, king takes on g3, I guess would be checkmate in various ways, but this would be maybe the most aesthetically pleasing of them all, delivering a killer blow with the knight. Instead, it took this pawn, king takes h3, knight f5.
Oi.
Calm and strong.
Fantastic finish to that game. And talking about finish, let's remind ourselves once again of how this tournament finished, and remind ourselves of the top spots. There we can see 2 players who are off to Toronto. We have tournament winner Vidit Gujarati and Hikaru Nakamura as runner-up. What an epic performance from both of them.
Yeah, fantastic performance. That guarantees them spots in next year's candidates tournament, which will take place in Toronto. 2 names yet to be decided from this roster. We will find out those at the end of the year.
Indeed we will. And when it comes to the women, here we go. Here are our champions. We saw Vaishali win with the 8.5 points. Just magnificent achievement there from the Indian superstar. Runner-up, it was Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk with a fantastic 8 points. Oi. And in the women's candidates, here are the players. Actually, Anna Muzychuk had actually qualified to the candidates by coming 3rd in the World Cup. So it meant that the candidate spots from the Grand Swiss went to Vaishali and Tang Zhongyi.
And just with the open section, 1 spot to be decided. That will be at the end of the year the highest rated player on average. And yeah, fantastic stuff. Double blow for the Indians, double victory.
I know, they've swept the whole board. You know, victory in the open section and victory in the women's, and both of them with just commanding performances. And there we can see the final players in action. And it is time for us to bid farewell to you all. It's been a remarkable tournament, a historic event, really one of the fantastic tournaments I've ever witnessed. So many sensations. And, well, this would not have happened without the organizers, the Isle of Man Chess, Alan Ormsby, and of course the tournament sponsors, the Isle of Man Tourist Board, and of course the Scheinberg family, who made this all possible. I'd also like to thank our production team, who've worked tirelessly behind the scenes. I'd also like to thank Fiona and Aja for all of their content, and everyone else who put in 100%. And finally, I'd like to thank you, David. It's been a privilege to be here, sat listening to all your chess insights. You made chess look easy. And last but not least, I'd like to thank everyone at home and also in the commentary room who followed our commentary and who were part of this event every move of the way. Until next, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, Nijat, and thank you for joining us for the interview. The first question I wanted to ask you is, what role does opening preparation play in your strategy for the Grand Swiss, and how do you adapt to your opponent's style?
Next question, but well, it's pretty much the same as to any other regular tournaments. Nothing extraordinary, because I face all the time strong opponents, and the preparation usually is the same. We check the games of the opponents and then decide which line is best to play against them. In fact, yesterday and today I was surprised in the opening. I basically moved 3-4. I was more or less over the board on my own, but it didn't go bad today. I think it was quite an interesting game. This exchange sacrifice was quite interesting.
And how do you stay mentally sharp and focused during long games at the Grand Swiss?
Well, today I played somewhat like 5.5 hours, and yesterday it was 2 hours. But to be honest, I got my visa basically the day before yesterday, and I should have booked my flight right away. I hopped on the plane, and I arrived like 3-4 hours before the game yesterday, and I'm lucky that my game finished in 2 hours. So I had some rest, and today I was more or less recovered, and that today we had a 5.5 hour game. Didn't affect much because I had the initiative out of the opening, and it was easier to play with white, so didn't feel like the game lasted this long because I had the initiative and just enjoying the position.
Thank you.
As many spins, so toss them in the air or something?
Oh my gosh.
A girlfriend does this a lot, yeah?
But I can't spin it like him. He can do a full spin in one. I have to do it this way.
I don't even know how he does it.
2 ends?
Maybe with the left hand it will be better.
Okay, I'll try.
Does it have to be smooth?
I have only one hand, yeah, I suppose.
I guess I'm not as good as girlfriend, but
I'm really not.
I was probably originally left-handed.
This is so silly.
Oh.
Three, two, one. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
17 or 18, I don't know.
Of course, with opponent would be much easier, but I think it'll be better than some, but worse than others.
was really? Really? Okay.
Oh no, brain. Start working, please.
Geographic location. Okay.
English, Indian defenses.
London.
Russian. Vienna variation.
Spanish, French, Dutch.
Cannot think of anything.
Spanish, Russian, or Petrov?
Scottish Gambit. Italian.
Why am I drawing a blank? Okay.
Polish, orangutan.
London system.
There's a Sicilian.
Sicilian?
Are there openings after geographical locations?
Dutch, Sicilian, Italian.
The French.
Danish Gambit.
French defense. The Polish opening.
Berlin. London. Okay, good.
I think I hate myself.